Lyra knocked up into the air. Seraph gonna be done the same. Lyra finding the kill onto Ryu. And Phoenix 1 finds their 2-0 victory.
But Impact's tying everybody else up. Pobelta caught by the Malzol. It's gonna go down to Sneaky. 2 games, perhaps too easy. Cloud9 with yet another sweep.
Definitely excited to play against Acadian. He's getting first blood like every single game.
Followed on. This could be all the damage that they need. Some days just not got anywhere to go. A quick first blood picked up. Acadian makes it look effortless. Welcome all to Week 2, Day 3 of the North American LCS. You're joining us live from Los Angeles as we look to close out our weekend of action. Here you see in the screens there, Froggen, the rest of Echo Fox making their way to stage as he passes some former teammates in Inori and Gate who are catching up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Once again, my name is James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk are Joshua Jatt-Leesman and Mark Zimmerman. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Pretty good. I'm excited to see that, Echo Fox FlyQuest matchup.
Yeah. Looking to close out our week. I don't want the week to end, Dash.
It's gonna have to. It's gonna have to, but that just means we're that much closer to Week 3.
If both series go best of 3, we still have like a good 7 hours.
That's true. So. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It might be a long one. Who knows? But let's start off the day with a peek at how the teams are stacked up in the standings. FlyQuest and Cloud9 continue to share their hold of first place, while TSM sits in third. Phoenix 1 go into the day in fourth, as Echo Fox, Team Liquid, CLG, and Immortals share fifth. With their loss last night, Team Dignitas sits in ninth, and Envy are in 10th. But we still got a day of games ahead of us before those standings are locked for Week 2. Over on NALCS 1, we begin our day with Phoenix 1 confronting Team Liquid in the Battle Arena, followed up by Envy versus Immortals. On NALCS 2, Echo Fox hope to extend their momentum, from yesterday against FlyQuest, while Cloud9 take on CLG shortly after that. Let's start the discussion with our biggest surprise from yesterday in Echo Fox, who got their first win, taking out Team Dignitas of all teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that game all of a sudden, because it felt like last year Echo Fox was just this factory of misery if you were trying to wait for them to win. But now they had early game leads in Week 1, didn't look that great, but the fact that they were actually able to close out some decisive games against a Team Dignitas who was pretty hyped is promising.
One of the things people weren't really predicting coming into the season was the impact that Acadian would have on his team, being a huge force in the early game. And then now Froggen is seemingly being able to convert those early game advantages that Acadian's getting, finally fulfilling that superstar role.
Yeah, it's funny what some victories will do for you. Last week we're just like, man, I hate the fact that Froggen plays Anivia. And they're like, man, that Anivia was sick.
Wow, you see all those
teleport
picks?
play, look,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Well, yeah, and Froggen was getting flack for TF last week, but then we had the TF be successful this time around for the squad.
Rapid fire cannon is not a good item on Twisted Fate.
It is if you're Echo Fox.
It is not.
I will defend that for an Echo Fox team, only because, again, if we talk about the weaknesses of Echo Fox in the late game, it being that they have trouble starting fights or looking for advantages, having an exceedingly large range on your
Targeted
gold card,
stun.
targeted stun, is
Also,
an easy way to get a pick and just create a 4v5 on the map.
It is. Team fight damage is also important.
Yes.
On rapid fire cannon.
Start with team fight 4v5. Just start at 4v5. You don't need the damage.
Right, yeah, it's okay to be one item down if you're in a 4v5. I mean, it's working for them, so that's all we can really... No, let's move on. All right, well, with the loss for Team Dignitas, some questions will be raised around their relative strength, because they looked super good coming in, a lot of hype around the squad, but now they're 1-3.
Yeah, their week is over, 9th place, not happy, especially after all the hype we had for them in Week 1, thinking the only loss was against the best team in the league, Cloud9. So pretty sharp change of expectations for them. Someday didn't have the amazing week, so they weren't able to win.
Right, and I think that's really the concern when you look at it, is they seem really dependent on Someday going off, and if a team can just counterpick him really hard in the draft, hold him down in laning phase, and then the rest of Dignitas falls apart and fails to do anything, that seems like a really exploitable strategy going forward.
Yeah, we saw it in that Swain-Maokai matchup, just stuck under turret the entire game, so it didn't really matter that he eventually farmed up to about 450 CS if he could never get out of his lane and affect the map. Of course, next week's opponents, FlyQuest and CLG for Dignitas, so we'll see how they do up against those squads next week. We got today's games to go, though. So with Dignitas stumbling, we got to look at Cloud9, who's a solid step in front of the rest of the pack, it seems.
Yeah, looking at these guys play, they just look like they haven't missed a step since last year, whereas everyone else is starting to kind of round into form. Contracts is a great addition. I think Jensen is looking better than ever.
Right, and I think that's the big thing is you look and there's nothing you can really criticize C9 for not doing well. They are pretty much solid everywhere, including in the draft phase, out of game. They seem very focused on what they want to do and have very amazing, flexible drafts.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about their drafts is afterwards you can kind of logic out what they were going for, but going into each draft, it feels like Reaper just picks a different goal to go with. So I feel like it's a nightmare preparing to play against Cloud9 because you don't know what their priority champions are going to be in that draft.
Right. Now, if we talk about C9, we have to talk about FlyQuest, and I feel like it's not as easy to call FlyQuest a front-running team, even though they're tied in record.
Right. The way that we're talking about C9 is like, well, what do you say is their weakness right now? I think you can say there are a couple of clear weaknesses for FlyQuest, primarily being their weaker laning and CSing numbers. But then they seem to be getting away with a lot of stuff in the draft where people are picking Corki early against them because they're overthinking it and they're getting these LeBlanc matchups. And I think if teams ever kind of figure out their draft strategy a little bit more, they might not have these better comps every game.
Exactly. And it's going to take a little bit longer for FlyQuest to be successful before we're willing to give them the props of a top team in the league, considering their preseason ranking for most people was like 10th or 9th. And we also have a little bit of an analog to Envy last split where they started really strong, but we're thinking about strength of schedule, and they were a little bit unpredictable because Envy was a little bit different than the other teams in the league. And I agree with Mark here that their laning phase, they've been getting by due to their superior organization, but that's going to be tested later on in the split.
All right, well, Jat thinks we're going to have 7 hours of games today. So without further ado, let's send it over to the casters to get those games underway.
Thanks, Dash. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Julian Pastrytime Carr, and I'll be casting alongside my Commonwealth cousin, Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley for the first series.
Yeah, very excited to see if FlyQuest can stay undefeated.
Certainly have to see that, but we do have a great match on the way, like you said, with Echo Fox facing off against them, that very team, FlyQuest. You heard it on the analyst desk. The big story here is that Fox are hot off their first win yesterday, and we're looking to carry that momentum forward.
Yeah, exactly. They looked great yesterday, and when we are talking about momentum, we need to talk about Acadian, who has really been propelling Echo Fox through the early game by sheer force of will. This guy has been a monster, 6 for 7 in first blood participation, and even though he's a brand new player, his synergy with Froggen and the rest of the team has come very natural to him, and Froggen himself, he's looking good in some games, right? He has had some really bright spots. Yesterday on TF, hard carried. He was looking like he could be a playmaker, and we want to see more of that if Echo Fox is going to start climbing up in the standings.
Yeah, Froggen is going to have to step up. We'll see what they can do today against opponents FlyQuest, who are still undefeated and looking to continue a surprising streak.
Yes, definitely not what we expected. Jat said it. Low rankings for preseason rankings, but FlyQuest is a team that excels in the mid and late game. Their shot calling is incredible, and they're going to really have to deal well with Echo Fox's early pressure if they want to succeed in this series. You know, they're a team that are typically down in farm, but they're able to move around the map, making plays, and Moon has been a guy who has been getting work done to kind of make up for those goal deficits as far as laning goes and really make plays. He's also right behind Acadian as far as first blood participation, 5 for 7, which is a big turnaround from how people have kind of seen this guy in the past. And we heard it from Lemonation yesterday that Moon has always been very good mechanically, but now he's in a position to succeed because he has the leadership of High and the rest of the veteran players on the team to guide him.
High Buff certainly seems strong, but the fans aren't the only ones that are excited to see how the jungle matchup plays out. This is a showdown Moon has been looking forward to as well.
Definitely excited to play against Acadian. I played against them in Challenger. Last year, actually, I played against Contracts and Acadian in Challenger, and I thought they were both really good junglers. Acadian seems to have found his spot on Echo Fox. He's playing like super well. He's getting first blood like every single game, so he must be doing something right.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's doing something right.
Well, we'll check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, we'll start with Acadian and friends. It is Echo Fox. In the top lane, there's Lupa, the new jungler Acadian, mid laner Froggen, bot Keith, support Gate, and coach Tim Kiro.
And on the red side today, their opponents are going to be FlyQuest. In the top lane, it's Balls. In the jungle, we have Moon. Mid lane High, bot lane Altec, support Lemonation, with their coach, Think Card.
I think we've done a good job kind of pointing out how these teams match up against each other stylistically. For me, we saw Echo Fox close out strong yesterday. They're going to need to continue to do that if they are going to prove that they are a top contending team, because the worry has to be that FlyQuest, they're kind of happy to sit there and lose early game for a little bit because they know they're going to get it back in mid to late.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they want to lose early,
of course,
but they're
nobody wants
obviously
to lose early.
they're able to make up for those deficits because they have really good playmaking, they have really good shot calling, they make aggressive plays, they make risky plays, but they're able to pull them off, and I think it's really impressive from FlyQuest so far.
I think in general, decisiveness is something we are going to look for these two teams. So as always, things will start in a draft. We'll be in a champ select in just a short while, but I think FlyQuest have drafted well. Echo Fox have drafted a very unique style, I'm going to say. They kind of have their own picks. I mean, we all know about Froggen's Anivio, but even his Twist of Fate isn't a play that's getting that much attention here in the NALCS. High is really one of the only other players to go ahead and take that champion as well. So we'll see if the draft can affect anything here, because we are into it now. Almost 6 banned through. Varus, Syndra, and LeBlanc banned for Echo Fox, and Rengar, Fiora, and Ryze banned for FlyQuest,
Actually,
which leaves this champion open.
This is quite the mix-up. We have, okay, it's going to be locked.
All right, there's Camille.
This is the first Camille in NA.
Correct.
This is the first time it's been played in North America. It's actually only been played 6 games worldwide, banned every other game. It's like 100 and something bans or whatever it is, some ridiculous number. Never gets played pretty much because it's considered so overpowered. It's so powerful. It's 5-1. Only loss was actually up against the Darius, which was kind of a specific counter pick. But this is obviously very planned out here from FlyQuest. They are intentionally leaving this open, and we'll see what kind of a trade they're going to be able to get for it.
And this has been a trademark, of FlyQuest drafts. They're happy to trade strong picks back and forth rather than just make the standard ban. So that's kind of where they've maneuvered this point to. Pretty much knew this was going to happen, so they have taken Poppy on their side, which doesn't seem like a good counter or anything, but you can probably get through the laning phase.
Yeah, that's certainly what you're going to be hoping for. I think FlyQuest is a really smart team with the drafts, though. They definitely like to kind of break the mold a little bit here. Traditional red side bans is always Camille, Rengar, LeBlanc, but I do think that trading back and forth, especially when you're going into it with a plan or targeting a specific player, makes a lot of sense. And, you know, this is going over to Looper, and let's be honest, high expectations for this guy coming into the season. We didn't even talk about him in the intro. No one's talking about him because he hasn't been doing anything. It's been about Acadian, and no one really would have thought that a rookie player would be outshining a world champion, but that's where we are. So this could be a nod to the fact that they say, hey, you know what, Looper, I bet you can't play this champion.
Well, maybe as Ash has picked up for FlyQuest, the second Jhin locked in now for Echo Fox, so trading top to AD carries. Ash was kind of #1 at the start of the first week. Moving through to week 2, it seems like Jhin has maybe risen in some teams' eyes, and there's Kha'Zix, which far and away after Rengar, which is almost always banned, seems like the best jungler.
Yeah, I mean, in traditional drafts, you'd be looking at Echo Foxes and you'd be like, oh yeah, like Kha'Zix, that's first pickable. Camille is like not even first pickable because it's so S tier that you don't even get to first pick it. Normally you would not get to do this, and I'm very interested to see that they're also leaving their jungle pick for second half of the draft. Jungle could get targeted pretty heavily. A lot of people are frightened of going into these matchups of Kha'Zix versus something that is not an S tier versus not a Lee Sin or something like that, and that's going to be a reality for FlyQuest if Echo Fox wants to target that champion.
Yeah, with Malzahar there, it seems like they might be targeting maybe the bottom lane, but a mid lane ban actually from Froggen, which is also a role that hasn't been picked up yet, as Twisted Fate will get banned away. Lemon Nation certainly looked good with the Malzahar. He's still got the flash ulti that he's always had, and that decisiveness and playmaking from the bottom lane. But Echo Fox, where are they targeting? You kind of mentioned it already. We'll see if they go for it.
Yeah, I think they're going to target jungle. That would be the standard, and it makes a lot of sense. FlyQuest, I would not be shocked to see an Anivia ban, not because it is meta, but because I think they want to target Froggen. The fact that they're willing to give such a priority pick to Looper and kind of go this route in the pick ban, to me means they want to shut down other lanes and they're not as worried about Looper. You know, one thing that has been kind of developing a fair bit in the meta, though, talking about the AD carries a little bit, you know, you talked about priority of Ashe versus Jhin and stuff, is this new build, the Longsword 3-pot. People feel like Ashe's laning phase is actually just too good. So I was talking to some pros, and that is basically the reasoning they're doing it, is that they say, hey, we need the sustain to actually get through the laning phase, get to serrated jerk, have a solid buy early on.
Well, and if you was the ban there, so smart stuff from FlyQuest, who are just kind of taking the target picks. There's one back. I love this ban actually from Echo Fox, as they'll take Corki away from high. But I mean, FlyQuest, they didn't just give up Camille, which is a super, super high priority pick. Like, I think giving up Kha'Zix, so Ashe Jin's, that's a trade you're probably happy to make, but Kha'Zix is also very good, and they let themselves get a jungler banned away.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of power picks available still because this is such a different draft, right? The thing is, we have Malzahar for FlyQuest, and you're like, wow, that's great S tier. But Zyra's still available. Second round, hasn't been banned out, hasn't been picked. This is very strange, very atypical from what we're used to seeing here. And Moon, what is he going to play? Obviously, there are standards available, you know, like Rek'Sai, for example, but people consider that a pretty bad matchup in the jungle against the Kazakhs. The Kazakhs just has such a high win rate in competitive play. It's more powerful early on.
Ooh,
oh, wow. Okay,
that's
Swain
the Swain. Yeah, I mean, Froggen's played it. Lupa did play yesterday, I believe, in their win versus Dignitas, so we've seen it before. Now Froggen's going to take it. Orianna was the pick there for high, so very safe. Blind pick mid laner essentially waiting to give actually Moon the last pick there from the jungle. What is going on? That's a Victor. Enjoy your analysis.
I got nothing.
That's a lot of mid laners.
All right, so I actually think this is probably a mispick, but if it's not, I don't even know who would be going support. I mean, are we looking at like a Swain support Victor mid? I'm not sure what the thought process behind a Swain support would be, but if this is not a mispick, I do think it is Swain support. Because Victor, I just can't see that being anything. Oh, is it Camille support?
I don't know. It's not a mispick, and the last pick for FlyQuest is Evelyn, so...
I'm so lost, Pastry.
Me too.
Let's learn together here.
All right. Well, play still some time to move their champions around.
Yeah, Evelyn, though, to call that out is very interesting. This is something that Moon has been actually quite good at, and something that, you know, not a lot of people are playing in professional play right now. So it looks like it actually is going to be Camille support, which I have not seen whatsoever. I mean, I guess it does make sense in some ways. You do have the ultimate to lock people down. Even if Camille dies, the walls stay up. You actually still have that person still locked in. You have an initiation. You have the stun jumping off the walls. You're able to kind of quickly chunk down, I think, the Voidlings and stuff in this matchup. It might work pretty well. I'm actually really confused, but we're going to find out, man.
We are going to find out together.
I've never even seen this in solo queue.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we barely get to see Camille anyway because she's always banned. Her NALCS debut will be in the bottom lane because, I don't know. Well,
because why not?
Because why not?
Because why not? You know, in this draft, it makes perfect sense. Zyra's open. Let's shift the Camille to the bot lane. Last pick to Victor for mid lane.
I love that ThinkCard was kind of late to shake Tim Kira's hand. He's like, I think you just overcome by the drop.
Yeah. I mean, FlyQuest is like, all right, we got him right where we want him. Is Camille going top? Nah. Camille's going support.
All right, let's find out. I mean, we've joked about Gate. He's played multiple roles at the competitive level. We saw him on the Misfortune. Looked great because he's a former AD carry player at the pro level. He's played mid lane. I thought he might get a mage, but instead he's got a top laner.
And I actually think that Gate has looked good in general.
I would agree.
He has actually been having a good season. You know, Keith has been getting a lot of flack in the bot lane, but I think that regardless of that, you know, we have seen Gate look solid on pretty much every pick. He's actually been drawing bans even on some of the less meta ones like Thresh and stuff, some of the engaged champions he has been very solid on. Really interested to see how this is actually going to work out for him in the bot lane, and this is something that this is like completely new. It has never been played in this role in competitive.
Well, definitely got
first pick in the world.
Some early stuff here for Gate. We can see the Targons, which makes sense. Gate's actually got the leap. He's maybe ready to go. Oh my god, he flipped an eye! You are kidding me! That's first blood!
Camille supports OP, Pastry.
We did it.
There you go. That's why you pick it.
That was
It's all been
dirty.
explained. That was actually pretty nuts. This guy's like a Camille support one trick. He's probably got 2 games on it ever because no one will let you play it. But let's watch it again. High is like, he's like, I mean, he's not even that far up. Look at the engage range. This is why Camille is always banned. Let's watch it. He's across the whole screen. He's stunned into the root. That was beautiful. And KD has first blood. Make it 7-8. Why not?
And of course, I mean, like, what else are you going to do? Like, that's a very good plan level 1. Keith had W ready on Jhin. They committed the flash. They knew what was happening. In fact, Gate's at it again. Just kind of getting him off the red buff here. In fact, he's just going in on some Moon. Camille is so strong.
I mean, it's all coming together. This is Acadian getting first blood. Gates got his champion. I don't even know what to say. Unfortunately, Froggen, he's the only one who missed out. Didn't get an assist, but it's okay.
Feels bad. He's disrupting buffs. It's all happening. Well, I'm going to take something away here, so not too bad. Trying to take a red buff, but nice presence there from Gate to make sure that didn't happen. As you can see, first blood stats compared there. Acadian I didn't even notice until the very end, but of course he got it again.
Yeah, 8 of 9, man. It's the new First Blood King. I'm telling you, we got to take it away from Yankos. It's going to have to be a transfer there. Bring it over to NA. But I'm very interested to track how Moon is going to do to kind of step back a little bit here. Moon is playing Eve. This is a very powerful ganking champion. You can't track Eve with the traditional wards, right? You have to play around the fact that Eve could be coming for you anytime on the map, and it makes you play a very different way. You always have to be scared. That said, if you do not get something done on Eve, usually earlier in the game, it does not go so high. This is a very heavy snowball champion. I think that its effectiveness is much lower than that of a Kha'Zix later in the game. And really at a lot of stages, it's much about the surprise. You know, you have to be able to get flanked. You have to be able to get odd number fights.
Well, you can definitely see that bottom lane, due to Gate, you know, going in for the level 1 with the rest of his team, moving Moon off his own red buff as well, which was a nice defense. Keek is falling behind in CS slightly. It was actually caught up nicely now. He was kind of starved for a little while, but they just waited, let the lane push in, and now they've evened that back up. So that's good news there. Cadian is doing some invading as well, so he's going to take some away, but Moon kind of got the early Raptor camp. So all things considered, actually, it's evened up, and that's just first blood for EchoFox.
Yeah, and I would really say that the bot lane 2v2 should be very heavily favored laning phase-wise to FlyQuest. Obviously, you know, we don't have a lot to look at here, but it's a range support versus a melee support. Ashe is considered the strongest laning AD carry as well. So this is definitely something that you would expect FlyQuest and Altec to really get that CS lead. And Keith, we talked about it a little bit in Champion Select. He's doing the longsword 3-pot start. This is a nod to how strong the laning phase is of Ashe. People are basically saying you cannot compete with Ashe, you get poked out too much, you start 3-pots, you have the additional sustain, you can get through laning phase, and you're already well on your way to that second item. Oh, nice engage.
That's such a good combo that Key's still doing damage as Gate has to get himself out. Lots of Voidlings. Kind of eating away, but you can kind of see where the combo, especially with Jhin, comes from. You can set up so many good little all-ins.
Yeah, it was very nice, and it's an easy follow-up with the Jhin root. In the meanwhile, we did see Moon go mid lane, force both of Froggen's summoners there, so we kind of caught the tail end of that. But Moon is going to have to be careful. If he runs into a Cadian here, it's not going to be a fun time for the Eve. Kha'Zix will absolutely bop you.
And that's Kha'Zix kind of in general. It's why he's been such a strong pick, is that 1v1, he outduels pretty much everyone.
Yeah, if you have isolation, it's pretty tough for almost any champion to compete. And up here on the top side, you have to feel like Looper is going to have that lane advantage as far as the 1v1 goes. But like we always say for Poppy, she can get to a point where she's so tanky that you can kind of ignore most of the harass. You just farm it out. You're not really going to be solo killing the Swain unless something crazy happens. But you will be relevant and you will be impactful in team fights.
Well, you can see that's happening there in top lane. Looper does have a slight CS lead, but Balls isn't too worried. Goes back, Null Magic Mantle and a Ruby Crystal, and just teleport back to lane nice and cleanly. Looper probably going to do the same in a second. But Balls here now just to make sure he doesn't fall behind on CS. So everything's kind of going as expected here. Mid lane nice and even on the CS, although Froggen is low on mana and did have to burn the summoners that you mentioned. So things are looking okay. I think Froggen is going to look for a back as well. In fact, High's already gone back. Refillable Potion Control and a Lost Chapter is a very nice early buy for Orianna. So I imagine Froggen's going back soon as well.
First Blood gold aside, though, the gold lead is actually quite big for Fox. So they have been winning these lanes. Some of it is kind of uncollected CS that has to push their opponents, like in the bot lane. That should even out a bit. But I'm very excited to see where this does go. I mean, Elimination doesn't have his exhaust. Altec doesn't have his heal after that last kind of bot lane fight, that little engage that they did. So they're having to play a lot more passive. They're having to play with some respect here to the Camille. And part of that is certainly going to be the fact that it's like, do we win if we fight? Well, I don't know. Do you know? Like, these guys probably have no clue. I would be very surprised if they've ever played against this matchup. And that's one of those things where sometimes you have to play a lot more scared because you don't know the strengths and weaknesses. Whereas someone who is practicing a strange pocket pick like this in scrims, you play against Malzahar all the time. He probably knows this matchup, whereas Elimination, I'm assuming, would have no idea.
I don't think so. And Gate, you can see, is looking to max hookshot there, that E, so looking for a lot of that CC and stunnage that comes off the leap. Froggen burnt the ulti, by the way, just to make sure the wave cleared out in mid, so nothing too much happened there, but he did go back and buy an upgrade. His Hex Core and his Gate again. That range is just rather long.
It is rather long, and that's basically just stopping the back from High. High didn't have too much gold, might have wanted to grab another Doran's or something like that, but it's still a little bit of an annoyance, right? It is one of those things that you can do. It doesn't cost Gate much. His AD carry was kind of walking back towards bot lane, so he goes mid, clears out a ward, interrupts it back. These are little things that can get you an edge, and we do have Moon sneaking in here once again. Froggen doesn't have his flash, but we have to remember that those engages can be pretty explosive from an Eve with the Orianna ball.
Okay, at it again.
Oh, good route. They're going to let this die.
Gets into elimination. Damage is huge. Jin needs a few more autos. Kid is going to flash for it. That's elimination down. Exhaust now onto Artek as they're shooting him in the back. Altek does have summoners, but Acadian's going to crush it down.
Oh my god, the 2v2 outplay from the Jin Camille. Echo Fox bot lane. I'm loving it, Pastry.
I mean, it's great. Gate clearly showing the strengths of the champion. I mean, everyone knows how good she is in a 1v1, so Gate's like, you know what? I'm going to bring this down bottom lane.
Yeah.
I think it could work there too.
Definitely some mistakes, though, have to be called out from FlyQuest there. Exhaust is up from elimination. You know, Altek, once the Kha'Zix was there, I guess I understand he didn't really want to blow summoners, but I think he still had his heal. Like, there's a lot of things here that probably could have been going a little bit differently, and you know, getting caught out by that Jin route, it wasn't even comboed with anything. You got to be able to kind of look for these. And so Exhaust is up here for elimination. They're just not really expecting the damage, I guess. And Gate is actually able to do quite a lot of that. And then the flash, he does not early flash. He flashes, try to flash reactively, but he can almost never reactively flash an auto attack. It's going to get into the air unless something crazy happens. So you kind of have to early flash there. Didn't exhaust early as well. Had he used his summoners properly, he should have been able to live.
And you can see Keith now level 6, so we might even see another all-in. Kading was down there as well, and he's farmed up quite nicely. He actually already has Warrior finish, which is a huge spike for Kha'Zix early.
It certainly is, and grabbing that second kill for him is going to be very nice. He is way outpacing Moon because of those 2 kills. He's going to be really, really strong. We already talked about how scary it is to duel up against that Kha'Zix. Now it's even more frightening. And you know, the roam potential of this Camille is actually going to be pretty big. He's level 6 now, so you can walk to the mid lane, you know, alt high, alt whoever you want. You can look for lockdown kills like that. If you alt high into there, you have Froggen to layer the ultimate over that. Like, you cannot escape that AoE from Victor. So there's some pretty interesting teamfight combos that you could actually see happen. You also have a lot of AoE coming out from Swain, right? When you start to really think about what the composition could do, it starts to make a lot of sense. You have Gate go in. He ultimates one of the carries down. They get overlapped with Froggen's W for his stun. You have a top lane stun that's an AoE stun. You have lots of AoE damage. It seems really, really cool.
Yeah, I actually like what Echo Fox have put together here, and it's working out early. 2,500 gold in the lead already. Under the 10-minute mark, it's actually pretty impressive pace setting as Keith and Gate going to wander down maybe towards the Cloud Drake, but they've got plenty of pick potential here between the Jin and Camille.
Yeah, it's just something that's so cool, too, because I can't imagine that they would have expected this to happen, right? You come into the game with a very clear plan when you're leaving an OP like that open, but this is flipping it all around.
Oh, Moon locked up again. There's the ulti out for Camille. Ult into Arcadia, maybe turn around. Arrow's good. Moon gets the kill, but the trade is down. Gate forces away to TPs. Remember, Froggen there first. Gets another one, and now Looper maybe looking at tower dive balls. I think he's going to fend that off.
Yeah, High is running down here, so they have to be careful about this. Froggen's looking to lay a trap for him.
Ooh,
zone him off, because they want to try to do a dive, I do think, or at least push in and take the turret down. Look how low the turret is. So if they can kill that off, there are some opportunities, but this is a difficult dive to actually do. Gate is very low. I don't think they can really manage it.
Yeah, Keith's kind of out of poke as well. Gate's going to push the wave in, and Keith...
Looper's still just hanging out.
Auto down the wave. Yeah, Looper.
Okay, now he's basing.
Chilling out. Does go back, so it looks like they are going to pull away from the dive. Good attempt there from Echo Fox, though. Good collapse and a nice early rotation from Froggen as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it ended up being a 2-for-1 trade for Echo Fox, so definitely still a nice little trade there. They did get 1 kill onto Acadian, I believe, and we're going to have it here once again. You can see the Camille engaged in onto Moon. Throws down the ultimate. Lemonation is there, though. Throws down the ultimate to peel off Acadian, and Acadian goes down very quickly. Keith is pumping in damage in the back line. Then Froggen, much faster on the roam, gets here, picks up the second kill, and that was the end of it. There was kind of that stalemate for a little while, but still, good engage here from Gate, and gets some more of an advantage.
Yeah, it didn't have any more health, but look at these Moby boots. He's really just looking for kills now. Gonna try and jump on the High. There's another one, barely misses, but High's gonna pop the Ghost. Ulti back in, High wants to try and take it down. Moon in the back here as well. Gate just fending them off as Froggen does do good damage. High, they're gonna keep chasing in. Not quite enough. Froggen does put the laser back in, so no kills there, but Froggen does get chunked pretty low in mid.
Yeah, and Moon is right here and has a flash.
Oh! Huge play from Moon.
Yeah, that was very nice from Moon, trailing that play. That is why High committed to it so much. If they turn around, Moon was going to be right there. They get the pop onto Froggen, and they're going to be pushing in on this mid lane turret because that's a lot of the wave clear. If they go for a dive, Acadian is on the side, but they will back off as Looper is missing.
Elimination was there as well, so had his ultimate just coming back off cooldown. If Acadian did try and make the hero play over the wall. And it's good to see both teams kind of getting out of these lanes. I mean, FlyQuest, they know this is kind of typical of their games. They tend to fall behind, especially in farm in the laning phase, so they get back by making plays. Good roam there, attempt to try and get something back, but Gates also being very active with this roam-heavy Camille build, so he's trying to influence the map here with the rest of his team. It seems like mid lane's the current center of attention, which isn't too surprising given Froggen's on the team.
Yeah, definitely. And do you really want to go up top lane and try to gank the Poppy? Even if you land everything, I feel like the Swain and a support Camille don't kill that Poppy, right? So where are you really going to go? If you're going to roam, it's going to be to mid lane. High knows that, and that I think is why Moon is kind of playing around the mid lane a lot as well. He's spending a lot of time trailing High, making sure that he is safe and does not fall too far behind, because the Orianna is going to be such a key component of their team composition. It's where so much of the damage does.
Oh, Altec eats the first bullet after the flash. Gate gonna try and lock it down, but last few bullets do go astray. Altec able to get out of that one. Had to burn both sums, but does not die for that. Oh, that's a good ulti. Great
nice
flash though from Froggen. Moon wanted yet another kill. We saw the damage he could do earlier.
Yeah, really quick flash there from Froggen. Still, great setup and great execution from FlyQuest, because anytime you can trade ultimate for a summoner like that, it's going to be in your advantage, and they can keep looking to make those plays, especially now that High has his Morellonomicon. Going to have a lot of CDR. The cooldown on Orianna's Shockwave is pretty quick already.
Nice read there from FlyQuest though. Sensing a dive coming to the bottom lane after some good ward coverage. Moon spots Keith, that's big damage. And now Arrow is going to work. Keith flashes into it. Ooh. Oh, feels bad.
Not like that, man. That definitely feels bad. Flashing in a straight line, not what you want to do to avoid the skill shot, says Keith. Blows both his summoners, goes down anyway. I think the acceptable options there is probably just, you're dead, man.
Yep.
Just take it. Either that, or you have to try to flash a wall.
Yep. Bad geometry there. Does get Keith killed, but nice arrow from Altec to set it all up. So FlyQuest again answering back and trying to get some gold into their pockets. They're still behind about 2,000 to 3,000 gold. As Keith just caught here by Moon.
He was so close to actually completing the recall, just about to finish, and I think he was pretty quick to react, but the flash was not what he wanted, and he wouldn't have actually been able to get to the wall in time to get over. Elimination looking for a pick here now on a Gate.
Yeah, Gate actually, and all the Voidlings chasing him down. Camille not too tanky as support. They're going to try and kill the Voidlings. That should be enough. Acadian swaps the aggro over, and Gate lives.
Yeah, pretty impressive that he actually was able to live with two people on him in the full ultimate. Does have a little bit of HP on him. I wouldn't be surprised to see him building towards a redemption or something with that Crystalline Bracer. I think that would make quite a bit of sense. Get some CDR, have that team fight power for your team. Moon now going to be lurking around, is looking for more and more picks with High. This has been kind of one of FlyQuest's go-to things. Get behind early, doesn't matter because they're looking for plays. They're very creative in how they make these things work, and if they can grab the first turret, that's going to do a lot to erase this gold lead.
Yeah, Echo Fox have actually moved just Keith, and now Gate up towards the top lane to try and take the turrets down. FlyQuest though should be able to get the first one for themselves, so they collect the extra gold, but it'll just be a trade as there's the turret in the bottom lane. Balls lined off here in top means that the top tower will go down as well. So Echo Fox, I think recognizing that laning phase isn't looking too hot, we're going to move out and just get some gold traded here.
Yeah, to be fair, they were up CS, they're up kills. Their bottom lane should be the one that is kind of having the pressure, right? Based on how the game had been going. But because of that kill from Moon, I guess they're a little bit too afraid of that pressure bot lane. And they do kind of give up that advantage. So a little bit surprising to me, but in onto High.
Gates in again, there's the ulti down, but High moving in. Ulti not going to hit there for Ash, as Gates now caught well and truly behind enemy lines. Ulti back from High, should be enough for the kill, and there it is for Orianna. Tower's taking damage in the mid lane, but FlyQuest in to defend.
So it does cost High his flash, but that is a death onto Gate. Not the end of the world here for Fox, as they did actually get some damage down on the turret. They're looking for
Lemon Nation!
Oh, he actually blocked the Void Spikes with his Voidling there. Popping that out, he would have died to the Kazakh's W, so nicely played there by Lemon.
And Ward's going to get taken down by High as well. Acadia wanted to stick around to take it down, but too many FlyQuest members about, so instead he'll just start up the Cloud Drake. Kazakh's very good at doing damage to objectives solo, so should be able to take this comfortably at level 10.
Yeah, definitely. But look at Keith, kind of wandering out there. Feels like he's a little bit safe. He's been spotted on ward. Moon is there. I would not be surprised to see good old Keith here in some trouble if he goes up for NALCS.
Ooh, that recall.
Moon's looking. Does he go for it? Moon's right there,
He
yeah.
does actually flanks around, uses the ult. He might even solo him down. He's got a Sheen, and that's an easy kill.
Yeah, you can't do that against an Evelynn. You have to show the respect. You don't have a tower there. You don't have any like pink wards, anything covering you, and there's no second player beside you. You're also flashless because you already died to him once. You got to think it through. You can't do that.
Well, the mistake does cost Keith. That's his second death for kind of the same silly mistake, unfortunately. And FlyQuest doing what they always do. Now within 1,000 gold of Echo Fox, just off some good plays and great capitalization. So we'll see how the map kind of opens up. It's a bit wonky with two long lanes on the top and bottom lane that are unequal for the two sides. But Moon, he's been active. That's what you need to do on Evelynn. 4-1-1 already, getting the snowball going.
Yeah, he's doing great. And you just have to play when you're playing against an Evelynn. Give the Evelynn the respect that she's always there. That's basically what you have to do. You have to ask yourself, do I want this fight if the Evelynn's here? Nope, back off. Yep, my jungler's right behind me. Great, take the fight. You know, if Evelynn's not there, you have a 2v1. If they are, you can get that easy kill. And they're looking for the engage.
Gate, no stun, but Elimination actually, I think, caught out, tries to ulti down, and that's just too much damage. Teleport in from Looper, but does not complete it. Instead, Echo Fox will move towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they really want to convert on this mid lane turret. That's what they gave Gates life up for earlier to get the damage down on the turret. The bot lane turret is also very low. So Echo Fox would love to clean up that mid lane tier 1, the bot lane tier 1, and really get some of that gold back into their pockets, increase their lead once more. So they are aggressively looking for picks, especially around the mid lane, to help them do it.
And it seems like FlyQuest knowing that, aren't letting it go easily. Elimination here, though, tagged by a lot of long-range engage.
Yeah, and Lemon, I think, is played this very smart. He basically knows he's going to go down, but he is sacrificing his life to kind of protect High. That said, you know, he could make an argument. Maybe he could both flash out. Maybe he could get away like that. But I think it's fine for him to give his life there. As long as High stays alive, they'll protect the turret.
Certainly will. Orianna Waveclear always looking good as the Rift Herald has been started by Balls and Moon. This should be a pretty easy two-man. And Moon actually going to be the recipient of the buff. So it could be nice and strong in a lot of those side lane isolated moments.
Exactly. It makes a lot of sense. You leave this guy lurking around, has even more burst damage. Ooh, another flash forced there.
Robin's on point today. That's two Orianna ulti flashes as Balls forced to flash out as well. FlyQuest again trying to defend this mid tower, but Echo Fox grouping all together now.
Was Balls forced to flash? Full HP, Poppy, Orianna shields?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But he did.
I'm going to say it's an oopsie, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Does get out of there. Moon looking good, and you know, High is scaling up. He's going to be strong. He has double spell fan, but look at this fight here. Ooh.
Ooh, Elimination locks him down. Very nice answer. Arcadian can't get out of that one. Invisibility doesn't last long enough. Ulti onto Frog in there as Ash stuns him up. And they really want this turret. They are going to get it. Gate now going to leap off the rubble. Doesn't go for it. FlyQuest lose the turret.
They do lose the turret. They get another kill back. They're going to lose a flash there onto Moon as well. So some Summoners down.
Gate, you crazy.
Missed the stun, but High's locked in.
Yeah, locks him down. Elimination walking in there as well. Ulti from Altec looking pretty good. And there's the snipe. Looper able to get that down. And Gate still living. Gets over another wall. Moon trying to chase him down.
No,
But
Keith's isolated.
does he
Not
let
like
him out to dry? Moon, oh, he's spotted him again. Puts the trap down, and the rest of the team runs away.
As soon as I saw him get split from the team there, it's just like, you can just hear the Jaws music.
Yeah.
Moon is lurking. He wants the AD carry.
We had the first movie. Sequel didn't look too good. Trilogy not completed as Keith actually takes the bottom outer. So good stuff there. 3,000 gold up for Echo Fox. It's been a real scrappy game.
Yeah, and here is the engage, the flash engage. Misses the stun, but guess what? You're locked in anyway. Doesn't matter. Froggen layering his ultimate up there, and Keith with some nice snipes in combination with Looper. They do take him down, and I was scared for Keith. But good old Keith does have a Hex Drinker. He's given a nod over to that magic damage, and I think it's a smart buy.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the kind of early lethality for the Jins, especially, and the Varuses, actually. So I like the build in general. Looks like he might be switching things up now for that next item. Could be Infinity Edge, could be Reaver.
Ghostblade IE is going to be the build. Definitely, that's the most common one now. You pretty much only see that one. People are essentially saying, used to be the old conventional wisdom that it's like, hey, if you're going to build an IE, you need to have that multiplier right away. But now people have kind of swapped it up to where they feel like, you know what, fourth shot crits anyway, your fourth bullet crits anyway from your ultimate. So you don't really need that multiplier right away. Ghostblade does give you early power as well as mobility. That in combination with the Swifty boots helps Jin to kind of stay alive and position himself well in the team fights.
Well, an interesting point here in the game. 22 minutes in, lead still there for Echo Fox, but they haven't gotten that much further ahead than 3,000 gold, which they are back to now. Items, though, are starting to appear on both sides. Lichbane, especially for Moon, means that if Keith is caught in a side lane again, he will get popped even faster than he already has been. Ooh, like the little show of force there from Gate.
Well, they're looking for a flank. TP's coming in from behind, and High is above them.
High looking for the big shockwave, but Echo Fox gonna leave together. Moon, though, can get a big ulti. That's the 5-man. And now Ball's gonna come in. That's a good 2-man shockwave from High. And that's devastation in the team fight. Elimination is gonna go down. Altec actually trying to fight a Vocadian, but he's gonna get shut down. Froggen, though, just cleaning up the back end of the fight. 4 for 2 in favor of Fox.
And it looked like it was gonna start so bad, but Acadian was wreaking havoc in the backlines. It must have been. Moon lands a 5-man ulti, High over the wall with a shockwave. It was a great start for FlyQuest. We're gonna have to see that one again. It's a team fight that looked like it was everything FlyQuest would want. Definitely did not go their way. Thanks in part to some good team fighting.
Yeah, really chaotic there, but good positioning for both sides. Echo Fox, though, come out on top in the exchange and extend the gold lead just a touch.
Yeah, and here it is once more. So you can see them setting up the flank from all sides. TP coming in. The ultimate lands onto Acadian. High is above them. Moon and Balls are below them, and I really want to kind of track Acadian and see what happened on the other side of the fight, how Altec goes down. Acadian is kind of lurking on the side here. Looper going in towards Altec. In goes Acadian onto the back line. Instant kill on the support. Then the reset kills off Altec, and that is where it went wrong. The AD carry could not get it in, and Froggen did not get taken down, so just too much damage. And that's one of the benefits of Echo Fox's composition, is they have so many threats. You have no true tank, but you have Looper to deal with. You have really everyone in the top 4 are big threats, and they just did not have enough people to kind of deal with it.
No, really nice response there from Echo Fox, despite a good setup there from FlyQuest. So they'll get themselves a second Cloud Drake for their troubles as well. Stepping up in gold quite nicely, up to about 5,000 ahead for the blue team. And Baron has to be in their minds. Moon again lurking around, looking for almost anyone to get a solo kill on, because they also
there though, he spotted.
Froggen though goes in for Altec, but Altec's gonna clean it out. Froggen still gets the kill as Gates knocked up by Bolts. Froggen being chased down by the dots, could go down, but he's living for a little while longer. Shields enough there as Gates now dead from elimination, and Balls looking to chase it back around, but Looper is so strong 1v1ing Balls. High's here as well. Pull back by the shockwave. Looper still going for it, but that's a great Sonya's Looper healing it up. Kills Oriana with the snipes there from Key. And again, Balls' elimination.
I saw Lemon and Balls kind of splitting up in the background. I was wondering if he's going to go for it. And Keith has been on point with the ultis, roams up, adds in that support. It feels like FlyQuest is struggling to deal with Looper right now. He is very strong, and they are threatening the Baron. They're going to go for it. Let's see if they can commit.
It's a big Swain, certainly, and Fox are just going to brute force for this objective. Balls
does have Smite and Flash, remember.
Trying to keep him out. Balls locked up. Baron knocks a couple up there. Looper still tanking it. Has to be careful. Moon can get himself in there. Outside coming down, but no ulti. Balls actually going to disrupt him. Key taking damage. That's good play there from Balls, tying them up, but Moon needs him to wait a little while longer. Echo Fox, they're going to hard commit. Moon's in, he wants to steal it, but Looper gets it. Now Moon locked down by the ulti from Camille, and reset City for Acadian.
Very close there. Acadian didn't even get his smite off. It went down solo, died to a dot from Looper as Moon tried the hero play, can't pull it off, and now it's Echo Fox with a Baron.
Nice that could be a kill on Oriana. Certainly will be as Gate collects one for himself. Echo Fox, they're just firing on all cylinders today.
This is a brand new team. I mean, these guys are playing aggressive. They are taking risks. They are pushing their advantages, and this is not the Echo Fox that we have seen in the past. It's a new team, and they are cracking the base at 26 minutes against the undefeated FlyQuest.
The Echo Fox we saw in the last game yesterday versus Dignitas, 10,000 gold ahead at 26 minute in. FlyQuest, they're known for the mid-late game comebacks, but this will be a big one.
It'll be a doozy, and High has traditionally been the guy who has been smashing for them. He's been doing so well, but let's watch this once more as Balls is doing a good job disrupting, staying alive, and even making sure that there is vision for Moon if he wants to go for a play. So Balls goes in, they know they need to have vision for their jungler, and Moon is here on the side, biding his time, 2,000 HP now on the Baron. In goes Moon with his combo, down to 400, it looked like, before it died. so it was probably an auto attack plus Swain dot, something like that. But Acadian never even using a smite, so a little bit lucky to grab that, but obviously that's the advantage you have when it's a 5v1.
Yep, happy to capitalize as well, and they do break right down the middle. Gate looking for a kill. Altec
over the
gonna
wall.
get sniped up. Froven should be able to clean it up. Gate actually will chase in for a flash. It's a great ult from Altec. Might keep redemption though. Doesn't snipe him down, but Altec, he just can't really do too much.
No.
Gonna try and tie it up with Lemonation. Gate finally gets the kill 1v3. Ulti's on the moon as well and locks a few up.
What is that champion base tree?
Camille, even good at support. His top turret's going to melt in the eyes of Echo Fox. This inhib is going to swiftly follow. And Gate makes a very heroic play to get a kill 1v3. But that's enough for Echo Fox to keep the train going.
Certainly is. Super Minion's going to be pushing in the mid lane. Echo Fox pinging down to that bot side. I think they want to play it nice and safe, play it slow, get that third inhibitor. I think it's a good call from them. They have a big lead, and this is kind of the surefire way to close it out. You get the triple inhib, you just let the minion waves crash in the mid and the top. You cannot ignore 2 lanes of super minions. Someone must respond, then Echo Fox can look.
And I believe they've got a decent amount of gold to go and spend. They don't have too much, as we'll watch this kill again. Gate, again, this is just Camille things.
Yeah, it is. And Froggen probably could have just dropped his ult over the wall for the insta-kill and saved the ridiculous long chase, but almost gets him with redemption. Then it looks like, oh, well, you're screwed now, but he does have that E coming back up, jumps off the wall, executes the AD carry.
And now the siege has started. Echo Fox kind of using the maximum amount of Baron time here. They do have a decent amount of the buff left. They will likely get this bottom tier 2. Especially given that the super minions are starting to stream in, and poor Moon isn't having a very fun time defending against them. And if they can break that third inhib, pretty much just time to walk the minions in and let them do the dirty for you. So Echo Fox gonna set up one more seed. FlyQuest need a big, big play.
Yeah, Fox just needs to chill out. Let those waves go in. There's no need to dive right now, Gate.
Don't tell that to Gate. Gate wants to dive today. Acadian back in. Moon getting shredded down as Froggen now unstoppable. Takes out Altec balls, kicks one out there from the fight, but Echo Fox are just too strong. Gate getting locked down another as Acadian. No, Gate does get the next kill. Balls now in the ultimatum. Just getting 1v4. It feels bad. Looper goes unstoppable, and Echo Fox, they're going to end it.
Yeah, I definitely think they are. Moon and High are alive, but no ultimates on either, and in goes Gate.
Gate's crazy! Froggen pops one in the backline. Acadian ripping through High for the next. There's the ace, and that'll be the Nexus. Echo Fox in style, gonna go up 1-0 against FlyQuest.
This was a stop, 13K up, free 30-minute game. Camille support, what more could he ask for?
And the Echo Fox early game continues to look strong, but it wasn't that explosive. Sure, level 1 with Camille looked great, but Moon was doing work in the early to mid game, kind of getting FlyQuest back, and at one point they were within 1,000 gold. And then Echo Fox, just decisive, took some fights, took some picks, took the risky 50-50 smite. It paid off, and they steamroll.
Yeah, they definitely did. And like you said, Moon was getting a lot done. I mean, in the loss, he ends 8-4-3, 100% kill participation. He was really the only one that ever got going for FlyQuest. But across the board, this was a team victory for Echo Fox. They did look good. And I mean, Keith, he did get caught out, a handful of times by Moon, and that was kind of partly where he got those kills. But to be fair, they won that straight up 2v2. They got kills in the 2v2 lane. They were up CS. They had turret pressure. So really across the board, things were looking quite good for Echo Fox.
And it seems like, the surprise factor of Camille's support does weigh into that 2v2 in the bottom lane. Really good combination with Jin. We've seen Jin in a variety of different kill lanes. Well, now you have a new one to try at home, assuming Camille doesn't get banned, which doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to be very curious to actually see if FlyQuest is willing to leave that up again. You wouldn't think so. You certainly wouldn't have thought it was going support. And I mean, it just threw off their game plan, you'd have to think. You have to really assume that it's just threw them through a loop.
I think so.
You're going into this with the whole plan of countering the Camille top, right? In some specific way, whether it's with the Eve or whatever their exact plan was. When you leave a champion like that open, you don't just do it randomly. You have a full game plan set up to prepare and kind of counter that. Similar to what we saw Phoenix 1 do against LeBlanc. I think it was against Echo Fox maybe even, where they leave open the LeBlanc, but then they have Lissandra mid with the counter, and they have, Maokai to lock him down. So that gets thrown out the window as soon as that goes to support.
And, the planning's usually good there for FlyQuest, but couldn't plan for everything as Echo Fox with a nice spin. We're going to check back in with the analysts, though, to break down that Echo Fox victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Echo Fox, big victory here over FlyQuest. And guess what? We have a Camille, but it doesn't go top. it goes to that support position. So let's work through champion select. Please help me understand, 1, why Camille's even left up here by FlyQuest, and then 2, how it can serve in the support role.
Well, so I think they have a clear plan with it. They take the Poppy into the Camille as the matchup they prefer because we see that Maokai and Nautilus are both up, and then they're taking the Malzahar in the last rotation, trying to get some extra lockdown for whenever she's going to go in. That seems to be FlyQuest's plan to deal with it, but then Echo Fox totally throws a wrench in that plan. They put the Swain counter pick into the top lane, which is actually really good into Poppy. It's probably the best one to pick into, like the best tank to play it into, because Poppy, I think, has the worst tools to deal with it, worst range farming between any of them. So I think this was actually a really smart draft by Echo Fox overall.
Yeah, and avoiding the Poppy matchup for Camille, other top lane tanks, like they have roots, right? She can actually hookshot through the roots. If Maokai hits W or Nautilus hits her with the passive, she can just get out and hit a wall and just go away, even while rooted.
Right.
But Poppy's W stops her from activating the hookshot to a wall or even using it to close distance. So the fact that they were able to avoid that matchup, which is one of the most gankable ones for Poppy to actually get in on the Camille, that's really good, and then they gave him a favorable matchup to boot.
And then when you look at the bot lane as well, I think we saw that the Camille actually does great into Malzahar. Once you get that passive off of him, he's a free kill combo with Jhin, because he's one of the few utility carries with hard CC pre-6, so it's a great lane. And then it looked like the Evelynn pick was supposed to help snowball topside, but then you're in these bad matchups everywhere, and you don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I could go on forever about this Camille pick, because all you have to do is tactical sweep, walk up. That will get rid of the shield from Malzahar. And even if he puts Voidlings on you, you have your Precision Protocol Q to give you extra movement speed. One of the only supports that has that besides like Karma, right? That'll just be on demand, let's go. Moves backwards and just avoids them. And then he has the E to gap close right afterwards. So it's just so destructive.
You could talk about it forever, but Jat told me we only have 7 hours and we got to get to more games. So
7
let's keep
hours.
working through it. 7 hours for the day. But let's work through it, starting with the first blood, because we have a flash off of the E for Camille, closing an insane amount of distance. And this just starts the snowball. I love the fact, though, too, that Acadian gets the first blood.
They got to keep the narrative going. Got to keep these narratives. Acadian First Blood King, all his work right there.
God, that was so sick. The hook shot into the E, or in the flash afterwards, but this, right afterwards, the flash, a little bit late, and the heal from Altec did not come out there, so a bit of a misplay
No
there
exhaust
from
from Lemon either. I feel like they could have gotten out of that just fine with their lives, but I think that what that illustrates is your point, Mark, about how easy it is for Jhin to land his root, both with bouncing grenades and multiple ways for Camille to get rid of that passive shield from Malzahar.
Right, and matchup unfamiliarity as well. You're not exactly sure what the threat is, and then here you see that the threat's pretty high. The Camille can go in, start a fight from anywhere. Even if they got those summoners out the first time, they wouldn't have them for this fight. So the fact that Camille can basically start the fight whenever and keep getting summoner advantage is a huge threat. And you know, Gate kept us up over the course of the whole game, constantly turning off of objectives, CCing people, helping set his team up for everything, even diving into the base and finishing Altec off himself. The sky's the limit with Camille support, apparently.
Yeah, the range on the hook shot is absolutely absurd. You also max it first to support Camille, putting 5 points in as soon as possible, so that cooldown is super low. It's only a 1 second stun at all times. Right here, you can't even get out of the pit afterwards because he uses the ultimate.
Right, and we saw later in the game the support essentially selling a little help from Victor, though, but diving into the base, chasing Altec all the way to death.
Hey.
And so, I mean, and this is in the support role with very few damage items built, and so it kind of does showcase what can happen if it ends up in a top laner's hands. But as you mentioned, I love the adjustment out of Echo Fox here, you know, to realize that, I mean, FlyQuest has a strategy if they're leaving it up, or at least should have a strategy. So let's throw one more curveball back at them and get this sweet matchup in the top lane for Looper as well, who actually played a deathless and phenomenal game.
Right, I mean, overall, if you just think about, like, how many teams could have handled this draft that FlyQuest threw at Echo Fox? Like, how many teams would have taken the Camille and then flexed it and then put Swain top? Like, not many people would have put this comp together.
And that's the thing that's going to be very interesting tracking it moving forward, because how many people actually play Camille at a really high level? Because it's banned all the time. People are just like, we can't get in solo queue, so you don't get enough practice. Then you have to work it out with your practice partner. But Echo Fox are primarily scrimming their challenger team, Delta Fox, so they can actually just say, hey, you guys leave it up, we'll play it this game, we'll actually just have a counter, they'll play it back and forth, and that could be something that is helping Echo Fox out because they're keeping strategies hidden.
That's a really interesting point, and as we hand player of the game over to Gate here, I kind of want to continue talking about this because he's in the support position. Not only is Camille almost never left up in solo queue as is, if it is, it's probably going to a top laner. So the fact that this guy has practiced enough on this champion to be confident and play into, in the NALCS on stage is really extraordinary.
He's the fill player of the LCS. He plays every position. He probably got some top Camille games, and he's like, I think this could work support. Let's try that out.
But that's the thing is Gate always wants to help out in any way that he can. So he's probably like, I need to learn this new champion for my team just in case. I mean, worst case scenario, maybe he's just like, I'll play this top because it was left up, Looper, you go support. And maybe they do a switcheroo. But that was really cool how it actually came in as a very cohesive draft.
Yeah, Camille, support from Echo Fox to start off the day. This is the way I want to start my Sunday.
Time to tank its win rate in solo queue just like
All right, well, we've got to take a quick break, but stick around to see what these teams bring out in round 2 of FlyQuest versus Echo Fox. We'll see you soon.
Are you ready, Lupa? You ready, Counterfeit? Ready, Lupa? You ready?
I'm actually, it's unbelievable.
Okay, what is going on? That's a Victor.
It looks like it actually is going to be Camille support, which I have not seen whatsoever.
Gates actually got the leap. He's maybe ready to go. Oh my god, he flipped an eye! You are kidding me! That's first blood. Moon though, can we get a big ulti? That's a 5-man. And now Bolt can
go to the wall.
That's a good two-man shockwave from High, and that's devastation in that team fight. Elimination is going to go down. Altec actually trying to fight off Arcadian, but he's going to get shut down. Froggen, though, just cleaning up the back end of the fight. They're going to hard commit. Moon City wants to steal it, but Looper gets it. Now Moon locked down by the ulti from Camille, and reset City for Arcadian. Let's go. Going to try and tie it up with Elimination. Helping Gate finally gets the kill 1v3. Ulti's on the Moon as well and locks a few up. Echo Fox in style. Going to go up 1-0 against FlyQuest. Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between FlyQuest and Echo Fox. And round 1 was pretty freaking sweet. So I'm excited for our next game.
So am I, man. I think it's going to be hard to top that one. Camille support, the flex was so smart, getting a really nice match up top. And really, Echo Fox, if you just look at their last 3 games, they look good.
Yeah, and it's just getting better for them, which is nice. We talk a lot about momentum for teams, and Echo Fox were a team that I felt really needed some last season in summer.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. You could kind of tell they were maybe shakily going through week 1. They won a game, and I felt like, okay, maybe it's time for them to pick it up, and couldn't close out that series. But ever since they started to win, I guess they keep winning, which is a good thing.
I mean, it's their series against Dignitas, right? The last 2 games, they looked good. And here, Camille support aside, they were proactive, they were aggressive, they were taking risks, they were able to push an advantage, things they have never been able to do before. Echo Fox, seriously, all jokes aside, this is the team that we always criticize because it just feels like they don't do anything. They even said in their own interviews, we just sit there, we don't do anything. And this is what they need. They need playmakers. Acadian had been a big piece of that puzzle, but now Gate, he's shown up. He's showing that he can kind of really carry some of these games and be aggressive. And Froggen had a fantastic game yesterday. So it does bode well for Echo Fox and their fans.
Well, we're back to standard for now as FlyQuest event Rise, Lee Sin, Twist of Fate, Kha'Zix, and there's the red side standard bans there.
Give me the Camille support again.
Well, not this game, unfortunately. It was banned by Fox, but there's Zyro Varus. So things looking a little calmer here to the start in game 2.
They certainly are, and we'll have to see if there's going to be any sort of mix-up, any shenanigans coming in later in the draft. There is always the fact that you have to consider Froggen's champion pool, right? The TF, the Anivia, these are things that are very different, and sometimes you will see adaptations because people want to put him off those comfort picks, and that has been a pretty common strategy. High, once again, okay to leave his pick to later stages of the draft. So both the solo laners of FlyQuest were not drafted in the first round, and you do get put in this position where, which one do you want to focus now as Echo Fox? They can try to take one of those solo laners and try to push an advantageous matchup in that area, or they can just match jungle and say, hey, whatever.
Yeah, and they'll get a lot of time here as well with Jin Maldar, picked up for FlyQuest, which nice and standard, looking good so far. Froggen, this is such a common feature of Echo Fox draft, this third pick Anivia, particularly on the red side.
Now see, why I like this is because High has not selected his champion. You take the Anivia, you now have 2 bans to say, hey, Froggen, what don't you want to play against? Right? Now, this is what they can go for. It's not guaranteed what they will, but it's what I'm assuming they will do, is Froggen will ban out the 2 mid laners he least wants to play against.
Yeah, and just kind of pinch that there. I mean, it's so interesting to me with Froggen because Anivia is the champion that I'm sure he's comfortable in almost any matchup. So to me, there's also the advantage of we pick up blind and then we can pinch somewhere else and get more advantages that way, but Echo Fox do seem to favor this. Froggen is an excellent Anivia player, so setting him up's good.
And that said, you can know a matchup, but sometimes you can know that you get blasted in that matchup. And then you still don't want to go down that road base tree. And High's Corki has been nasty. The Syndra is something that seems very scary as well, and it can have that kind of range zoning advantage on the Anivia. Always has the ability to kind of burst combo Anivia down. So these are champions that make sense to take off the table here. And it's also just showing respect to your opponent. High has really been the standout player, I think, along with Moon for FlyQuest so far this season. But High in particular obviously gets a little bit more credit because of his shot calling, because of his leadership, kind of the intangibles.
Well, you can see Maokai pick for Echo Fox to get into pick phase 2 of the draft. Fiora, Swain were banned for Looper. The 2 top laners taken away there. We'll see how FlyQuest finish off their team comp, though. They do need some solo laners, and they've got a pretty good idea of what's coming. In fact, they see both solo laners. Never mind. Arcadian's actually going to get last pick here.
Yeah, and I think that the Maokai pick is great because you've banned out basically the Maokai counters, right? FlyQuest would, well, you could say tank counters.
Yep.
But if you're going to do that, then Echo Fox can just say, okay, we'll just take the best tank. Sure, you got Nautilus, but Maokai is just kind of Nautilus, but better, right? So they have a great tank matchup. They had to spend some bans that didn't really affect anything. It's going to be Victor now to answer Froggen on the Anivia, which I think makes quite a bit of sense. But Froggen should be happy with his matchup. They got the early picks, and I think the advantageous bot lane matchup. Their top lane should be advantageous. Like, really across the board, things are looking really good. It's just going to come down to what does Acadian select and how much of an advantage can Moon get, because he should be a tier or so above.
Yeah, and you can see with a couple of jungles taken off here, he's actually going to go to Graves. We've seen it from him before. Good high damage jungler, can play a bit more of a carry role, which Acadian and the jungle meta seems to favor a little more right now. So it's a pick we've seen. It's not like incredible S-tier jungler, but it seems just fine.
Yeah, it's fine. And we have seen people pick it when they get picked down to like 5th, 6th jungler or whatever. But remember, Acadian played this and he went off. He was hard carrying that game. Like, he was going nuts on the Graves. So he definitely has the potential to do that on a champion like this. It definitely gives you a very explosive team comp, a ton of damage, and you still have that Maokai frontline. That said, you don't really want to face check into a Kha'Zix as a Graves. Not that you do as any champion, but the Kha'Zix is certainly going to have much stronger ganks. Graves' gank just kind of is walking into the lane and starting to shoot somebody, you know, which while it can work if you're pushed up, if you do show respect to the Grave ganks, it's not usually that effective. Where he does succeed is his clear is very fast. He can power farm, he can team fight, he can counter jungle, he can do all these things. So I think a lot of Fly's draft is going to hinge on the fact that Moon must do well in the early game, because lane advantage wise, I do give the edge to Echo Fox pretty much across the board.
Yeah, seem to have picked themselves into some nice matchups, which is how they've started off a lot of their games. For me, when we did see Graves all that time ago, he was in the enemy jungle more often than not.
Exactly.
Just annoying them and outfarming them. So I think if Acadian can contain Moon, Kha'Zix is a champion you really need to keep down. You probably can't beat him 1v1, but if you know where he is, that does lessen the impact on your lanes. And Acadian has shown so much presence for his team early already. And Echo Fox, I like what's happening. It's kind of 4 carries and a Maokai, but that's sort of what's working for Echo Fox. Like, if they want to play more aggressive and snowball games early, pick champions that let you do that, and that's kind of what happened in game 1. We'll see if it happens here in game number 2, because FlyQuest, super solid team comp here as well.
Yeah, they both are very similar as far as the 4 carries in a tank kind of style, right? One thing that you have to watch out for in the bot lane really is both the teams are looking like they're going to look for stacks, try to catch someone slipping, but not looking like they're actually going to run into each other. Is that Zyra? I feel like Zyra is such a good matchup into the Malzahar as far as the laning phase. Because you outrange him, you can poke off his passive with the shield. You can do a lot there, but really to kind of counteract that, in competitive play, people play so passively, and the Malzahars can play so safe that a lot of times, if you can turtle till like 6 or whatever, if you get a flash ult on the Zyra and any sort of gank, like jungle intervention can very quickly change this. And Fox is looking to actually sneak around. I think they know. Yeah, they know.
Yeah,
it's
they
there.
know Altec's there. In fact,
Altec's
Get's going to show.
He's getting back up.
Back towards the turret stun. He's going to hit. A little bit of poke there from Keith, just to say hello. And that'll be a recall there for Altec. He'll be back in time, and a nice ward there into Echo Fox's red buff gives Fly some good early information. So, looking for that early kill, don't find it, and info traded there for FlyQuest.
I like the fact that teams are experimenting more with level 1s, though. We are seeing more creativity. Fox gets the kill. Oops. As Fox gets the kill last game, level 1. Obviously, that was a kind of more Camille support thing. But looking for something like this, if someone slips up, you get the kill. If they don't, hey, you're stacked as 5. They're not really going to kind of take advantage of that. So I think it's something that's really cool. And that we can see more and more teams start to do, is just experiment with these level 1s. Teams have moved away from it after the kind of lane swap era had ended, but we are now seeing teams do more experimental ones. We're seeing a lot of red buff trades because people are willing to invade, and anytime you can go for something like that, it's really nice. The risk is pretty low, and the reward can be pretty big.
Yeah, counter ward there actually from Echo Fox means they will spot Moon coming into this buff. In fact, they've got a perfect ward just to spot this. So, good early research done here, but I don't know if Acadian can make his way over. He's busy farming a camp. By the looks of things, and Froggen can't make it either at level 1. So,
Acadian's just going to trade.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah, totally is. And it's still very important that you call out the ward, though, because if you don't know that Kha'Zix is taking your red, you cannot walk over to his red blind and be like, sure hope you aren't here.
Good flash out from Gate, though, as he took a lot of damage. Then the level 2 came in for FlyQuest, and we've seen Jin plus anyone really locked down a 2v2 lane, especially on the squishy supports. As Acadian is making that trade that you mentioned. Has the smite, so that'll be pretty simple. Moon bit of a tempo advantage, I suppose, as far as the early jungling goes, but they both should clear pretty quickly, and the lanes are getting untouched for now. In fact, Arcadian going to get some bonus Raptors out of the deal, which Moon did not get, so a very small edge, but that's all it is. It's small.
Yeah, I think Acadian, this is always something you want to get, though. You want to take those little edges. I don't know that he's going to be greedy enough to go for Krugs. I think that would be too much. But you can grab the Scuttle here, kind of even that out, or even look mid. And Hai may not be expecting this, but he is playing to kind of the strong side of the map. They know the Graves would be on the bot side. And yeah, you can see that even though they haven't spotted him on a ward, they ping him because they're saying, hey, this is where the jungler would be if he was going to be coming your way.
Bit of intuition there from FlyQuest as Moon does go down to his Krug, sees that his Raptors are missing, so we'll kind of have information that he probably assumed already, but Echo Fox have their ward there as well. So both junglers tracking each other early on, which we said was going to be a big feature, particularly on the Echo Fox side of the matchup. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, push in here, as Keith does get a nice snipe in. Altek having to play catch up on CS, but shouldn't fare too poorly here. This is kind of always what you want in a lot of these matchups, just push him in.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with Varus plus that Zyro, right? You can poke him out so well. And Gate has no flash, remember. He has to be careful here. Elimination low too.
Altek got some bullets, but doesn't fire the last ones at Keith. Instead, they'll fend off the Voidlings and drink some of their consumables. Gate is out of potions, so is Elimination. So, as always, the supports have been trading quite aggressively. But Altek will have to actually both.
Lemon's got to be careful. He's kind of face checking into this. So there's the root. They got him.
Actual massive face check. Lemon flashes out. Keith actually runs Altek out of bullets, so that could be okay. Echo Fox playing with danger there, and now Moon's coming down to this bottom side of the map. This is a real juicy looking dive.
Yeah, it's still so risky though at level 3. With Keith still having his flash, sure you jump in there, but you don't get a reset. If you get exhausted, you just die under the turret. So only way he was going to do that, I think, is Gate wandering back behind the turret, and that did not happen.
Yeah, wave not in place there, so I like the kind of proactiveness there from Moon, looking for the play, but Echo Fox smartly recalling kind of in the correct places, making sure they don't get caught out. Froggen is having some trouble in the mid lane, by the way. Should be able to farm up just nicely. It's what he's always been known for on the Anivia, and he does have the teleport, so should be able to get back to lane relatively easily and kind of get through what is kind of a tough landing phase for Anivia.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is going to outrange you as far as like the early poke and stuff like that. The lasers are very quick. Anivia is pretty slow, so you can hit that, and Hai's just kind of trying to shove in his opponent, but Froggen's going to be happy to farm it out, and as he scales up, as he reaches these higher levels, he can clear the waves very well, but they're going to have to be careful. As we do have FlyQuest on the side in the bush.
This seems dangerous.
Horror movie cam.
Certainly is. Kane in trouble. There's first blood. Over to Altek.
There you go. Moon grabs it this time, so Acadian will not be involved in first blood. Gets knocked down a notch, but still not too bad. He's like 8 of 10 now, I think.
Yeah, he's doing okay, as it all turns out. Just no vision.
No vision, and very, very scary place to be recalling. And FlyQuest is set up for this. Really, I love that trap that they've set for that. They are very well aware that Gate is out of summoners and they can take him down.
Yeah, pretty indicative of general FlyQuest play. I would say they're known for a lot of mind games. They do like to set up traps like that, and that's a lot of how they've gotten themselves into games or even gotten a bit of a lead that they do have here, but it's only 200 gold, so nothing spectacular right now. High farming up, going to get stunned by Froggen.
Nice.
Very nice combo! Oh. Froggen maybe underappreciated that, because I think he could have all in for a potential kill.
Well, his spells were on cooldown, so that's really the thing. If he was a higher level, his E would have been coming up faster. He could have maybe gone for it. But at this stage in the game, used his full combo. Not much else is coming out there. But Froggen uses better than almost anyone. His Elimination may get caught.
Yeah, the smoke screen, Gate misses the root though, so Elimination will live to tell the tale. Arcadian not going to get stunned up. We'll collect some crab money here. His Voidling's very pesky. Chase him all the way down. Gate pops the honey fruit open. Arcadian's going to gnome those down. And we'll check in with Balls versus Looper. Looper's up a couple CS. There you go. That's the
very close, though. Exactly. And now back to the mid lane. But you know, really, that's a route that I feel like Gate should have had. That was a pretty free one, especially with the slow from Smokestream being added in there. Keith gonna get caught though.
Bit of a bad time. Balls actually committed his teleport there.
Balls does have flash ult if he wants to really go ham, but not gonna do that.
Keith with double sums and not a lot of vision on the rest of the side for FlyQuest, so they'll make the safe play. Bit of a wasted teleport there for Balls, but we'll see if he can get something else done. Looks like he's just going to clear a ward and walk back to top lane, so he'll fall a bit behind here. Looper holding onto TP could be an issue either for the lane or for the flank play, but FlyQuest should play with that information.
They will but that can still give you just a dragon or something for free, right? And that is really what I want to see Fox capitalize on. We've kind of been giving them some credit. Hey, look, they're being proactive. They're doing all these great things. Now they should be making advantage of this. Now is where you start up plays and try to do aggressive things on the bot side of the map because you have that TP advantage, and that is a very big advantage as support's trading back and forth here. You can see they are moving around towards the dragon, but not going to start it up just yet. And they have a couple minutes too, so it's not a huge rush.
Yeah, see if they can use the information, kind of set up the play here. As bottom lane's getting very heated. AD carry is already level 6, so got some good all-in ultimates to potentially use here. Supports have been kind of playing back, so they're only level 4, but we know that both Zara and Malzahar commit a lot of damage in any all-in. So maybe look for junglers, maybe the TP from Looper coming down on the Echo Fox side, or maybe just the Drake. But we seem to have a couple on the way. Pings FlyQuest. I think somewhat aware of the potential of the play. Gets spotted over the Scuttle Crab vision, but again, just making sure they keep track of everything that's happening in the area. Whereas mid and top lane, been a bit of a farm fest, which I think is expected in those particular matchups. So no real surprises that bottom lane has been getting all that attention.
Yeah, certainly not. And that's one of the big things with the AP supports. They put out a lot of damage, but they die so easily. So jungle attention kind of very naturally wants to move that way because, hey, they have great gank assist. You can kill the other guy pretty quick when they're there helping you. So seems pretty nice place for a jungle to go.
And it's all full damage junglers anyway. So the poor mages are dying nice and swiftly. Balls deals with
this should be the dragon start.
And again, Echo Fox kind of knowing the situation, reading that cooldown, saying, okay, we have an opportunity here, and it's a good Drake to get as well. Mountain Drake here is Arcadian and Froggen will team up for it. They've got the push, they see the back summons from FlyQuest. You asked if they could execute, this is great execution.
It really is, and you know, originally I was kind of thinking, hey, they're going to start it up immediately, but I actually prefer the fact that they based, that they got the vision set up, that Arcadian grabs the red buff. They've done kind of all their due diligence. So hey, even if Balls has roamed down and there is a fight, you're as prepared for the fight as you can be, and you're probably pretty happy to take it at that point.
You can see, again, a bit of vision. Echo Fox actually moving their wards shallowly into FlyQuest's red half of the jungle. Froggen building up his mana, High building up his Hextech item, so that's getting upgraded as well.
Damages are increasing.
That's pretty much what it is.
Yep.
Doesn't look like much, looks a little innocuous, but turns out it's just huge damage from Victor.
Yeah, the Hextech upgrade is really strong, and so much of Victor's power is from those upgrades. You know, the double laser hit, obviously faster moving ultimate, the move speed from your Q. These are all things that really do give him a lot of extra power. And Froggen, one thing I think he does better than almost anyone is play around LOS.
Ooh!
Oh, they're going on for Keith.
I love the combo. Keith getting ulted in. That's going to flash into the last bullet. Good tracking here from Ultec. Last bullet needs to land in. Lemonation, never mind. Has to
TP from Looper.
Arcadian looking for something back though. Elimination back towards his turret. Maybe going to be a dive. Arcadian going to run through the turret for it. Elimination. He's on the wrong side. Never mind. Not a whole lot there to go.
It's a reverse dive. Lemonation is diving them now.
Well, I think he's going to die. Arcadian going to clean it up. It's not first blood, but he'll take it.
Lemonation's dive didn't work out.
Funny how that works.
But he tried his best. That's what counts.
Ooh, good play there.
Nice
Froggen. Either very aware, doesn't get stunned either. Crucial to not get hit by the end of your Q.
I like the fact that Lemon just kind of walked in and suicided there, because if he walks with his AD, Looper can kind of flash in, maybe get a 2-for-1 type situation there. Instead, they've already got their kill, which was great. They get Looper's TP, and it's only Lemon's life that is traded for it. So now FlyQuest will have the TP advantage. So here that is, Voidling's actually going to be the ones to get that finish, and Lemon realizes he's dead, just backs off. And now Looper's TP does not really get that much. And once again, FlyQuest, it'll be on them to really kind of make the play around the bot side and see what they can get done with their TP advantage.
Elimination's
riveting replay. Does he go down?
He did.
He did.
Spoiler.
There you go.
That's the problem with replays I've seen already. There's Kate and Lemon still dueling here in the bottom lane. Don't forget, like you said, plenty of damage there, although it's just utility items for now, as they're building up towards those kind of first big purchases, which we do see. Support Zara especially does output a pretty monumental amount of damage.
Kha'Zix is behind
Surprise, Kha'Zix! Gate not going to get locked down. Does not matter at all. You said something about squishy supports, right?
Yeah. And Gate knows he's dead, saves the summoner, so good pick. But at least he's not going to waste the summoner.
Flash from high. Flash from high, excuse me. Nice play, almost turns it around. Arcadian's going to live through it, though.
That was really nice. I mean, that's a 2v1 against High. He trades summoners and forces the jungler out. So Now they know the jungler has to base, and we can have Moon wrapping around here looking for Keith.
Yeah, Altec trying something, but Frog getting locked down high again. He's out of mana, but Altec's putting on the bullets. There's one, there's two. Keith. Oh!
Good night,
last
Sweet
one.
Prince.
Oh, he lives! Elimination. We're gonna finish him up, and Altec just shoots him, actually. There was so much hope.
Yeah, I mean, Moon was behind him and Lemon's behind him. He's pretty screwed there. FlyQuest doing a lot better in this game as Echo Fox has had trouble really kind of getting going. But that said, they're still trying to make those plays. And across the map, it's just the bot lane that has been problematic for Echo Fox. All 4 of their deaths are in that bot lane. And we are seeing some kind of interesting builds. Lucidity boots on Varus, I have not seen really quite a bit. I think it makes sense though. Grab some early CDR. You're going to have the summoners up more often. It's a trade-off, obviously, for the auto attack damage. Sometimes people go Swifties kind of for the mobility. So it's just a give and take there. I think it's totally fine. And solo lane's still doing well for Echo Fox. Jungle still doing fine. Very even in those matchups. So really, it's just the bot lane weakness they have to play around. Yeah. And this could be turned around in one fight, right? This is not a monumental lead.
No, and it all makes sense. 2,000 gold, actually the lead there for FlyQuest, and all that attention's really been in the bottom half of the map. So Fly doing a good job at kind of winning where it matters here, because that was the matchup everyone wanted. Froggen hunting with his new Rod of Ages. He's going to get some vision down, and there's an Infernal Drake up in 130. Echo Fox are doing pretty good on the Drake lottery. Ooh, that Blast Cone is out now. High going to get stunned up. Damage is there. Arcadian blows him away. Elimination with the lockdown, though. Arcadian trying to run away from the crabs, but I don't think it's going to happen. Lemon finishes it off. Altec going to flash in as Froggen's knocked up by the Nord ult. Altec still looking for the snipe balls, flashes in for the hook, and there's an egg. Froggen snared in omelet form. Bad news bears all around. Froggen going to go down to Altec, and Fly pick up the win.
So yeah, 2 for 1 there for FlyQuest as High is able to go down, but still Balls faster on that roam, had the TP advantage. Loopers is still not quite cooled down. So this is what they get back for that TP bot lane from Looper, and it's been tit for tat, both top laners making TP plays pretty often here in the early stages of this game. And FlyQuest, they're pinging them out. They know that they're looking for this. Nice little play there from Elimination, just even taking down the Blast Cone, stops that retreat. But then the burst damage on High kills him off very quickly. Refresh on that E means that Acadian was going down, and Froggen flashes over, but even with the egg, there's no one to defend, so he's always gonna die.
Beast again, trying to poke where he can, but good little 2-for-1 pick up there for FlyQuest. Look to push mid, do a little bit of chip damage to the turret, but not a whole lot there. And top turret also up, so first turret gold not up for grabs. That's FlyQuest already with that bottom turret take, but the turrets are starting to get quite weakened in a lot of these lanes, so the teams are going to continue hammering the lanes, looking for the picks.
Yeah.
And looking to knock down kind of those weak turrets and collect the gold. Froggen now down towards that bottom lane, starting the push off, and Infernal Drake is back and ready. So a pretty pivotal point in this game. FlyQuest again with a lead, but it's not a huge lead.
It definitely is not a very big lead, especially when you consider Looper is top lane with TP. Balls does not have it, and they don't want to give up to Drake, so he has to stay bot side. Looper is shoving in top to an almost dead turret, so you know he wants to try to do that and then TP down for a potential fight. And looks like the TP is coming in now as FlyQuest was starting that up.
Oh, Elimination found Gate. That's a great pick, and High just deletes him. High getting low on the back line, but Looper got Elimination already. Moon has to keep running away as Froggen really walls them all off. Balls still trying to run away, but that's firing into the back from Keith and the arrows. Balls going to be the next target. Froggen stuns him up and kills him. Fox, a 2-for-1 trade.
That was a very decisive victory in that team fight for Echo Fox, actually. When you look at the health bars, sure it was just a 2-for-1, but High was almost dead. Moon was almost dead. These guys really crushed that fight. So Elimination, he committed in, so did Moon, but Moon does not have the reset to go back out, and he's a squishy Kha'Zix, and Elimination traded his life for that as Froggen kind of had really nice positioning, was able to come around the side. So they get 2 kills, they get the dragon, and here it is once more. They see the TP coming in, Froggen from the side. They want to make the commitment onto Zyra. Great, you got the Zyra kill. Look at Froggen's damage on Elimination on the bot side. Immediately taking him down. And then Moon. Moon is trapped in there. Keith landed a nice chain of corruption, kind of locked him down. And it was really the positioning from Echo Fox. They have their carries back in a safe spot. They're Maokai in the front. And then as FlyQuest retreats, they can kind of come crashing in. So really good heads-up team fighting from Echo Fox.
That in game 1 as well. Echo Fox are playing together really well, using terrain smartly. I think playing with a lot of Anivia probably helps you.
Yep.
Because you play with more walls than normal.
They got some good brains on them.
Certainly do. At least for now. Echo Fox looking in form so far. Still behind a little bit. Altec's actually going to grow that lead further for FlyQuest. Should be 3,000 gold-ish once he takes down the turret. Does get it.
Echo Fox has to force here now in the mid lane because they gave up that outer turret, and it's
Ooh,
just
high! That's going to be deletion. Katie with a slick play again. Lemon Nation trying to lock down Gate. Void crabs in, but it hits him out. They actually stop Lemon. There's the double for Altec.
Oh, Lemon, it's just you, buddy. No one else was there. You got the ultimate, but that's a support. Malzahar, he doesn't actually have the damage. He just has the lockdown. And had Moon been there a bit earlier, yeah, great. But then Moon can't really jump in either.
Yeah, now he's got to back off. Doesn't get chilled, so no extra damage there from Froggen's E. Altec going to clean the wave up with the ultimate. Arcadian, trying to tank them, but last ball leads a little too far to the left. And there you can see turret weakened. 2 picks there for Fox is good, but no turret isn't quite the conversion they wanted. Still, they're finding picks, they're getting extra gold, and if that keeps happening and the map really opens up, Echo Fox's comp and their style they've shown off recently should start to shine.
You know, at least 4 FlyQuest there. Obviously, you don't want to give up those kills, but High was already dead. Lemon gives up his life, but it did delay them, so they didn't take the turret. If you want to look at it like that, you can say, hey, it's not that bad of a trade. But still, it is 2 picks for a turret. And Echo Fox has 2 weak turrets on the map that they can collect. They haven't actually taken down any yet, but top lane's very low, mid lane is very low. So that is gold that is kind of just out of their reach. And when they get that, they're actually in the gold lead.
Yep, the 2 for 0 turret lead. Pretty deceptive, as is that gold lead. But Fly will hold on to it for now, and they can keep defending or even make plays of their own. Looking for Moon. That's a good double snare, actually. Gets Elimination just in the back. Looking for the ulti down onto Gate. Chain of Corruption trying to fend them off as Froggen will wall off the rest of FlyQuest. Gate takes a lot of damage, but lives through the fight.
Yeah, it was a good double route there from Gate, but they kind of spotted him out with a sweeper, it looked like. So, you know, if Moon really wanted to go aggressive, he probably could have just deleted him. That was a support Zyra by himself, and Moon has hit 11, so he has those resets now. That is something to pay attention to, as it does allow him to go more aggressive for those one-off kills, because he can hop right back out.
Yep. Child's going to go bye-bye for this game. And Elimination's flash is up in a couple seconds. He's ready with the ultimate. We've seen a highlight reel of flash ultimates from Lemon.
Some highlights for his team, some highlights for the other team, you know? Mix of both.
Yep. But he does like to get in there and try and make magic happen. Oh, FlyQuest, you're the best.
20-minute Baron. Will they actually suspect this? And now Balls is TPing in there. They're committing to this. A lot of people are missing off the map, but Echo Fox seems to have no idea whatsoever. Now High is going up there. They have to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think it's too late.
4,000 health up. Do they have the time? Froggen's going to see them, can wall them all up in the pit.
Can they get the fight?
Is going down. Can they get any exit kills here? Stone's going to miss.
Wow.
And FlyQuest get away with another play.
Now, FlyQuest is going to have to try to retreat here. Well, Echo Fox is going to want to push and at least get a turret or something from this, but such good calling there from FlyQuest, as this is a C9 signature play, right? This is High and his risky shot calling. He's always willing to make those dangerous Baron calls, and they go for it. They fully commit 5 men into the pit at 20 minutes.
That's a Highland Baron, 100%.
Totally is.
A golden card for the mid laner, as FlyQuest will take the gold lead for themselves. Bullets looking for Arcadian, has a couple for Altec. One more coming, hits Froggen, but not too much damage. Balls ready with his ultimate and the flash, but doesn't want to commit with the team lagging behind. And in fact, Balls might get caught out here. Echo Fox are happy to look for a pick. Elimination though, locks down Froggen in the other side. He's going to get blown up by High. Depth charge on the gate. He's going to be hit, blown up by Moon. Now looking for the reset. He's going to get ripped up as he leaps through the air. Froggen does have the passive. He's going to live as Looper takes out Elimination, but Froggen's got to go. Looper's already dead, and FlyQuest pick up 4 kills in a row.
Just a disaster fight for Echo Fox. The wheels fall off after that Baron. They tried to walk through, but they did not have positioning for that team fight, and they're funneling through the FlyQuest team. They make them pay, knock down mid lane. They're going to get more. They could go even for tier 2, perhaps for the inhibitor turret.
I mean, they might. FlyQuest are a pretty decisive team and pretty aggressive on the shot calling side, but they'll temper the aggression for now, so very surprisingly, and just take down the tier 2 in mid. Gold lead all of a sudden is blossoming for the side there as well. 5,000 up. High's going to steal the blue because he's a jerk. And there's a Mountain Drake up in 30 seconds for the team stick in test 4 as well. Top turret does fall over to Echo Fox as the minions finish off the job. But Echo Fox going to have to play a little more defensively for the next few minutes, as that Baron buff has potential to do real devastating damage to the inhibitor turrets in particular.
Yeah, it definitely can be very tough to deal with. Thankfully for them, They have Anivia, they have Zyra, they have even Graves is pretty good wave clear in the Vera, so they have a lot of tools to kind of turtle and wave clear, and that may be what they have to do for a little bit here. Right now they're trying to set up a pick. They want to continue getting those dragons. They've been controlling them all, and that is really what they're trying to continue doing here. It looks like they will get this dragon uncontested, as FlyQuest is more interested in pushing topside and trying to pressure down on that turret.
I actually really like this trade from both teams. Smart stuff from Fox to section off this river and get the Drake for themselves, because they know they're going to have to wait a little while anyway, so might as well use the Drakes to scale in. FlyQuest, okay, fine, you giving up bottom, we'll give up bottom side. Happy to take top for ourselves here. And Echo Fox now have to book it all the way back to try and defend these inhibitor turrets. Acadian, I get why he's there, but he should probably recall, yeah.
Yeah, what is he doing? He stopped his recall, and if FlyQuest dies and take this turret here, this could be really bad. He's still staying on the bot side. I guess they think they can clear.
Ball's actually taking damage, but Altec's going to fire back in. Looper should protect them. Does stand for the last bullet.
Okay.
I mean, Anivia wave clear is pretty good, but that's a lot of faith in your teammates to defend this push.
Certainly is, and that may be the call that they're making. You know, it's not necessarily even on him to stay down there. And so far, so good, as he's gotten one turret. He's pushing towards the second.
High. That's a really dumb spot to be standing.
They got him.
Stuns in there. Acadian throws the ulti to him. Frog and gets it. Looper locked down as FlyQuest to try and finish this all up. But Looper, he's so tanky as Balls is taking the turret there as well.
Keith
He'll
is still
get
flip
stunned,
pushing.
but the damage is there. Keith, he's going for broke. 4v4 still on the top side, and Fly pull away from the push.
Forget Fiora, it's all about the Vera split push now. Keith's showing us what's up in the bot lane. We'll see how much he can get done. I think that's going to be it, but that was great for Echo Fox. It turned out to really work out. They actually get a pick. They get two turrets. They hold on both sides. The inhibitor turret almost went down, but they did hang on, and that could have been disastrous for them. If you dive, if you lose the fight there, you could lose the game.
They could, but Fox hold on. High, a mistake walking through the short route between the two turrets, gets himself picked off by Echo Fox. It just has so many ways to pick someone up and burst them down. Picked up pretty squishy, and High pays for it here.
Yeah, and Froggen so on point with his walls all the time. There's the wall into the root, chains that perfectly with the stun. Really nice from Froggen, setting that up, and you can see the frustration on High's face. He knew that that was their opportunity. With Keith staying bot lane, they wanted to make that dive on the next wave. You see how low that inhibitor turret was? They were gonna go for it.
Yep. And they could get it here as well, but now it's going to regen some of that health. Echo Fox, they just do so much damage with the triple Drakes that they've picked up when they get an opening that FlyQuest cannot put a toe out of line, and High put his whole
TB
foot
coming
out
in
there.
from behind. Balls is looking for it.
Play's going to start here. Ball's actually going to lock down Frog, and that's a great pick onto the carries. Ball's just in the mix. 1v4 right now as Moon trying to get the assassination down, but Ball's taking too much damage. Echo Fox stand their ground. The GA is going to revive him. Elimination, though, almost blown apart as Looper trying to keep alive. Moon's going to take him down, though. High's ultimate doing a nice chunk of AoE.
Echo Fox needs to get back to their base. They're going to get cut off here from the base.
Froggen going to try and turn it around. That's a flash out there. It's Froggen going to get locked up by the mouth of Moon and a rampage. We're going to try and turn it all around for FlyQuest. Froggen turning to an egg once again. There's the double. There's the triple almost coming out as well. And FlyQuest just ravaged through the fight.
And Fox just hung around so long by their red buff. They were trying to get more poke out, trying to get more damage out, but they were being flanked. They were being cut off. They needed to get out as soon as they lost their frontliner. Balls having the GA there was so critical. But thankfully, Acadian did not go down, and he did pick up a kill on the other side of the fight. So here it is once more. Balls coming in with the TP, and he is so tanky at this point, he can make the aggressive play with that GA. They don't have the damage to really take him out. Acadian, thankfully for him, was able to get away from Moon. They pump the damage out onto Balls. Balls loses GA, but Looper's locked up. And as Looper realizes he's gonna die, he goes back in. This is where you're running. But you can see Fox, they hesitate. They're kind of coming back and forth. They're hanging around. Okay, maybe we'll go for a poke. It was not a full commitment to retreat. And then Balls is able to come, gets into the back line. Acadian, this was really the play that kind of saved the fight a little bit, at least. He does take down High. He gets out. So it's not a 5-0, and they can't really kind of try to push to end the game, I guess.
Acadian continuing to impress in all situations, but FlyQuest with a clean 4-1. Great pincer there onto Echo Fox, kind of corralling them around their own red buff.
Yeah.
And then managing to sweep the fight.
I love the call, especially with the GA on Balls. I think if you don't have that, the fight is not really working so well for you. But the fact that he had it, his opponent did not, gives him that really one super strong team fight. And they took big advantage of it.
Well, you can see the gold lead still up pretty healthily for Fly, actually 6,000 gold ahead, but didn't do the real structural damage they wanted to do with the Baron. So they've got top still open. It's regenerating slowly, but the keyword there is slowly. Baron is up alive. Infernal Drake up in 125, and they're getting some of these lanes pushed. In fact, top and bot are pushing for FlyQuest currently as well. So the setup is here, but Echo Fox really just need one opening in a team fight to kind of turn things back around and reset the map. So this Baron is going to be a big deal.
Echo Fox keeps cutting themselves off from their base, though. Now, FlyQuest has the inside track with the minion wave. I don't really know what Echo Fox is thinking here. Now they must walk through everyone to try to get back to their base as they're going to be getting siege. They do have them caught, though, so FlyQuest has to win a fight here.
Yep.
We'll see if they can do it.
They're just going to force it by the looks of things. Froggen going to go back behind Looper, who's taking up a lot of the damage. Mount Harold's going to be committed, gate in the side.
Moon on the back.
Rips through there. Moon,
That's
one. Takes it down, and FlyQuest going to try and turn it around. There's a second for Kha'Zix, so Froggen is just finding out where he can, but he's locked down again. There's a triple kill for Moon. That's FlyQuest just going nuts. That's the Quadra there as well. Looper, he's run away, but Moon could smell the Penta.
Moon with the flank there, and that could be the game. I think it will. 30-second death timers on Froggen and Acadian. They should be able to march this one down as the top inhibitor has a wave there too.
I mean, they've got so much damage they can deal if the game isn't going to end here.
Okay,
so
they're making the safe call.
Such a good position here. They will just kind of back off after this. Death timers are still pretty low at under 30 minutes, but there's a Baron up, there's Infernal Drake up, and FlyQuest just getting themselves further ahead.
Yeah, they're going to make the safe call here, go for 2 inhibitors, but this fight was really just all about Moon. Moon flanks around, he goes around the outside, then he re-enters the fight with his ultimate, and that really was what it was about. You can see he's waiting his time, some nice hits go in onto Gate. Gate gets pretty low, he says, "You're mine." That's 1 kill. Reset onto Keith. That's 2 kills. Then he's able to jump down. He's able to take down Froggen, 3. And then 1 more reset, make it 4. Moon with the beautiful team fight. A lot of patience to not jump in too early and to get the great positioning on the side. And that's what gets them a massive advantage.
They're going to even up the Infernal Drake count as well, which is
Echo Fox is going to try to rush Baron.
pretty necessary. Yep, there's a teleport in. They're going straight forward. In fact, maybe a trap being set here.
Okay.
I think they just don't have enough resources to try and force here.
But now they're outside of their base again, and they have the super minions walking up mid lane, so they're split. This is very awkward. FlyQuest can just escort the super minions into their base.
Yeah, now we're going to start the Baron. This is a decisive and an aggressive call, but perhaps a little foolish here for Echo Fox. In fact, Fly just going to collapse down on top of them. Lemonation's looking for a big
How do they ever
once
get
again.
out of here?
They've got the Baron, but I don't think they can is the answer. Lemonation's still locking it down. That's just gross. Look at the damage and the silence in the backline. Acadian blown to pieces. Moon's going to go nuts again as Froggen's turned into an egg. And Looper, he probably is going to live here, but they're going to chase him down and end the game.
I respect the try from Echo Fox. They knew they were up against it. You're almost never going to win a game with 2 inhibitors down. He's going to get out. Plus, no.
Auto attack snare comes back out, and now Pulse is out. Bit of fun for the 2 top players. By the way, your Nexus is exploding. FlyQuest, real clean endgame as we've always seen, and they're going to force another deciding game.
Yeah, they will. We're going to go to game 3. You know, it was a risky call from Echo Fox. Almost never going to work there, but I think it's still a chance to win the game, right?
And better than 0.
Exactly. If you sit in your base, 2 inhibitors down, you give FlyQuest a free Baron, they just let the super minions push in, they come 5-man bot, like there's almost no way to win that situation. So I think that Echo Fox, they make a really gutsy call, they go for the Baron, doesn't pay off, but to me the problem this game was not laning, was not the play calls, it was nothing like that. It was really just positioning for Echo Fox. There was a bunch of times throughout the game where they were kind of in these awkward spots in their own jungle, kind of getting caught out, pincered, getting on the wrong side of things, and that felt like that was really massive in this game.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned that the team comps were looking quite similar, so I'm going to break down the game here. There's just a lot of team fight, lots of picks, and a ton of damage for both sides here. So we're actually going to have a look at the comps in general and see what exactly was on offer here. Because, like you said, mispositioning was a big factor in so many of those fights. And when you have high damage compositions with 1 tank that needs to be standing in the right spot and the carries that need to make sure they don't get caught out, it's going to get messy for that exact reason.
Yeah, it's so much poke, it's so much kind of harass from Echo Fox. You know, Anivia and Varus and Zyra, these are not champions that want to charge into a fight, right? You want to be sitting back, being able to get your damage out, get your damage out, get your damage out. But FlyQuest was able to kind of pull them into these spots where they were like, ooh, are they at Baron? Let's go over there. And then they're kind of cut off from their base and they're forced into these aggressive brawls where these champions do not succeed or do not really kind of flourish. And, you know, we talked about at the start of the game, where was the advantage in the draft for FlyQuest? It was the Kazakhs, right? That was really what it was. Acadian was pushed down on the Graves. He still had a solid game, but Moon was 9-0-8. He went nuts.
He did, and we saw the last fight. They're actually going to take a look at a 21-minute replay here for FlyQuest, where they did manage to take a 4-1 team fight win. Lots of interesting stuff as far as terrain and positioning goes, so we'll break this one down.
Yeah, exactly. And this was really a key fight. This is kind of one that broke their back, as I really liked the fact that Lemonation in this fight kind of went to the side. He locked down Froggen, shut out their damage. Even though he dies, it was not important. He was able to lock Froggen from doing any damage there with the Malzahar ultimate plus the silence, while the rest of his team just piled in onto their damage dealers, right? You are allowing your Kazakhs and your Nautilus just fly into the back line and kill off the AD carry, kill off these squishy supports, because Froggen is not there to kind of support them and peel from them and do that damage.
Yeah, we saw a ton of different fights around terrain, really tricky use of Aniviol, of the general geography of the map. Both teams were looking good for a lot of the game, but FlyQuest just opened it up, I felt, towards the mid-game. And it's not a coincidence. They're good at setting up macro. They're good at setting up fights for the exact same reason. And we're going to see kind of the fruit of all their labor as a 28-minute Moon quadra kill. This was just really smart setup.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen it a couple times now. This one was really nice. It's FlyQuest kind of getting pincered against the base, but then Moon has so much patience. He waits until someone is low, gets the execute, takes down the AD carry, then goes for Froggen. And as soon as Kazakhs is going nuts like this, there's no chance in the fight, right? You have to have a concerted effort to locking down and killing that Kazakhs when he goes in. And as soon as he was able to get that free reign in the back line, the fight was done. So Moon deserves a lot of credit, and also his team for being able to kind of hold their own in that 4v5 and chunk someone low so he could get that first reset, because that is really big.
And there was some smart plays from Echo Fox, I'll say, on the other side. They definitely gutsy in a lot of their calls. I mean, Keith staying bottom lane looked like a complete disaster, and then Echo Fox managed to hold pretty nicely there with the pick on the high. So I like what they're doing, but I think you look at game one, all out aggressive looking good. You look at game two, all out aggressive looking not as good. Maybe kind of find somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's way better to see them playing like this, though, right?
I agree.
And we also have to remember a lot of the game was also about the fact that FlyQuest snuck a 20-minute Baron, right? if that didn't happen, this game was looking really good for Echo Fox for the most part. They had kind of battled back. Their top side of the map was all doing very well. The bottom lane was serviceable. They were right in there until FlyQuest stole that Baron, broke the game open, and then Moon kind of took over.
Yeah, really good stuff there for both teams. And we are going to take a quick break. But first, head over to Twitter and start sending us your questions to @LL Esports with the hashtag NALCS. We'll be choosing a few to answer in this week's edition of NALCS Tonight. Meet us back here in a few minutes, though, to see if Echo Fox can grab the win or if FlyQuest will hold on to that perfect record.
Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm calm, I'm calm, I'm calm, I'm calm. Guys, calm down. Fuck. I'm panicking. That in front of me.
We do have FlyQuest on the side in the bush.
This seems dangerous.
Horror movie cam.
Certainly is. Kane in trouble. There's first blood. Over to Altec.
Isaac's almost dead.
알고,
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
노텔러스 알고.
Yeah.
The Victor's low. Okay, we got on.
Back, back, back. Go Dragon. Yeah, we can
I
take
push
Dragon.
I push mid,
You go Dragon.
Yo, Keith. Yeah, Keith is dead, Kill that. Up on your lap.
I'm okay.
Go down. I'm a Makai, we're a Makai.
There's a triple kill for Moon. That's FlyQuest just going nuts. That's the quadra there as well. FlyQuest, real clean end game as we've always seen, and they're going to force another deciding game. Welcome back to the deciding game in this series between Echo Fox and FlyQuest. We have a little bit of housework to do as player of the game did, of course, go over to Moon, and he's pretty fed Kha'Zix by the end of that game.
No surprise, 9-0-8. He was popping off. He got first blood, I think, that time. So denying it from Acadian, they're in a race.
That's the most important thing.
You got to take it away.
After dethrone the king, did not miss there either. Great game there from him. I'm continually impressed by the Kha'Zix players finding their ways into team fights. I mean, sure, some true invisibility helps from the ultimate from time to time, but it is not as easy as it looks to just jump in on people and reset in the team fight. You have to pick your spot. Moon picked his spots really well that game.
Yeah, he definitely did, and he definitely deserves his credit. I think it's one of those things where this was a conscious trade, right? They were saying, okay, they get jungle priority, we're going to get priority elsewhere. Didn't work out on this one, and you have to respect the attempt, and you have to respect the fact that they are mixing up the draft, because I think it worked great from them in game 1. So you can't criticize them in game 2 for a mix-up in the draft when you're lauding them and you're saying, wow, that's so great in game 1. Oh, you suck in game 2. So I think it's great to keep mixing it up, but it's going to be a tough jungle matchup for most of the junglers into Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and I think as we are going to watch our game 3 draft shortly, Kha'Zix is likely one of the champions to watch as far as getting into it all. We know he's super strong. I mean, Rengar's good as well, but he barely ever gets through. Be curious to see if things change dramatically with the team swapping sides back, because we've had definitely some more different red side drafting than blue side drafting from FlyQuest. They definitely like to mix it up more on the other side. Echo Fox, they kind of did their thing with the third pick in Ivia. It seemed fine, but again, couldn't hold up to the team play and of course the Kha'Zix going mental, which I think Arcadian is the type of player that probably benefits from having a slightly stronger jungler. Not that he's bad on Graves.
Yeah, I mean, his other Graves game, he went off, right?
Yeah.
This one, it didn't work, but I don't definitely think it's all on him.
No, not at all.
I think the Nivea was fine. I think everything as far as draft was really fine from Echo Fox. I think that it's just credit has to go too high and to the rest of FlyQuest for great team fighting, great positioning, and the Baron sneak. Those were really the big things in that game for me.
Yeah, it was just such a good setup. I mean, as soon as I saw Altec walk up and just kind of place the controller down, I was like, oh no, I know exactly what this call is, and it worked out wonderfully there for them. But excited to see what happens in the draft. We've had some pretty funky mid lane matchups, which is cool. Didn't expect to see 2 Victor games in a row and winning at that, but welcome to FlyQuest, Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, Victor had been so common last season, but it has not really been showing up nearly as much these days, as there's a lot of kind of high priority mid laners. But that's some of the beauty of the 10-ban system, is that if you can play these different champions, Victor looked great from both sides in both games, right? It's not like this champion is not good anymore. Maybe it's not the absolute top S tier, but you can knock some of those champions out. You can mix it up, and if you can perform on a lower tier champion, that's something that you can very consistently get.
Yeah, and mid lanes are very deep right now, especially as far as the pools go. It's the reason we see it dropped relatively far in the pick phases, especially with 2 extra bans often being thrown there. It's cool to see, yeah, a lot of mixing up. So I'm expecting Froggen and High to kind of go blow for blow still. I'm not sure if too much is going to change between the draft. Like I mentioned, jungle seems pretty important, but the bottom lane seemed very set in their ways. We saw Varus for Keith over any of the other available AD carries. He was comfortable there. I think Jin's shown up nicely because you can apply a lot of pressure, but the other utility AD carries are also good at that. Malzahar for elimination seems like a sure thing at this point, and Gate's happy to take whatever's available.
Yeah, I think there is the potential for some mix-up just because we're swapping sides again, and Kha'Zix has been very effective, right? Do you want to give Kha'Zix over to Acadian? They're going to have first pick this game, right? So that is something that you do have to kind of take into consideration. What are you willing to give up there? FlyQuest has shown much more willingness than other teams to actually mix up the red side bans, right? And that can be what causes the crazy drafts. That's what caused the crazy draft in game 1, and that is often what prompts new champions to come out, is if you're willing to have the flexibility, make the trades of the OPs and stuff, there's kind of sometimes champions that are lower on the tier list that perform well against them.
And I'm definitely curious to see What happens with Camille? Do they just ban it away on the red side and keep it standard, or the FlyQuest maybe poke it back over? Because, I mean, one game, yeah, you can excuse them for getting just destroyed by Kate's Camille, because no one, including us, expected that support Camille. I mean, she is a strong champion. I wouldn't want to give her away, but they know a little more now.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, yes, they died in the 2v2 in lane, but they misplayed, right? No heal was used, no exhaust was used, lemon flash late. There's a lot of supports that can kill you 2v2 in those sort of circumstances. So it's just true. Yeah. So it's like, you don't have to necessarily be like, oh, we can't do that again. If they say, you know what, Poppy's going to smash that Camille. If they're happy with that, then they could say, you know what, we don't have to worry about the Camille support. Not going to be the case, though, so no reason to talk about it anymore. Camille off the table. If it is Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar, things are very much going to be pretty standard as far as our drafts go. We'll see if FlyQuest is willing to make any changes, and it's so already they're looking for trades.
There's the Rise, Syndra, and Varus banned actually from Echo Fox, so definitely more targeted bans that we expect. There's LeBlanc, which is a bit more standard as far as bans go. FlyQuest are going to change it up though, and maybe they ban Rengar, maybe they don't. I'm very curious to see what happens.
Now, see what you can do here, and this is kind of what we've seen in some series is. We're saying Rengar and Kha'Zix, they're kind of the same. Everything else not the same. So in this case, FlyQuest will ban it out. This just kind of gives them an extra ban because the trade wasn't willing to be made. But if they don't ban it, then Echo Fox can take Rengar, sure, but they at least get the Kha'Zix, right? So there's kind of trades, and it just depends on what your list is as far as the OPs and the priorities. But for now, they're not willing to do that, so they will kind of get knocked down a tier as far as the jungle pool goes.
Kha'Zix first pick for Arcadian looks good as Jhin and Malzahar though for FlyQuest, so a big priority on Jhin today, it feels like, at least in this series, and Lemon Nation is just being very consistent with his Malzahar pick. I can't blame him. There are counters that exist, or champions that at least fare well in lane, but it seems like FlyQuest are happy to play against those. There's Ashe for Keith as well, with Varus banned off and Jhin picked away. He'll take arguably the best AD carry of the bunch.
Yeah, and Zyra, another kind of advantageous bot lane matchup, but once again, like I said, it's only really the advantage if people are willing to fight you, right? If FlyQuest is just going to sit a mile back and kind of chill out and not really go for anything, you can turtle it out, you can wait, and if they engage into you, Malzahar is incredibly strong with the Voidlings. Even if they don't, you hit 6, you can get jungle assistance, flash ult. We've seen that be very effective time and time again, so going to be watching for that. Hai does get his almost signature core.
I like this change a lot, actually, from FlyQuest. They're saying we can probably handle the jungle. They're likely expecting to get targeted here, but Hai is just saying, give me a strong champion. I'm going to really put the game on my shoulders and take a pick that he's shown up well on very early on into this season of the NALCS. TF ban for FlyQuest, so they know where they're going. Echo Fox, hand kind of forced here, I feel like, to the jungle, but Moon's been a strong player. You might as well kind of move him down a few pegs onto different junglers. We saw Arcadian struggle a little bit in the last game as a result. Not too much, but certainly a little bit. And looks like we didn't get there on the final ban as Victor banned from FlyQuest.
Yeah, so it is the Victor, not going to be a Nivea. And Echo Fox does have their last jungle ban. There's obviously a lot of options as to where you can go here, and it is kind of just basically what your team is most worried about. What do you think is your comp is most susceptible to? Some people would ban something like the Rek'Sai, but there are different ways you can go, and you can say, hey, it actually doesn't even matter. We'll rather ban something else out. So they're going to take off Maokai. They don't want Balls to be able to kind of first pick in this second round, and that makes a lot of sense too. If you're saying that Rek'Sai is about the same tier as a bunch of other junglers, then who cares, right? Doesn't matter about banning any of the rest of them. If Lee Sin is the only one that's a peg above.
Yeah, and they actually take Evelynn again there for Moon, so nothing missed for Echo Fox. Do get that second ban in there, but FlyQuest kind of going to more offbeat jungle here. We saw Moon play it in game 1. Didn't look too good, but I don't think I can completely blame the pick for that one, given how turbo Echo Fox were playing.
And Moon did like have a standout game on the Eve, right? His team, the game did not look good for them, but he was like 8-4, 8-3 right before the end of the game. The rest of the team was not doing well as far as, you know, scorelines and so on and so forth. So Eve definitely has the ability to pop off, and Moon was doing so in game 1. If his lanes had been going better, I think they could have really taken over.
Well, it looks like Nautilus and Orianna, round out things for Echo Fox, and there's last pick Poppy for Balls in the top lane. So will be tank versus tank. Balls just happy to take the kind of final tank remaining of the trio. And Froggen gonna keep it nice and standard. Orianna, very safe, very standard champion, I would say, in the mid lane, but you kind of need something that can go toe-to-toe with Hai's Corki, especially because you know he's going to be aggressive with it.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think one little concern about FlyQuest's draft is, do they have a lot of tank killing power, right? Yes, the Malzahar support does help you do that, but Corki does a lot of magic damage. Malzahar does magic damage. Eve is pure magic damage. Jhin is not known as a tank killer. This is something that could be problematic. Obviously, it's not always going to be the thing that decides the game, but a very tanky Looper supported by Froggen with those Orianna shields could be really tough to deal with in team fights.
It certainly could, as the coaches will shake hands for the final time in the series. Kind of been great to watch the drafts back and forth between the whole series. That's one of the nice things about best of series is you almost get a little mini metagame developed. Sport Camille, fortunately, out the window after game 1. Echo Fox, though, don't necessarily need something a little gimmicky to take this game, but FlyQuest, certainly known for their comebacks. I mean, that's kind of high in general, I feel like, but...
Reverse sweep all the way through.
Maybe. That's the plan all along. Well, he's back on the Corki. We'll see if he can get it done. We're going to very soon move ourselves on to Summer's Rift for our final game of this series, at least. Fox and FlyQuest. Fox fighting to continue their momentum. FlyQuest actually fighting to stay undefeated still, which would be quite a thing to watch, particularly if they can make it all the way to some old friends in Cloud9. But we're going to have to win this game to continue this streak.
Yeah, and C9 will have to win later today against CLG if they are going to stay both undefeated before they meet. That would be pretty exciting. One thing that did get glossed over a little bit in game 1 was the fact that Moon, I'm almost positive, first appearance of Eve in the NALCS this year. Not sure if it's been seen elsewhere. I haven't personally seen it, but obviously I have not tracked every single game. And it did get glossed over a little bit because of the Camille support. But as I said, Moon is a great Eve player. He is known for his Eve. He plays it a lot in solo queue. He was kind of a guy that had a reputation as one of those Eve one-tricks or whatever you want to call him. And it's a really frightening champion, something that you always have to play around, show the respect to. Keith didn't a couple times last game.
Nope, not at all.
And he got punished big time, right? So we'll have to see them keeping that in mind. You have to play like the Eve is always there.
Well, no level 1s this time for either side as everyone's fanned out. Maybe playing a little more cautiously to start the final game, because this is the only one that really matters at the point in the series.
You did see that FlyQuest 5-stacked on the red side, though. So if Fox went for that kind of invade on the red buff, where you go in, you get the ward there, and then you try to steal that away, they would have walked into a 5-stack, and that is what FlyQuest was looking to set up. They actually do want to try to start this off. There's 3 members of FlyQuest here. They should be able to call this out, though. They shouldn't be walking into this. Froggen should be like, hey, High's not here, guys. High's not here.
Oh, they're going to face check, and Balls is going to try and slam Arcadian in. He flashes over the wall, but Looper going to have to flash the Baron Pit as well. 2 summoners pretty much for free there.
I do not understand how they did not realize what was happening when High has not shown up in the mid lane. That, to me, is bizarre. So I think that is a big mistake from Echo Fox. To not be making that call, you know, as Froggen, and to not be backing off, giving the respect to High that he's collapsing on this play.
Well, have to like the aggression, but certainly the execution not there as FlyQuest effortlessly defend that little point of aggression. Gate and Keith doing what they can as far as the farm goes, but we'll kind of be curious to see how the matchup develops. We've seen a lot of Malzahar Zyra in the series. Eliminations played at all 3 games, but Jin's kind of got the better end of a lot of early trades because he does a lot of damage early on with his 4 bullets, especially if you hit them with the last one.
Certainly does. You can see a lot of these plants kind of stacking up for Gate, though, so if they push in too far, can definitely get punished by that. I really want to track if Moon's able to get himself much of an edge now, right? Moon was gifted this very big start over his opponent. Acadian had to flash. Acadian started really low on health, had to get a no-leash blue buff start, really not what he wanted. And as a result, we could see Moon either try to go for super early ganks or to try to do some cheesy stuff. Try to meet his opponent at his red buff, which High is given a vision of.
Yep, nice little ward there from High, getting deep vision in Moon.
Ooh,
but now he's going to keep farming up. In fact, Arcadian.
This is like pretty desperation. If this doesn't work, he's going to lose his red buff, and he's going to be so far behind. I think he's basically making the call that, you know what, I'm so far behind, I must go for a play.
Yeah, and it's kind of an all-in. Balls has the flash, but he needs to use it at the right time. Going to try and get the shield out. Flashes over, but Arcadian, it doesn't matter. First blood once again.
The first blood king, and Moon actually completes the base there and doesn't go for the red. Which to me, I think he should have just been going straight for the red, at least taking that away. They have it worded out. They know that this was a cheesy path here from Acadian. It was in response to being so far behind at that, and it does pay off. And the fact that Moon doesn't even take away a single camp for it is a little bit disappointing to me.
Seems like a mistake, but good setup here. Looper and Acadian actually now showing some synergy together.
Yeah, and this was quite nice. I mean, Balls has already been chunked down a fair bit by Looper, and when he goes back in, he wants the cannon. It's always the cannon pastry. You get baited for it, and Acadian doesn't waste his leap, so even if Balls flashes, he does have that leap to follow, and will be able to get that kill. Now Moon is making his way over, going to be able to scare Acadian off that buff, as Lemon Nation was coming in here too. So that is good by Acadian, show that respect. He has to play it pretty safe. Lemon Nation caught on the wrong side, though.
Don't know if he wants to be standing there, trying to get damage down, but there it is, Acadian looking for something, gets a flash out of the deal. Gate's going to have to flash there as well, back to the safety of his turret. And Lemon Nation, a little lucky to be alive there.
Ooh, now they're going mid lane. We'll see if Froggen has any idea this is coming. His wave is pushing hard against him, so Moon is going to be wrapping around behind him. We're showing just from Froggen's perspective, and there it is.
Yeah, Hyde looking to dive in there. Moon doing good damage, but Froggen burns
Nice
the ghost,
low.
and that's all he needs. He's going to go for Hyde. Very aggressive play. Froggen, though, still looking to chase it down. He doesn't have any help. He's just going 1v2.
Nice play there from Froggen. Just blows the ghost, and he's able to push both people out. And he's going to be able to deny a lot of this low HP CS as well, because a lot of those minions are super low. Fly has to back off, and you can't even really send Moon over there to collect it unless they see Froggen base, because it's pretty risky. Looper's making the roam down.
Ooh, Moon gets away. Good ward from Looper. But a face check there for the Evelyn. If Moon wasn't paying attention, it was probably a kill for the old Nautilus. So I like the play there from Looper, and it's good to see the top half of the map in particular kind of work together a bit, and we haven't seen that much of Acadian plus Looper. Again, they're a very new team. There is some language barrier issues there as well, but even just glimpses of communication and a bit of synergy being built there is a good sign for Echo Fox as well.
Just Looper being involved in anything. We just haven't seen Looper involved with the team. It's really felt like, you know, Froggen and Acadian are working well together. Keith and Gate are kind of off on their own. Looper is off on an island, and you know, and then they group up every once in a while for a team fight. But they are definitely trying to work together better and better, and that is always going to be the story with these mixed language teams and with these teams that are kind of put together more recently. It does take time to gel. It does take time to start to work together. And the Echo Fox of the last couple of days has looked insanely better than the one of week one. Yep. So you can tell that it is working. Just maybe not as quickly as they would have hoped.
Moon actually committing pretty hard for a gank here. Lemon Nation trying to look like delicious bait, but Keith and Gate smelling something, I think, and not going to overcommit for a potential play. They know that turnarounds can happen quickly, even just in the 2v2.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where if someone is making themselves too easy to kill, you're like, ooh, you got to show the respect. Like, you don't just randomly walk in like that and take all that damage without the Eve there. And last time we talked about the fact that Echo Fox didn't show the respect to the Eve. That's why they got a lot of kills early on. Now they kind of are showing a lot more respect to him. They're saying, hey, he's probably waiting in that bush. Let's not go for it.
Froggen's going to take down that control ward. Acadian was looking for something there on the side, but not going to find it. Level 6 for both the mid laners. This Froggen actually has a pretty healthy CS lead so far. Looking at 20, although Had's going to even it up as he kills this wave. But Froggen has been able to get pushing in the lane, kind of getting an advantage here over High, and again, just do Orianna thing. Start to pressure them off, use that ball to zone them away, and High in his Corki, which has been such a strong pick for him so far, is actually struggling a bit in the lane here.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that as far as scaling goes, Echo Fox has the advantage. I feel like Orianna's team fighting in combination with the Ashe over the Jhin, and even Looper on the Nautilus over the Poppy, I do think they have edges here, because I think that they're really going to struggle to take down a really tanky guy like the Nautilus supported by the Orianna with basically 4 AP type damage dealers, or well, Poppy's not AP, but doesn't really deal much damage. So it's something that they're going to have to deal with, and they want to be snowballing on these champions. They're kind of mid-early game champions. Obviously, we're only 8 minutes into the game, so it's not a concern just yet, but it is always something in the back of your minds where you kind of have that pressure to get something done if you are FlyQuest, especially on the Evelyn. You always are feeling like, oh, I gotta make some ganks work, gotta do something.
We've seen Hive Corki, particularly with the package, kind of be that big, impactful play at this time. So 1,000 gold is nice there for Echo Fox, even though it is early. Acadian actually stealing away a blue after giving Froggen his, so that's a nice bit of counter jungling. High, he's going to survive without it, but it's just so much better for him to have it, especially given that Orianna recently picked it up. But
yeah, it just allows Froggen to push in non-stop, and now the Eve is going to be here. They're looking for Keith. Will he get out?
Flashes away, but Moon does have ultimate, but doesn't want to go for it. Not enough vision, I think, and Acadian was ready in the back.
And I think that's the right call. When you get the flash there, they haven't committed anything more than just the Jhin ultimate. That is not a free kill, and they don't know where Kha'Zix was. In this case, Kha'Zix was coming to support. So if you flash in, the Kha'Zix jumps on you, you're probably going to die. So I think that's a smart call. Still good gank there by Moon. Nets him a flash, and we'll see if they can make Keith pay on the return.
Maybe waiting around, but Moon actually going to move himself towards the Drake area. Maybe start to clean out some of the vision that Echo Fox do have, or maybe even looking for Froggen again. Can spot Moon clearing a control ward. So Fox had some good vision, but should be an early fight for this Infernal Drake, which is always a good one to get. And High now pushing in the lane. He's got the package. It seems a little telegraphed, but High always antsy to get out of his lane and try and make a play.
Hey, even if they know that you could do it, if they don't respect it, if they don't play around it, then you can punish them, right? All he has to do, he walks briefly down towards bot lane. Now they must back off until they see him again. These are little things that you can do. And sometimes players make mistakes, right? Sometimes they just forget about it. They don't respect it enough. And even if they have the idea that it could be coming, they don't always play around it.
Yeah, nice lane ward actually from Froggen. You can see just above High's plane before, so very acutely aware that High's probably looking to leave lane. But again, just going to keep farming it up. Froggen, I thought he was taking Raptors. Looks like he might have been. Arcadian going to try and get some vision. Bit of poke there from High as well. He's got a good little ward position of his own. And Arcadian not interested right now in trying to go for mid, so they're just going to keep farming it up. Froggen again keeping up that CS lead. As Arcadian going to take control of the Scuttle Crab, and looks like a base is coming for the bottom lane of Fox here as well. Arcadian could go for this, but not quite enough knowledge for that. Instead, just blast himself over to the red buff.
One of the real problems with starting it up with your bot lane and base like this is if they show up, not only do you have to run away, they probably get a dragon because you've essentially leashed it for them because you have to jump out. So I think it's a little bit too risky to go for that dragon right there. He is establishing vision though. He's got themselves the scuttle, so that's like step one, right? If they can get a catch here, which they might do. Oh no!
That's not it.
That's definitely not it.
No kill there onto Elimination. He'll live to tell the tale this time. Keith gonna deal with his Voidlings, but Elimination had the flash, but that was about it.
Point blank like that one, you gotta hit that or at least force a summoner. That early arrow is very important, right? That is something that has so much power, and imagine they get that kill.
That's all
that could be a dragon.
Moon's in the back though, but here's Looper actually, along with Arcadian, gonna pressure down the turret. Looper goes in, he finds a hook.
Oh.
Great flash from High.
Here's
And
balls.
Balls in there as well. Good flash out of the Poppy E by Looper. As Elimination's been spotted again. He's got no ultimate, so Arcadian's not worried. There's Gate with the snare, blocking him up once more. And Froggen goes in for the flash. There's the kill, and now can look for another. Froggen ghosting in towards him. Exhaust is committed. Arcadian leaps forward, but here's the Jhin shots. Trying to snipe off someone. Altec, though, forced to cancel off the ultimate, and Echo Fox get 2 clean ones.
Yeah, they get themselves a kill on Lemon Nation. They will be able to back out without losing any of their own. A lot of summoners forced here, and they're going to go for the dragon. They are still low on health. Altec doesn't have his ult, but he has both summoners, and we do have Moon coming in here pretty high on HP. This is risky. Froggen is kind of by himself, maybe going down.
There's an ulti. Damn, it is there. Altec looks for the sniper. Moon
Can they even get the dragon?
Dead. Drake is going to go over to FlyQuest as well. That was a misstep.
That was just brutal. I mean, Looper is back on the top side. If he's not going to TP down, if you're not going to commit to that, why even try? They give up their mid laner. Death there, and the Infernal. That is a really powerful dragon. So pretty sloppy stuff here from Echo Fox. It did start off well. Good chunk onto High, and then, this was a long, extended series. Looper was making a good roam. They're able to kind of put some pressure in there, and looks like we're right back.
Okay, gets it this time. Gate's gonna follow him with the snare. Arcadian looking for it.
I actually thought we were watching another replay.
Me too.
I was like, wait, why are we watching this replay again?
Bit of deja vu, but Elimination does fall this time around. Flash was making it a little bit easier as Gate's going to try and chase down Altec. Landed in. There's the follow-up ulti. Keith doesn't get in there in time. Altec able to flash out from under the Stranglethorns.
Summoner force. Good job by them there. They get 1 kill. And they're going to push out Altec, which means they can get some damage down on this turret. And first turret is still up for grabs, right? That is something that is going to be a big injection of gold. Definitely would love to grab that for their team because they're already up a little bit. And if they could take one down, which won't be this time. One thing to say, though, is Looper, both games, has really chunked down the top lane turret very low by himself. So, You know, he has been the one with the map pressure and kind of the lane pressure. Balls has been leaving lane more in these 2 games, and as a result, like, look how low that turret is. Looper was pinging on it. He definitely wants to take it out.
Yeah, I saw a blue ping as well. I think they're going to rotate the bottom lane up and try and really take it down. So I like what I'm seeing here from Echo Fox, knowing that that extra gold is up for grabs.
Now, this is essentially what they were trying to do the previous game with rotation, except they kind of are doing it better this time. So they should be the ones who get the first tower, whereas last time they kind of made the rotation too late, and even though they had the HP advantage on the turret, they got it too slowly. So they should be able to grab this one. I don't think there's really any way that Balls can hang around here. 3 men going bot lane for Fly, but the turret is much more health.
Ooh, that was a commitment. Froggen with the blind ultimate attempt. Does not land onto high, but I like that they were covering it at least. Turret is also going to go over to Echo Fox, but it will just be a trade. So the gold lead should remain around the same. Echo Fox will be up about 2K. In fact, FlyQuest,
both teams are pushing.
Faster. Yeah, they're going to keep going.
There's less minions topside, though, because there's no one defending on the bot side, so they're going to end up getting another turret. Froggen is pushing mid lane. He's going to want to try to get up there, and we'll see if they can actually trade the mid lane turret for the bot lane tier 2. Otherwise, FlyQuest has just kind of outdone them a bit.
Yep, they're going to get this turret pretty comfortably.
Looks like they will get mid lane.
A few more shots required, but mid's going to get broken open. So very curious to see trades here. See a lot more skirmishes and picks from these teams, at this time playing a little more cerebrally.
See a fight? No, okay, never mind. Okay.
There's no flash. Can't flash ulti with the Malzahar.
That's true.
That's done. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. These teams definitely like to brawl. So you never know when a fight's going to break out. Instead, we'll have a kind of a lopsided turret exchange. Not as far as total turrets go, but certainly as far as positions go. Bottom lane wide open now for Echo Fox. Top lane, kind of a gaping hole, or a little bit of a hole there in the top. And the mid lane is kind of the crucial bit there, as Echo Fox have full dominion over that top angle to the red side.
The top quadrant of that jungle, definitely. I definitely favor the trade for Echo Fox, because not only do they get first turret, they take down the mid lane turret. And the mid lane, I think, is really the key to kind of unlocking the map. Take a moment and look at the vision from Echo Fox in the topside jungle. They take down those 2 turrets. They have 3 pinks, 4 regular wards up there. Like, they have full vision. So they're really trying to take over that side. And Froggen is moving up to top lane, so they have kind of expected this roam. Good job by Looper aggressively clearing that minion wave. And if Froggen wants to hang around, we'll see. Because if FlyQuest tried to commit to something, they could really get it turned around.
Fox can see a lot as well. Froggen actually nice use of the Scryer's Bloom. He's actually going to bring Gate up here as well. He does have his ultimate and Sums ready.
FlyQuest has to be careful.
This is way more dangerous than they think about. Artak's getting knocked up. Looper goes in. Wombo there into the shockwave, and there's another Gate. Takes down Artak. Stranglethorn's going to miss his Fly flash away, but there's the double in for Gate. Froggen going to keep chasing down balls. He'll flash out to safety. And now Moon's looking for something bottom lane.
Seen this one before.
Yep, I know this movie. It ends badly for Keith. Straight into high there. Ulti up from Moon, clips him on the edge, and that's a kill. Keith smartly just leaves his summoners and kind of takes a moment to realize what he's done.
Yeah, they caught him slipping, but thankfully for the rest of the team, they got a couple picks on the top set. They are pushing up, and that was a great setup from Echo Fox. Planned a couple minutes in advance, really. Froggen was already up there. He was checking vision. He's hanging around. They knew what FlyQuest was doing. They read it, and they reacted very well. And we get to see it again. It's a thing of beauty. Great flash. Froggen ghosting to make sure his ball does not leash to him. That is key as well. Lands the shockwave on 2. They pick up a couple more and force the summoner out of balls. So would have loved those kills to go over to Orianna, but still not the end of the world. And then Keith, he's on a little tour down here, having a safari in the bot lane, trying to replicate that split push magic from last game. Not going to turn out this time.
No, and the franchise is ever growing here for FlyQuest versus Keith. That's the 4th installment, I believe. So well over a trilogy now.
Yep.
We're getting straight into a long saga.
I'm still enjoying it, though. Those ratings, they're still high.
Looking good. I mean, it's great TV, certainly. So we'll see how the rest of the arc develops. 18 minutes in here. Echo Fox still holding a decently 2,500 gold or so, so I haven't grown it too much since last we checked in. Infernal Drake is up, though. FlyQuest got the first one, so a good equalizing break. And Elimination gets himself sniped.
Good pick there by Froggen and Keith. Froggen doing the brunt of the work. The arrow helping to secure that kill, though, and this will be an Infernal Dragon for Echo Fox. So they messed up on the first one, but they grab the second. Things are even, and they have the pushing advantage in the bot side. Should be able to collect another.
Balls gets top turret for his trouble, so we'll be even in turrets, actually, but Echo Fox kind of a little further ahead on those last few minutes of play, and equalizing Infernal Drakes is always nice. Map still very much open. Fly don't have access to that central part of the map with the mid-outer still being up, so that's a pretty critical point for Echo Fox to maintain control over. But again, we've seen a lot of similar team comps for these two teams in the series so far. Lots of damage, lots of pick potential, and both these teams seem to win by finding an aggressive foothold with a pick and then snowballing the fights out from there. We've seen that from Echo Fox when they've looked good, and that's been FlyQuest all season long.
Yeah, and that has not been Echo Fox's MO for a long time, but in these recent days, it's kind of their new identity, and I love that they are committing to it even when they lost. I'd rather see a team lose hard making plays than sit back and just kind of slowly bleed it out. You got to play to win. You cannot play the game to not lose. When you're sitting back, you're just seeding, you're just giving up everything. You will never win. You're going to just eliminate all your chances. I do also like some things in the builds here for Echo Fox. So you can see some nods to how much magic damage there is. Already Hex Drinker for Acadian. We're having an Abyssal built up here for Froggen. So they are kind of really trying to index over towards that. And with the Spirit Visage done for Looper, you got to think that there's going to be more MR coming next, perhaps in the form of a Guardian Angel or something like that.
Certainly game's going to be broken open by one big fight. If we find one, FlyQuest actually doing a nice job getting the inside track onto mid lane. So we'll see if Echo Fox can find their way around. Looper posturing for a flank. They're just going to hit the control word a couple times. That will regen health first. Fly with the high with the package, excuse me.
And he does have his level 2 ultimate, plus the Trinity Force, plus Zork Boots, and they're looking for the fight with the package. Let's see.
Ball's actually at the flank. He's going to get slammed into a wall. That's a big kill. Kate getting low, but last ball's not enough. High, though. Maybe getting taken down by Arcadian. Not quite there.
Oh, the shockwave.
Back, though, as that could turn around. Elimination. Gets himself caught out as Looper now snared up. Feet caught. That flash, no, wasn't committed. He's maybe trying to go over the wall, but Moon's going to take him down instead. He'll hold on to the Sona spell, but a bit of a mess. 3-for-1 trade in favor of FlyQuest.
Just as we call it out, they go for the aggressive play. This was really the perfect time. That's exactly when you want to fight as FlyQuest, and Echo Fox did not pay them their due. They did not respect the engage with the package, with the level 2 ultimate, the Trinity Force, all these item completions coming in, and these critical levels coming in for FlyQuest, and they get a great fight from it.
Yeah, Froggen couldn't quite turn it around with the shockwave. In fact, both the mid laners are still building up towards some really crucial items. I mean, they both have one good one, which is nice. Trinity Force for high versus Morello Nomicon, but we're not going to see a completely game-changing play from the mid laners until they get towards 2, 3, and then above that as far as itemization goes. It's actually funny, with how fast-paced these games have been, I forget that we're still quite early on, and this is the closest we've seen these two teams so far in the series.
Yeah, they really are close, and Echo Fox definitely paying attention to the Baron this time. They don't want to give that one away again. And we're going to see them controlling vision around there. You know, it's still early in the game for it, but now we have Looper kind of lurking around the mid lane. Moon is on the side here. He does spot him out, so that's going to be pinged out. They're aware of the possibility of that flank and are going to have to kind of pay that respect, especially because the fact is Looper is going to bot lane. He has to get that wave, and Balls has his TP. Looper does not, so FlyQuest can look to make more aggressive plays. They can threaten the Baron, they can threaten dives, they can do things like this because they have wave and TP advantage.
And even though it's good for Echo Fox that this turret is standing, it kind of informs a lot of their play, given that they're going to hold on to this for as long as they can. Looper's going to clean out where he can. Flash ulti on a Frog, and there's a snare in a Moon. He's going to look down. The shockwave does not complete. And now Arcadian could be in trouble. Keith getting Dover's ball just straight under the turret. Outtake last shot finds Gate. Stranglebolts is there. Keith almost goes down. Highlight, I can't count. There's Outtake with a kill, and the turret's going to fall with it.
And Gate, I mean, flashed out of the way, but Keith goes down for it. I think it would have been better to give his life. Looper just stayed pushing in the bot lane, didn't even start walking over, and now it's 3 alive as FlyQuest moves towards the Baron. They're tied in gold. They're very healthy, and this is going to be a tough one to defend. I mean, Gate is going to die to one Corky Rocket if he walks up here.
Pretty much a 2v5, and Looper's going to face check. Does flash out from under a potential CC, but Moon's still chasing. Acadian tries to slow them down, but Looper just wants to keep running away. Fly committing a little hard for the kill. But if they can find it, that'll probably guarantee the Baron. Looper still getting chased down. There's the ulti finally from Looper as he gets away to a section of terrain. High slowed down again, but Looper has no flash. He just can't get away in High. He's going to keep chasing in. Ball's going to get himself knocked back as Gate executes himself, but High finally locks down that kill. And now they're bottom lane pushing.
I mean, you can see what I was talking about, though. That was like a freaking 40-second chase to kill off that Nautilus. Definitely difficulty to take that down, but it's not going to matter if FlyQuest can keep getting picks like this, and they have really had explosive play, better than most teams at committing to this, and you know, we talked about it. TP advantage, Balls moves around. Froggen steps up, flashed in from elimination, locked down, taken out. The shockwave didn't even complete there. Balls is in the back line. Keith has to flash out. Keith's trying to tank it up, and he's like, ooh, I'm gonna die. Keith goes right into it. He goes down to the Deathfire touch.
Good play there from Fly. Actually get themselves into the gold lead for now, which is good, but it's been really close between the two sides with now 1,500 gold separating them. So a good swing for FlyQuest, but Baron does stay up. That's an objective that wasn't taken off the table. So there is some good news here for Echo Fox. They've done a decent job kind of manicuring their sideways as well, although now High has got that push back in the right direction for his team. So
the fact of the matter is, it was a bad fight. It was a good play for FlyQuest, obviously, but not giving up the Baron is not game ending. It's not even really that big of a shift. It's not a big deal. It's a couple hundred gold changing hands between the two teams right now. They're dead even pretty much, and I still favor Echo Fox's composition if they can get the proper fight. So FlyQuest is the one that kind of has the onus on them to really make these good plays, to really make things happen. Get a great flank from the Poppy and the Evelynn. Get an amazing pick, you know, do something. Because in a standard fight, it's going to be tough, and they're looking for a big
back in
ulti.
High with a package, straight into the back line, but shut down by Keith. Keith ulted up by Malz. He's going to go down. Finds a two-man elimination. Is going to fall, and now Looper blocking down Balls. Altek's going to get ulted and zoned away from the fighter's Moon. He's trying to dip his way back in, but 2 for 1 there in favor of Fly.
2 for 2.
Oh, 2 for 2. I'm really bad at math today.
It's a 2 for 2, but still, that was a great engage from FlyQuest, and it's an even fight, right? And it could have been even worse. Acadian was actually flying through the air to execute Moon as Altek sniped him out of the air with the 4th bullet, made a pop, and they're going to go for this dragon. Echo Fox ends that fight a lot stronger with their remaining pieces. They have a very powerful team, and you know, there's no way that you're even your Jhin were going to kill off Looper here. So they had to retreat. They had to take that and run with it. And once again, look at Moon. He's on the side. This is what they need to look for. Big ulti onto 4. Package goes in. High goes down quickly. Keith is far up and doesn't have his flash, so he gets caught there. And then look at Acadian. Sniped out of the air by Altek, and ends up being a pretty even fight here. Altek knows it's his time to leave when that Nautilus ulti comes out.
Smart stuff. Baron is always going to get some attention here. Sidewave did not get dealt with. I saw Keith down there and thought he was going down to get it, but Looper actually is going to go down instead. Echo Fox smartly keeping their teleport in the right spot, but FlyQuest had a really big moment. In fact, they're going to start the Baron. They know they've got a window spotted out, so maybe just a bait here on getting some vision around for themselves, but the smart move and certainly the right place to be in at this point. Echo Fox now, I think, a little blind. Yeah, very blind, actually. Keith with the hawk shot's going to be about all they can get as I heard a blue.
And Looper's not here. They're just going to engage again. Let's see how fast he is on the TP. He's not coming at all yet.
Froggen safe for now. Moon can't find the angle. High with good poke though. Gonna go to Arcadian. Yeah, Lemon look for the flash ult again, but no luck that time.
Yeah, couldn't get it, and it's a play like that that makes people go Moby Boots on that Malzahar. Sometimes, you know, you can catch up that little bit easier. That CDR being lower on the Lucidity Boots is more powerful in team fights. Looper didn't blow his flash, but Acadian is chunked low, and so is Froggen.
Looper nice and tanky, but FlyQuest don't have all the health there with like. Moon actually going in, looks for Arcadian. Does snipe him down. That's a huge pick now as Fly are going to search forward. Froggen narrowly avoids getting slammed into a wall as Looper's locked up, but he's so tanky high. Caught out on the other side as Keith going to turn that one around. And Looper actually enough for his team. Moon gets another assassination onto Froggen, but now they're going to lock him down. The shutdown comes through. Balls is going to wade through Keith and Looper and fall as well. And Altek and Lemon, they've got to make a massive play. Does get their kill, but Looper's going to trade it in. That's a massacre.
It was a really good team fight from Keith, though. He deserves some credit there, staying alive, pumping out so much damage as FlyQuest just keeps going for these explosive engages, and it feels like Echo Fox is not ready for them. They're not having proper positioning. They're staying around when they're low HP. Looper is split from the team a lot and is very hesitant to commit his teleport because he's worried about being down a teleport and having them go for the fight. And here it is once again. Acadian and Froggen already pretty low, so it's a tough fight for them. This allows Moon to look for the execute, and he's hanging around on the side, goes in, pops Acadian. That challenging smite burn takes him down. It's looking like it should be a win fight, but track Keith throughout this fight, constantly auto-attacking, able to have a really good target selection here, moves over onto High, constantly punishing Balls. Looper is zoning out the backline. They just can't kill the Nautilus. He takes too little damage. And Keith, great flash there. He's able to back up. They're able to avoid the Poppy stun. Tries to go for the kill here onto Altek. Does get popped off, but it is at least an even trade.
Not too bad there, but it's been awfully messy. 13 kills apiece as we approach the 30-minute mark in the game, and the gold is still close. I think it's going back and forth just a touch, but Echo Fox now the ones up 1,500 gold, and I said that about FlyQuest about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, very, very close. I also do really like Looper's build. I want to give him a little bit of credit. He's going to have another fight.
Balls caught up.
That moment can wait.
Goodbye, Looper. Kicked out there by Balls, so bit of respite.
Yeah, teams will back off. So I was expecting him to go into more MR, and he is eventually with this Locket. But the Tab Eyes, as well as the Warden's Mail, are so effective against double AD carry composition simply because he has the slowing attack speed passive and the damage reduction from the auto attacks on the Tab Eyes. So I like the fact that he built those up before going into more MR. I think this is actually a more intelligent build. It's really, really cool. And Locket, the more I see this item, the more I prefer it on top laners than the supports, because it scales with your level. When you get the shield, he's going to be a massive high-level Nautilus, and that shield will be huge. If you put it on your support, they can be 4, 5, 6 levels behind sometimes, and it's going to be a lot smaller.
Well, looks like Baron, as per usual, is the objective of the day. Echo Fox currently have a kind of good cone of vision set up, and they're moving themselves in, getting that vision down a little deeper, setting up properly for the fight. FlyQuest never wanted to shy away from a pick if they can find it, but Echo Fox, I think, have kind of got some control back for themselves, and Fly very blind, just trying to poke in some vision here and there. I mean, Balls is kind of safe, but he's taking damage. Arcadian actually gonna eat some from the Jin ulti. There's 2, 3 and onto Looper. He's going to block them all. I like the last attempt from Altec, but
Oh, Moon's on the side, though. They are stacked. They keep getting caught by these ults. Let's see if Moon's able to do it again.
Arcadian looks for it, does get out of the way with a lead, but a bit of a chaos now as Keith. He's going to get himself chased down high.
He's on the side, too.
Is going for it as Moon gets the kill. Elimination, burning down, falls to gate Zara. Now Looper in the thick of it is going to fall and pop the Guardian Angel. 2 for 1 so far, FlyQuest.
Moon has done a great job of getting to the backline, finding these flanks, along with High. They come in from the side, take out Keith, and a lot of the consistent damage is right here. And Keith struggled to react there, wasn't able to get off the ultimate, wasn't really able to get out much damage at all as he went down in a hurry.
And all of a sudden, FlyQuest plans manifesting wonderfully. Top lane pushing, bottom lane pushing. Mid lane, they just broke a turret, and now they're going straight to Baron. Froggen, though, he knows that he's got no ultimate, but he's going to try and fend them off, and FlyQuest not going to risk it, just pull away.
Yeah, that's the right call. Fox was there way too fast. I don't think that they could actually commit to that. So once again, I mean, it's pretty much a stalemate. The game is dead even 31 minutes in. We're having so many explosive fights. But one mistake from FlyQuest, and these are going to look awful. They're getting great engages, and it's still very close fights. Look at this. He almost instantly kills off Acadian, and then Keith is kind of moving back and forth there, wanted to try to hit that blast zone and get over the wall, but High was ready on the side. Such good positioning for them to take him out. The shockwave's already down from Froggen. He's been zoned off by Balls, so a good team fight there for FlyQuest, but it's a 2 for 1. Not a big deal.
Yeah, they got a turret out of the deal as well, so they're getting some conversions off their objectives, but it's nothing big. We've seen games in this series in particular break wide open when a team fight wins happen, but both teams are playing much smarter here, and once again, FlyQuest are looking to hunt somebody down.
Yeah, they are, and Moon, quietly, 7-1-8 on the Eve. He's been smashing both the games that he's played, and with the Lich Bane as well as the Leandry's completed, maybe building towards a voice staff. I mean, he even has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. Like, this guy does a ridiculous amount of damage if he gets to the backline. If he flanks properly, if he gets on your carries, he can pop them. But at the same time, if you catch him out, if you have proper ping coverage, of which there really isn't much, he will die instantly. He's full damage.
Well, it's kind of funny to see how close this game is because the Drakes are now evened up, both in number and in type. FlyQuest get themselves the last Drake of the game. Elder Dragon will now start spawning, but a Cloud Drake's not too bad here. Help them catch up to Echo Fox potentially.
Moon on the side again. He's looking, but I think his team is too far away for him to actually go. If Echo Fox moves forward, Moon will look for this. They're going to go for the collapse with the Jin ulti. Echo Fox needs to respect it. They just don't seem to have the pink wards to actually give themselves the coverage, and they have no idea where Moon is. They're so scared.
Kind of running out of time too, because top lane is actually forcing Keith to go. So
oh, they're going now.
Yeah, they're going to see him. It's going to be a 4v5. There's the ulti up from Altec. Now Froggen going to get collapsed on Moon, though, CC'd up immediately as Balls tries to dive in there. 3-man Keeper's Verdict kicks a couple out of the fight.
Well, flash is blown. Not much happened.
Ooh!
Doesn't matter.
He's okay. Shakes it off. Oh, Looper. Hello, big play. Doesn't quite find High with the hook, though. Echo Fox actually capitalizing nicely. They cleaned out top wave and instantly tried to turn the fight around.
Yeah, it was a good try again. It's getting harder and harder as more and more MR is being built up. There's 3 Quicksilver Sashes, plus the Abyssal, plus a Maw, plus the Hex Shrinker, even just the standard players, not the tanks, actually have a lot of MR. So it's getting tougher and tougher for Moon to actually get these executions.
And the Locket you mentioned as well is now finished for Looper, so that's an even bigger deal as far as making sure the team stays healthy. Things are balanced very precariously, though, as High once more.
Yeah, FlyQuest is just pushing the pace, and they know they have to. They can't allow things to settle down, allow Fox to get settled up. They must keep making plays, keep going for attempts, keep going for flanks. As soon as they have one straight up 5v5 team fight, they're probably going to get blasted. So they need to keep going for these and playing very creatively around it. And they have done excellent with that so far.
Tides are starting to turn, though, as the side ops have finally been flipped back around in Echo Fox's favor. Another window into the potential Baron. Frog going to get blue buff, which is actually massive, given that a large fight is likely to break out, or at least Echo Fox will happily force one if they find the right angle. High with the package, able to clear this out. He should rejoin his team quickly and is able to cover a vast amount of distance, but FlyQuest is trying to find an opening, and Echo Fox have delayed the game for long enough where it feels like they can take over 5v5, as you mentioned.
But
the balance is,
give it to him,
exactly,
right?
The balance is very, very thin.
And it's one of those things where, sure, if Echo Fox gets that straight up 5v5, frontline versus frontline, they should crush. But Moon and High and the rest of FlyQuest are not really giving it to them. Moon is always on the side looking for picks. They're just kind of dodging in and out. High is trying to poke out the squishies, trying to hit Gate. You get a couple rockets on that guy, he's starting the fight pretty much dead. And they're playing it very, very well in that regard. And as a result, Echo Fox has not found that straight up 5v5. Moon again looking, he wants Gate.
Yep,
they're going to the engage.
More. Looper actually taking it again, that's the snipe, 5v4 now.
Keith is low too. They got to back off now. They just can't get that straight up fight.
Big High. He's going to get chunked out, but Keith does get chunked out as well. Looper managing to get the kill, but he's kind of getting chased by the rest of FlyQuest. They need to get out safely and maybe look for a re-engage. Lemon Nation throws a silence onto the back line. And moving down Arcadian, this could be the moment.
He sees him with that sweeper. They're going to look.
Yeah, they found him now. Moon's going in, but they can launch on top of him. Damage is there, but not enough to assassinate him. Only 1 for 1. Mid laner down for Fly is good for Fox, but reset once more.
Yeah, and High does go down. Just barely getting pulled back in by that shockwave. Was Valkyrieing out of there. Moon, the guy, starting it off again, gets a pick onto Gate. Flashes in for it. Just insta-kills the Zyra. And Moon has been playing out of his mind.
He's had such a good series, and this Evelyn game is no exception. Both teams, though, they just need a little bit more. It feels like every time there's some sort of fight happening, whether it's Fox defending 5v5 or Fly finding a flank,
they're starting.
It's just not enough. You know what's really good at breaking open games is the old Baron buff.
The random 50-50 Baron. Let's go, boys.
I mean, that's how they won game 1.
I mean, Acadian's tanking this. He's getting low. This is scary. Lemonation on the top side.
Ooh, that's
in.
bad.
Oh, God.
Acadian kicked out, and there's going to be the sniping on the Gate. He's going to fall. Acadian goes back in. Finds the snipe on the Moon. That's a great shutdown as Looper just tanking up everything. Old Lance finds High. Looper looking to lock him down. Chains into CC. Shockwave is there. High's going to fall as well. Echo Fox flip it back around. And now Acadian hunting for balls. That's bad news. Bears. Acadian gets behind his team. Balls on top of him, and he's going to be saved.
Oof. In the end, another 2 for 1 for Echo Fox. These fights are getting tougher and tougher for FlyQuest. Froggen has been good with his shockwaves, turning around these fights, being patient, making sure he hits at least one key target, and now Echo Fox is starting it up.
They got to go though, because Cyber again not favoring them. Arcadian too low. He has to be in smite range. Ball's going to try and collapse here with Elimination as Altake can snipe somebody off. Echo Fox know they have to leave Gates, respawn him back to clean out the bottom lane wave. But he's got to go quick. That's so many caster creeps.
Yeah. Turret.
Plants are helping. He's going to draw some aggro, and he's barely going to keep that one up.
Ooh, close though.
And that's the thing, FlyQuest have been on top of a lot of the side waves as Keith cleans out top lane as well. Once again, we'll have a reset. And this Baron buff is eluding everyone. Maybe it's a trap. Maybe you don't want the Baron.
I mean, what do you do though besides that, right? It's tough. It's one of those things where Echo Fox, they need to establish hard lines of vision where you feel safe against the Eve. And if you're pushing a tier 2 tower, it's very hard to get your vision set up to make you feel safe about it. So they're happy to scale. They're happy to kind of keep picking up more and more of these items and look for it that way. But FlyQuest, they want to push the gas pedal. They want to get this game going. And it's spotted out.
Always been known for his bold calls.
They're going to trade.
Oh my goodness.
Echo Fox doesn't even want to fight. They're going to try to go for the Baron, but they need to rush because they're taking a lot of time here. And that Elder is going to die very soon.
Remember the flyer here as well. They can poke them off potentially with the Jhin ulti. And
Remember, they're going to have Elder buff in a second.
Oh, the snipe! Not enough. Doesn't find anyone. Last bullet's going to go wide. But the Elder is up, and that kind of means Fly have the advantage in the next fight. 5v5 should be there for Echo Fox, but not with this buff.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. And everything I'm talking about with the Nautilus, how hard he is to kill, that goes out the window when you have a couple hundred true damage coming in from every member. Just look at the turret melting down.
Can Lupa get himself burnt?
And now FlyQuest, with that Elder, because Echo Fox made the wrong call, they failed to get it, they're going to go straight for the Baron. They will rush this Baron down, and if Echo Fox comes to fight, you have to fight into an Elder Dragon. You cannot avoid this team. You have to face it one way or the other.
And this Baron is just getting destroyed.
Oh, it's gone.
Echo Fox not even going to be in the area, perhaps, as Lupa goes in for a Baron, goes over. They've actually caught him. They've gone to the back of the carry, strangled them. Shockwave from Froggen. Echo Fox, together they stand and they fight it off. FlyQuest gonna get wiped here as Arcadian hunts down Moon High, trying to turn things back on their head. But that's 4 clean kills for Fox.
Arcadian jumps in with the Shockwave and delivers FlyQuest their defeat. What a play.
And that could be it, as you said. 45 seconds on most of these timers. Echo Fox are going to try and go for it. They've got a lot of pushing to do, but they've got the power to try and end it.
We'll see if they want to make the risk. They do have Corki up here. They're TPing and they're trying to commit to it. They're going to get one inhibitor. Do they keep pushing? The second wave is coming, and I think they're for sure going to try to rush it down. They can kill these turrets so fast. Looper looking for High, and he has to be very careful as Nautilus just about has the ultimate. He's even going to tank for the minions.
Yeah, High's going to make the miracle play here then and try and snipe somebody.
Lemon's
Gets
up.
over to caught High! That's going to be it! High's going to go down. He gets the kill. The other end, but Arcadian is going to fall. Echo Fox rushing to try and get a key. Just autoing the Nexus. Shockwave again! Delivers Echo Fox the victory!
What a game and what a series as Echo Fox knocks down FlyQuest, giving them their first loss of the season and a 2-0 week for Echo Fox, who looked dismal in week 1. This is a reset team. They are looking so strong. They are decisive. They are taking risks. They are playing well on vision. They are actually looking like a really, really good team. And this is a scary Echo Fox to be going up against.
It really is. And I mean, they've shown us unexpected things in Camille support. They've shown us that Arcadian's happy to start gelling a bit more with Lupa and get that synergy going. And Froggen is doing something that I did not see until promotion relegation. He's not just getting leads. He's always been good at that. He's getting them and then taking over games with them.
Yeah, I mean, his shockwaves, this is like one of the, even though his scoreline, he didn't actually get a lot of the killing blows, this is one of, if not the best Orianna performances I think I've seen as far as team fighting in the NALCS this season. And we've seen quite a few where people are struggling to hit those shockwaves, and it felt like every single fight he was patient, but he was able to nab a carry from FlyQuest, and he deserves so much credit this game. But it's got to be a frustrating one for Moon, because Moon, both the games they lost, he gets Eve, he is smashing, and they lose 7, 3, and 10 in a defeat on the Evelyn. Has got to be a frustrating moment for him. A lot of credit over to Moon here too, because he has really been showing up and proving he is a much better jungler than people thought. But it's the Echo Fox show today.
It certainly is. It's been their week, like you said. From 0-2 to 2 is an impressive bounce back for the team, even though it is early in the season. For FlyQuest, the streak will end there. That is disappointing. They have to think, they look at this matchup and thinking that pretty comfortably they can extend their lead to 4-0 and remain undefeated. Unfortunately, Cloud9 are the only team that can defend that honor now. We'll have to see how that goes later in the day for their match. I mean, FlyQuest, a setback is... It's unfortunate. They'll tie now with TSM for records as far as that goes, which is pretty good for a team that everyone expected to not be doing particularly well at the start of the season. Again, disappointing, but they'll take it. They should learn a lot from that loss here. And I think Draft kind of... They got into some interesting spots, I'll say, with the comp they picked themselves. I think playing their style has worked for them, but they'll need to show a bit of adaptation.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, I think the execution level that was required for their composition was just a lot higher. They had to play the fight so well. They always had to get the flanks. They always had to get the picks. They always had to start odd man, right? Whereas Echo Fox had to stay as a unit. They played to their win condition. They drafted a great draft, and I think that Echo Fox really did do very well in the drafts across this whole series, so definitely some credit there. But one of the things that I think makes FlyQuest great is the fact that they can play their own style and play this draft that, hey, maybe it doesn't match up as well in the straight up 5v5 and like even, frontline versus frontline type fights, but they're not going to give it to you. They play around it very well, and I think that makes them a unique team. It makes them a hard team to prepare for.
I think I agree, and I think in general things are cleaning up overall for the Echo Fox side. We've been pretty critical of the bottom lane as well, particularly in Keith. Cleaned up a lot of his play over this series. Wasn't getting caught nearly as much. Didn't disrespect Moon as much and get himself picked off in the side lanes.
Yeah.
And played some really good team fights on Ash as well. This is a team fighting comp. Keith has to do a lot of the lifting there.
Yeah, I think Keith actually looked really good in Game 3 here. He was able to get a lot of damage out consistently in these team fights, stay safe. There was really only the one kind of free death in bot lane. But if you compare Game 1, Keith versus Evelyn, to Game 3, Keith versus Evelyn, Keith looked miles better, really did step up when his team needed him.
Great looking series there. But for more on it, we're going to check in with Zyrene, who's standing by with Echo Fox's support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And yes, I'm here with Gate from Echo Fox. Right off the bat, I got to ask you, you guys just took down the undefeated team FlyQuest. How does it feel after a 2-0 week?
It feels fantastic. I mean, I think most people didn't expect FlyQuest to be the undefeated team, but they've been looking good. So I'm really happy that we were able to take them down.
Awesome. And I got to go back to the Game 1. Camille gets locked in. It ends up going support. You kind of bamboozled everybody with that one. What went into that pick for you to be able to play that Camille support?
I think it's actually really simple. In Korea, I noticed Camille was too OP, and I just started playing her support. And everyone in Korea server was just like in Champion Select, they were asking me, really Camille support? But after I win the game, they add me and they're like, what's the Camille support counter? So I just practiced it a lot. Maybe some people don't think it's so good, but I would like to think it's just a pocket pick.
Awesome. And so final question here for you as well, Gate, is you weren't actually a member of Echo Fox last split. You were with Phoenix 1. You're new to the team, but you've already helped them double their match wins from last split, getting that 2-0 this week. How have you helped turn this team around?
I think I have to give a lot of credit to my teammates. The team environment moving from P1 to Echo Fox, like everyone's work ethic and basically personalities are all different. I think for me personally, I just fit right in, and I'm looking to, I don't want Echo Fox to be at the bottom. I want them to be at the top.
Awesome. Congratulations. Well, they are not at the bottom anymore. They are in that middle of the pack right now as you guys have a 2-0 week. Congratulations there once again, Gate. And now we're going to throw it over to the guys at the desk to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. 2-0 week for Echo Fox, moving to 2-2 on the season. I cannot help but smile when I see
whenever
Gate.
you see Gate talk.
He is, I mean, one, it's his energy, but it's also, when it comes to the way that he talks about his teammates and the organizations and his goals and aspirations, it's always looking at other people and how he can bring his team up.
Right, I mean, we talk about a lot of outspoken players in the league. Most of them are kind of trash talking when they do that, and a lot of the nice guys are quiet and just like, oh, I'm happy to be here.
Right.
But he's an outspoken and happy guy. It's just great to have, see his interviews and his just overall outlook in the game.
Right, I love to see that. I love to get a little bit of insight on that Camille support pick, having played in Korea, probably turning a lot of heads with it.
Right.
And now, of course, we're going to see if, he ever gets it back, because it's already such a top-tier pick, not just in that, in that pocket pick scenario. Who knows if he'll ever get it. Game 3, though, here. Let's talk about this Champion Select, because Echo Fox has shored up within just a week's time a lot of weaknesses that we saw from them in week 1, starting with their drafting.
Right, I think over the course of the week, there's a number of things to look at. One, the swing counter pick is something that's scary. When you pick a tank, you have to ban that out. Now we see that they played standard team comps pretty well. I mean, Ashe, Zyra, Kha'Zix, Nautilus, Orianna is almost as standard as the team comp as you get in this meta. So the fact that they're able to perform extremely well in this game as well is a great sign for them that they can, flip the switch, pick a Camille support, or they can play standard. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see, and it makes drafting against them a nightmare potentially.
Yeah, and then if we get into the game itself, the first replay we're going to take a look at is a one fight for FlyQuest here. So a little bit of criticism will be thrown at Keith for getting picked. And this is probably the one thing that moving to week 3, if I had to pick a thing for them to focus on, it's that. It's positioning and rotating to objectives, making sure they don't get caught, because this stalled the game out quite a bit from what was a solid lead for them.
I mean, and after this, Fly continued to make plays. So it wasn't just like this slowed the game down. They actually grabbed the lead back a little bit later, and it's the kind of thing where, like you said, this is the one thing that seems to be holding them back is there's a number of team fights, if you go back and watch the series, where Keith gets popped at the beginning of the team fight, and it happened last week. And he had a lot better team fights this week. He closed out a couple team fights on his own and played extremely well. There was one where he flashed a stun, which baited high, and it was really well played.
Right.
But the problem is, AD carry needs to be consistent. It's probably the most important thing for an AD carry to be, and right now Keith is inconsistent. So that's what we're looking forward.
And his inconsistency right now is being shored up a little bit by the prowess of some of the other players on the team, especially in the team fights. Maybe you could still look at lane phases for a couple of these guys and say, hey, they could, step it up a bit.
Right.
But when we get to the team fights, you're looking at Looper. He's performing very well on that Nautilus, playing the front line, knowing who to CC and go after. Gate himself on that Zyro was getting pretty big and playing the team fights well. And then let's talk about Frog and Shockwaves for a moment, because that was what won this game for them, was his Shockwave placement.
Right. I mean, it eventually got to the point where the game was basically even, and it was his team fighting that really, really brought it all back for the team and opened the game up, as well as the fact that even early game, he was a pretty big factor in giving his team advantages. But here you see just how nice he coordinates with his team. Acadian getting a flank off in stealth mode, jumps in, times it with the Orianna ult to get onto the back line, pops them up, setting Acadian to go off with Looper. And then the backside of the team fight is pretty easy when there's that much threat on the other side.
And that was just the final Shockwave. I mean, this was after, this was Shockwave after Shockwave after Shockwave leading up to this that was keeping them in the game. You can see the gold graph here. And again, so this isn't to say that Echo Fox is free and clear of, any criticism or any improvement to be made. Like, they obviously still have work to do in making this a cleaner win when you're up 3K at 20 minutes. You don't want to see at 23 minits the goalie go in the other direction.
Yeah, and I mean, there's Looper's teleports occasionally. Like once Keith was getting picked off, Looper TP'd in and just burned it. And there's a number of times there's still some coordination issues, but overall, a massive step in the right direction this week for Echo Fox.
And a confidence booster. So moving forward, having this 2-0 week under their belt will probably feel very good moving into practice. Player of the game this time around, going to Froggen for that Shockwave placement almost entirely. I mean, it's great to see him now operating on the Orianna. We've seen the TF, and we've seen the Anivia. So 3 solid picks for him that aren't even considered necessarily the S tier of mid lane champions.
Right, I mean, we haven't seen him on those yet, but the fact that it doesn't seem like he's easily banned out is nice. He obviously still has the ability to carry now that we've seen on the TF and the Orianna now. And especially early game, actually, I think it was under-talked about a little bit, but he had a lot of pressure in the lane versus Corki. I know it's a nice matchup, but he brought the team to him. They got the first turret mid. There was a number of plays that kind of funneled through Froggen's individual play.
And on the flip side of this, FlyQuest sustains their first loss of the split. So they're 3-1, don't need to freak out yet, but this will now kind of test the mental fortitude of this squad here. We heard the casters talking about it. Moon with great score lines on the Evelynn, still sustaining losses. Will he be able to look past that, keep the positive mindset moving into week 3?
I think so. I think you look at both game 1 and game 3, some crazy stuff happened. Obviously, game 1 with the Camille pick and what it was able to do to their bot lane. Once again, in game 3, his bot lane kind of got rolled. Evelyn's a pick that works really well, playing through a bot lane that's either even or ahead just because there's usually so much vision control bottom, but then Evelynn doesn't care about that.
Right.
So having an Evelynn pick with a losing bot lane feels a little bad. And honestly, this was a really, really close series that could go either way. And the fact that Echo Fox smashed them in the draft game 1 with their flexing the Camille pick.
Yep.
I mean, if you take that game out, how does this series go?
Right.
So
Could have gone the other way. It's putting emphasis on the drafting and drafting well. Any one small thing could tip the scales when it comes to League of Legends. Now Echo Fox unseats FlyQuest on number 1 FlyQuest, moving to 3-1. We've got more league action coming your way. Cloud9 hit the Rift against Counterlogic Gaming right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Getting knocked up, Looper goes in, Wombo there into the Shockwave, and there's another Gate. Takes down Artak, Stranglethorn's gonna miss his flash away, but there's the double in for Gate. Yep, I know this movie, it ends badly for Keith. Straight into high there, ulti up from Moon, clips him on the edge, and that's a kill.
I'm gonna ult this guy.
Yep.
Kha'Zix flash.
Up, Kha'Zix, help me. Nice.
He will in. Good job.
I have 2 seconds E.
I'm
gonna E here.
Pop with the policy. Good job.
I will kill. That's it. Got it.
Good job. Go mid.
Ooh, that's bad.
Oh, God.
Acadian kicked out, and there's going to be the sniping on the Gate. He's going to fall. Acadian goes back in, finds the snipe on the Moon. That's a great shutdown. And Looper goes in for a Baron, goes over. They've actually caught him. They've gone to the back of the carry. Stranglethorn. Shockwave from Froggen. Echo Fox. Together they stand and they fight it off. FlyQuest gonna get wiped.
Echo Fox knocks down FlyQuest, giving them their first loss of the season and a 2-0 week for Echo Fox.
Welcome back to the Battle Theater, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Freak Trilly, and taking over this battle cast with me is my partner in crime, Aiden Zyrian Moon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Got my own skin, Battlecast.
Got your
Loving
own
it.
skin. It's great. Yeah, your skin is good. It looks very, very soft, and that got weird really quickly. Our second series is right around the corner, and it's time for two of the North American Titans to go head-to-head. It's undefeated Cloud9 facing off with Counter Logic Gaming, and it's still early in the split, but look, week 2 in, Cloud9 looked like the team to beat in 2017.
Absolutely, and they could end the second week still undefeated and in sole possession of first place, because it's very hard to find anything negative to say about this team. Every player is firing on all cylinders on Cloud9. Even the rookie contracts is synergizing well with Jensen. And the rest of the team, I mean, you look at Jensen and Impact, these guys continue to be top 2 in their solo lane roles, and they are also using the draft effectively as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it when you have teams where they're happy to pull into that sort of wide pool of tier 2 champions, and the Fizz comes out and things like this, and the counter picks are always there.
Yeah, so they have a ton of flexibility in picks and bans, and it's paying dividends. These guys are sitting on Cloud9. That one's for you.
Oh, thanks very much. And to keep it forward, we'll see if CLG can bring them back down to earth. The 1-2 punch, scripted, I know. But it's going to be a tough challenge. Of course, CLG have not looked very good in their first couple of games in the LCS.
Yeah, things have not been looking that great for CLG, particularly in that bottom lane. It used to be the case that when CLG were struggling and they were looking down, the fans could always look at Afromu as a beacon of hope for them. But recently, you got to say that all-star support has been putting up troubling performances and hasn't been looking too great.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen several deficits from the CLG bot lane, and we thought coming in this might be the best bot lane in NA. Has not looked like it so far. Instead, it's been C9 who've been on the up and up the whole way through. Sneaky and Smoothie have been a better team so far, but we'll see if that comes true in this match. Best 3 about to head up for you guys. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side here for game 1 is Cloud9 with Impact in the top lane, Contracts the rookie jungler, Jensen in mid with Sneaky and Smoothie, probably the #1 bot lane duo here with Coach Reed helping out with picks and bans.
Yeah, absolutely, picks and bans where my eyes are at for now. And on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, it's going to be Darshan. In the jungle, it's Smithy. Mid, it's Huhi. He's been putting up some great numbers recently. And the bot, it's Stixay with support Afromu, as well as Coach Zix.
And it's always been a fun thing to track, and it's hard to track properly. One of the big stories we care about a lot coming into this split is the new champ select, the extra added bans, how much it changes things, and then saying, okay, well now how good are the coaches? How good is the preparation? Are they doing well in picks and bans? And what makes it so hard to quantify is that you'll have a draft where you say, ooh, this team clearly lost. And the coach says, no, we got exactly what we wanted. We outdrafted them. We got the strats. We know this. And until there's no way to objectively know what like the true best mid laner is. Like people think it's LeBlanc and that's fine until you're like actually casted and hard counters it. We love this draft. They got LeBlanc, we got casted, and we actually won the game. And no one else knows except that team. And there's always like this month-long lag where you start to learn what the smart teams actually knew was correct. Some teams were trading Kha'Zix for Rengar to get other picks later on in the draft because, yeah, we free up a ban. The jungle match is not so bad. In the beginning, you're like, how'd you give away Rengar? And you've just got to learn over time that sometimes that is okay. And so even though I'd love to track how well Reaper and Zix are drafting each other, it's hard to quantify.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's incredibly hard. Like, just to add one little last point, if you end up being like, all right, we got the perfect draft, what if it is the perfect draft, but you didn't perform on it perfectly well? So it looks bad, and then people never touch it again. So stuff like that happens quite frequently. We saw the Zillion pick from Counter Logic Gaming yesterday. Didn't work out for them because the Malzahar ended up just destroying it in team fights for elimination.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's like, do they go back to that pick? Will we see that again?
Well, we'll see what the picks end up being right here. Counter Logic Gaming going for the standard red side bans here. All of them just lopped off the top of the tier list, and no surprise that Kha'Zix is the first pick, and this is probably 80% of games right now where those 3 bans in a Kha'Zix first pick ends up being the start of the draft. CLG, of course, receiving that Fiora ban courtesy of Cloud9, immediately grabs the Maokai with the expected counter off the table, and Varus continues to be the highest priority bot laner here. Really haven't seen almost any Ziggs in North America, and Varus has definitely trumped Ashe and Jhin as the 80 carries du jour.
Yeah, offers the CC, the poke, the slow. Also, Grievous Wounds is something that's often overlooked because he has early access to it.
Right.
You can get the Executioner's Calling, but he does actually have a way to cut the heal early on. And he's quite strong with multiple builds.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's actually been nice to see him rise in priority over time. Of course, that'll be the champ picked up. The early grab on Nautilus. Cloud9 actually have picked that champion pretty quickly, it felt like. Not giving him as much time to wait on their last one, as they're simply going to mirror roles. They match the top lane and bot lane picks that CLG did. And now we get to see if CLG wants to match the Kha'Zix or if they want to go somewhere else. And actually, Olaf, the early grab.
Yep, matches the jungle for jungle there. Smithy, it looked like he had that planned for a bit because he had Ghost already. You have to, I mean, it's so easy to actually just think ahead there and be like, all right, they took Kha'Zix first pick. We want to take the Varus and the Maokai, and then if they pick like a solo laner, then it actually puts you in a weird position because if you pick up Olaf, you're like, well, we don't get the counter pick and they can start banning out. So trading is honestly what everybody seems to want to do right now instead of throwing a bunch of wrenches in because just make it so you get countered too.
Sure, yeah. Some teams are risk averse, some teams want to go for the trades. FlyQuest team is happy to do that, and to mixed success as they did lose their earlier match. But looking at this one here, Malzahar off the table prompts the Karma ban out of the blue side. Of course, Counter Logic Gaming being on the red will get first pick in the second phase, and normally that means even if you mirror the roles, they're happy just to pinch down to one exact champion. Misfortune, well, it doesn't matter, of course, with Zyra banned away, so no easy, obvious first pick supports to come through.
Yeah, strange.
Ban might prompt Ryze. No, sorry, Ryze is gone. Cassiopeia maybe.
Yeah, it's strange that you would actually ban out Malzahar if you plan to first pick a support here as Counter Logic Gaming. So you think they might be heading a little bit more towards that mid lane. And so C9 are trying to think, all right, what is the ban that we should throw here? Is it the Cassiopeia? Is it the Orianna? The Corki? And that final one there, because Huhi's been loving that very recently.
Yeah, it's been a good champion for him. His statistics have backed it up pretty reasonably well, but not the pick here. So 2 mid lane, 2 support bans, and theoretically Karma and Mal's going to be flexed mid as well. CLG to make their decision on their first champion. 10 seconds to go until this gets locked in.
Aurelion Sol? No? So they do go
support bans go Thresh, blind pick support. They're going to leave Huhi, the counter pick for the end. C9 got to lock in their full comp.
Which I think is rather smart from Counter Logic Gaming because sometimes they've been picking Huhi rather early on so they can save some of their solo laners or their top laner or their jungler for later and hide things. But I think that in this case, up against Jensen, who's been performing like, he's honestly been performing like number 1 or 2 in mid lane so far, especially with the help of contracts. Get Huhi a matchup that is okay for him because TL tried to do this against C9 yesterday, and even the counter matchups, Jensen was winning.
Absolutely agree. So Jensen, a scary opponent to go up against. It's also worth pointing out that I think a lot of CLG's successes have been on the backs of Huhi himself, actually. Normally a player that's been getting a lot of flack for performances, but as far as 2017 CLG is concerned, Huhi might just be their star performer, and with the Cassiopeia blind pick coming in, Huhi gets the chance to try to counterpick it. Pick the best champ he can to carry his squad.
Yeah, you would think it's Orianna just going from tier list if he does think there's something that is a little bit better into it. I know he plays the Echo. I know he plays the... Oh, what? No.
It's a bamboozle.
No.
I don't think it's good in a Cassio. Orianna, the more the more obvious one. You got it right, and the draft has been finalized here. Counterpicks in several roles. CLG getting priority on top lane and marksman, bot laner specifically.
Yep, and you were talking about the counterpick Orianna for Cassiopeia, and Huhi, he has actually been performing quite well. He's mechanically like showing off a little bit. We saw some QSSs that ended up as highlights, but it's the inconsistency because he's not getting as much help as other mid laners are early on in the game from their jungler. He's falling behind to the likes of somebody like Moon and Hai. And against Contracts and Jensen, it might be a little more of the same here because they were focusing mid lane pretty much in all 3 of their match victories.
Absolutely agree. So last 20 seconds to pick and ban. No more swaps going to happen here. This is the expected lineup on all these squads. Huhi right now did not bring Cleanse when going up against Cassiopeia, Nautilus, and Ashe. We'll see if that changes when we do load into the game. But we're ready to go for our last match of the evening as CLG takes on Cloud9.
Yeah, and the Tahm Kench coming out for Smoothie. We talked about Cloud9 just pulling some random things out every now and then. The Taric, now the Tahm Kench, and when they had the first showing of Shen and Fizz. Like this team, it's hard to get a read on them in Champion Select, and this Tahm Kench was picked for the Thresh, right?
Yeah.
Somebody gets hooked, you just eat them up, run away. So trying to have a little bit more defense in this bottom lane. And it's not one of those high harass bottom lanes except for the AD carries. Now the AD carries are the ones who control the lane.
They're doing all the damage. They're the ones controlling the lane. The hooks and tongue lash is going to be things to care about here. But we are ready to go into game number 1 of this match right here. Counter Logic Gaming off a disappointing 1-2 start. Cloud9 3-0 to begin this match. And here we go, game 1. Dance party early on from Sneaky. Oh, it's over. Too late, guys.
That's actually some tense bass in the studio. That was...
Yeah.
Yep, your voice is not bassy enough.
No, that's true.
Unfortunate.
All my bass are not belong to you.
And
Some days you just wish you had wasted your time a little bit and learned how to beatbox in high school.
I mean, I can mediocrely beatbox. I'm not saying I'm good at it.
That's true. Still, everybody's spreading out.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So when I look at the teams, decent amount of pick and run down on CLG, but it's looking more like team fight. I would expect Stixay to go with the build that we've been seeing a lot with the Yomus, but I wouldn't hate it if you went for an attack speed build or an Essence Reaver or a Runans here because of the fact that it's an Orianna, Maokai, Olaf Thresh type of team fight. It's not so much in pick, a little bit more oriented towards wanting to blow somebody up or at least have a sustained team fight, whereas C9, still more team fight for them too, so we'll see some clashes here.
Yeah, the 5-5 very strong, and there's enough AoE that if Context gets the resets, he can really pop off here.
Yeah, I think mid lane is where you really want to focus here. Your top laners are going to do all right. They're both tanks. Your junglers are going to clear at a decent speed. Smithy, like this, starts on the Raptors, because Olaf can do them rather quickly. Also, you know how Olaf gets more attack speed the lower he is? Raptors just destroy you. So now his jungle clear is a little bit faster than it normally would be. He won't have the blue buff, though, so he'll rely a lot on auto attacks here.
Yeah. One thing that does help him, this actually gives slightly more total XP to an Olaf, because you get... Basically, the mechanic is, if you have a Hunter's Machete or something, you get bonus XP for every single thing you kill individually. If you're lower level in the camps, and all camps spawn at level 2. So killing a bunch of Raptors is a boatload of bonus XP you would never get by killing Raptors at any other time. So theoretically, Smithy, I actually don't know if it's the case, but might get level 3 off of just one extra camp, which normally would not happen after the 7.1 jungle changes.
He'll hit 3 after 3 camps, I believe.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't, right? After the nerfs and everything?
If you're doing wolves. Wolves are the ones that are...
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
You can see here, like, he could probably do...
Oh, this is easy. Yeah, he's easily going to be level 3.
Yeah. Hasn't used any potions, kept himself low for a fast clear, and you can see where Kha'Zix is. Kha'Zix just cleared out his 3rd camp. Now is going towards his 4th here because it's a full clear on the left side. 2 isolated things, so Kha'Zix always wants to start there.
Yeah.
With that blue buff as well.
Yeah, you can contrast the XP values, though. Contracts is barely level 3 with 0 in the bar, and Smithy was like 80% of the way right before killing the blue buff. He's, you know, just half a camp of XP ahead via the rooting itself, and that's the tracking you guys are going to do for this one. Otherwise, they're just killing jungle monsters. And Smithy, yeah, kills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 camps, level 4. Feels good. Contracts trying to keep up, and of course, we know Olaf is a very fast jungler. So, how about that story? Look for the next one. Top lane tanks. Not going to be the story. They're not doing damage to each other.
Yeah.
Mid laners wave clearing, bot laners actually pretty much at equilibrium as well, but we know playmaking can happen with Thresh and Tom Kench, but looking at the stats of Jensen versus Huhi, see what Jensen's done. He's crushing it. Number 1 in KDA.
I was like 45th? That's obviously League.
Yeah. 45th of all mid laners in the history of LCS.
I was like, oh, that flame. But his percent of team's damage, you can see how important they are to their teams. Because Stixay hasn't really been doing too much in terms of the damage department, even playing some poke champions himself. But Huhi has played a decent amount of Corki, which will inflate his numbers a bit because of the poke that champion offers.
Sure.
Which is why it was banned away by Cloud9.
Yep, definitely a scary champion. Can do some good things. Smithy, got to run into the jungle, see that those camps are all gone, which isn't a surprise, and doesn't get a whole lot done with his rip to the top side.
Yeah, but we were talking about where these junglers are most likely going to focus. I think it's the mid lane here. And if you're CLG, you have the possibility of going bottom with like a Lantern gank. But I don't feel like Cloud9 will want to gank bottom until about level 6 for Sneaky, because you don't have a support like a Malzahar or somebody who's going to deal a ton of damage that's going to actually lock somebody up. If Smoothie's like in point-blank range, it's a possibility, but it's hard to get on top of the Thresh as Tom Kench with the flays and the hooks.
Exactly. He's going to flay you off, he'll hook you and stun and walk away. I don't see how C9 makes a successful all-in happen in the bot lane, so you're right. Low attention there. Impact, great hook, actually. He does lose, I think, 1 CS for it, but he delays Darshan's recall, and since Darshan wants to... He already burned teleport and now wants to walk back to lane. That's already weird timing, but situation he's in.
That's actually incredibly strong.
I think he got forced a really bad recall and then wants to match the extra Doran's ring.
Back for another Doran's ring.
See, but the problem is, like, he shoved in an actual cannon wave. So the wave that's getting bounced back doesn't have a cannon in it, which means he's going to suicide into the turret, and he's lost already all the melee minions of the camp. Darshan chose to recall just to buy a Doran's ring, and he lost an entire wave of golden XP. I don't know why that's the right choice.
He got chunked to half HP, had no more charges of his flask available.
I mean, I guess.
And then Impact had the possibility of freezing. So he had to TP back in when I'm looking at it, because Impact had 4 caster minions, 4 melee minions.
So the first TP I get, you have to because you lost the lane, but the second recall, I feel like you objectively just lose 120 gold and half a level.
Yep.
For a Doran's ring.
He's getting destroyed by Impact already.
Yeah. Well, some of that was his own doing at this point, but...
Well, yeah, taking those trades, like, people talk about these matchups a lot, tank matchups, and like how they go, but Nautilus will actually win all the tank matchups early on because of his wave clear. So you'll usually have more minions on you during trades. You'll also be able to just buffer a lot of your damage with the shield, whereas the others don't have the same. And we'll see here.
Flash for the slow. Ulti under turret means Darshan will be safe.
Ah,
Impact tanks to make sure, but yeah. Trade of flashes.
Yeah, Cloud9 did this yesterday as well. As soon as Impact hits level 6 and the other top laner's level 5, they go for a dive. Last time they pulled Jensen up to the top lane to try and attempt it as a 3-man. Down bottom, a little bit of damage on Smoothie.
Quite a bit actually as well. Hook into a lot of damage, pops the gray health, but he pops it a little bit late. Didn't take any more damage anyway, and that is a meaningful chunk on the Cloud9 support. CLG finally having a good lane in the duo, and look at this, Smithies are on the backside looking for some damage onto Smoothie, chunks him again. And looks like it's just going to be denying a bit of CS, and not even that much overall. Chance at a dive does get turned around, but that was scary. And Xmithie, higher XP than Contracts, would generally win in a 3-on-3. Contracts looks for some jungle invades as a result. He knows the red buff timer, but he gets it slightly wrong, of course. Olaf started Raptors, and Contracts goes, wait a second. Red should be dead. Okay, there's red buff. There we go.
Yep, like
and the minimap tells him, but still.
Yeah, like that's a little bit awkward, but yeah, Olaf on the bottom side of the map here is actually going to recall, because like you said, Contracts had started with blue.
That feels like a mistake from
he runs away until he has Q.
Yeah, Q will kill it. He's fine.
Yep.
But this is weird by Xmithie, to kind of dive onto that point. He knows he showed himself bot lane and that a good jungler would already come topside to steal red. And then Xmithie, instead of like thinking about that point, like he could have stolen Raptors and maybe stayed for the red buff or something.
Well, also he's saying, all right, the timing's off. He pinged his red buff as if, you know, Contracts is here, let's check it out. And it's just really off because you're losing mid lane in a counter matchup, so not even who he could like shove up and run to the red buff and be like, okay, let me check it.
Right.
Let me make sure, let me ward this area. Afrim was sneaking in the top.
Yeah.
If anything comes of it.
And so we're seeing these like, you're right, who he's down 11 CS right now. Again, a matchup, as you pointed out, he's supposed to be winning. He got the counter pick on this.
Oh, actually, Jensen's going to hand off the blue buff to himself.
Look at by Afrim. Look at the setup right there. A nice roam by CLG, and Impact is flashless. He's got nowhere to go. Xmithie pulled in. Pops goes to make sure, and the kill credit goes this time to Xmithie. CLG, maybe some early mistakes from individual players, but that play was nice, well executed, and a first blood comes through.
Yep, and they'll be able to shove this up, and there's no TP for Impact, so he'll actually miss a wave, and that'll put Darshan back in the lead here.
All right, making the comeback now. CLG, 400 gold ahead against the favorites of the league right now. Contract wants to steal, gets it. Nicely done. Contract takes both buffs out of CLG's jungle by himself.
Smithie's just focused on ganking and trying to get his lanes ahead. Tried to make a gank happen bottom, lost his red. Ganks top, loses his blue for it. And Jensen actually simultaneously did their own blue, so that's an advantage for him in that mid lane, and he's already winning by about 15 CS so far.
But worth giving credit to Xmithie that thanks to the first blood, he's up in gold on the matchup, although, of course, Contract is taking part of the jungle away.
Like, I just want to talk about how ridiculous this is. Jensen's CS per minute is, I think it's above 10 still. In just overall, in every single game he's played, it's above 10. Regardless of what matchup, it's like 10.1. And he's already at that mark. He's already at 94 CS at 9 minutes.
Yep.
Like, this is actually ridiculous how well he's CSing.
He's actually just really been incredible, and I know it's going to take a long time for people to be convinced that he's better than Bjergsen because of the pedigree that Bjergsen's had and how much he's dominated here in North America, but Jensen really, and not quietly, but just pretty securely has been a consistent performer, and this might be the year that we say he's better than Bjergsen.
Well, I also think he's getting a ton of help from Contracts. Look at how many wards are around the mid lane. Sure, Cloud9, 0-1 right now, and the first blood went over, but 3 control wards. So the whole team is helping Jensen. This is actually a very mid-focused team at the moment. Impact will hold his own, and the bot lane, they'll also do more of the same, but it's Jensen Contracts that are setting up so much control of the mid where he gets to shove up. A lot of the times mid laners will be like, I have a winning matchup, like who he's saying, I win this matchup. I can't actually shove him up because I have no idea where this Kha'Zix is because they have pink wards slash control wards on both sides of mid. So
He'll flash me, I die.
Exactly.
Even if I flash myself, it slows too much. Contracts will kill me, and Yeah, sometimes you just aren't allowed to play the right way because of missing information.
And now they're trying to do that to Jensen. They've denied the vision on the bottom left side, or bottom right side, and now they're all trying to run through and go after him and get a priority on mid.
Well,
Gank
priority
at the
on
top.
Darshan pretty alone right now, knocked into the air, ulti in for our impact, and the shield is nice, gonna flash away, the chase in, but Strauss comes in, Smoothie just grabs him out of midair, and that's a kill finally picked up for Cloud9. Pressure though, back on the mid lane for CLG, will not take the turret down.
Whew. You think he's away, but he like leaped into that frog's mouth. That was insane.
We got long
Catfish,
tongues.
I guess, whatever.
Beautifully done though, Smoothie. The roam play happened in the end for that kill. C9 back into the lead, 400 up. Nicely played.
It's crazy to think about some of the Cloud9 lineup here, like Smoothie and Contracts. These are both guys that we had seen in Challenger, or even on like TDK for Smoothie, where he got auto-relegated into 10th place team.
Yeah.
It's like, you've seen the improvement from him. Contracts, young talent, Ember, couldn't play in the playoffs of Challenger. And then, he's back and forth. It's like, all right, is this guy really that good? It turns out, give him a team like this to synergize with, everybody just becomes a well-oiled machine so far.
It looks pretty good. Cloud9 have definitely come together, and I know I got a chance to talk with Jack, Cloud9's owner, yesterday morning, actually, before their first match of the week, and he was just nothing but insanely happy about how Cloud9's shaping up as a squad, giving props to pretty much everyone on the roster. Contract gelling well with the team, right? Feels confident to voice his concern, but you know, a great person to be around as well. Credited Sneaky for emotional leadership. We've seen and heard the sound bites from the game. Smoothie shot calling in team fights. This C9 roster, good individual players. Again, Jensen and Impact deserve all the credit in the world for that, but a well-oiled team as well. And it's the early 2017 hope for North America.
Yeah, in Cloud9, like right now they do look like the best team in the league. But what was that?
That was a tree.
The bush attacked me.
Yeah, living jungle.
Welcome to Plants. But Jack, a lot of what he's contributed to the team is just support staff, right? They got Reaper from Korea. They spend a lot of time in Korea. Hold on, Impact.
Speaking of Koreans, Impact might choose to flash the wall and will do so. This is Smithy and Darshan forcing him away. Still some action happening.
Yeah, but they've kept reinforcing this team with even more not just players on the roster, right? Jack had invested in Contracts almost a year ago at this point to just groom this rookie to eventually be on this team in the main squad. Also, they picked up a bot lane coach specifically for the bot lane. They picked up a substitute top laner for Impact to play against to groom Gray. And Reaper was a top lane carry before, so he also helps them out with what to look for there. So it's incredible like how much they're actually just supporting the team with not just a roster like this, but a support staff.
Absolutely, and lo and behold, C9's dual lane the best in North America right now from early statistics from their first set of matches, and C9 the only undefeated team right now in the North American LCS, 3-0, hoping to make that 4. Small 800 gold lead here over Counter Logic Gaming, who have not had quite the good start, but one of the few rosters worldwide, CLG, keeping their team together, saying, you know, so you speak of infrastructure and growing as a squad, saying, yep, we'll keep these guys together. Now, what, 3 splits in a row for CLG? Same players, and even who he was, again, as a sub mid laner a while ago, 60 the same on the CLG Challenger squad, and we'll see if that growth can continue right now. Counter Logic Gaming slow starters, but they can certainly turn it back on. We know they can. We've seen it before. And right now it's just been a slow mid-game. No turrets down, just the one Drake solo kill by Contracts, just the one kill apiece.
Yep. You can see how much they're looking for things though on CLG's side. Because Aphromoo is just running into mid from different angles. Like normally supports run in from the bot side. Well, that's all warded. So Aphromoo runs from the base to the top side of mid. There's no wards here for Jensen, so it's actually a really sneaky route. But they weren't able to pull the trigger because who he had to back didn't have an opportunity to actually make a play there. But he's roaming a ton. The point,
really looking for the plays.
I'd actually love to see his experience in comparison to Smoothie. So he's about half, maybe a quarter of a level down at this point. He's just missing so much by roaming around. So Smoothie will roam around, pick up some wards, drop some wards down, and get control of that bottom side river. And he just runs straight back. Whereas Afro's kind of taking a journey all the time.
Yep. And with the Moby Boots, it makes it less painful to do so. He gets to his location sooner, but even still has missed more than Smoothie has. And you haven't seen much more manifest from this game. The one gank apiece coming from the supports, otherwise the boards equalized closely. Contracts, worth noting, has gone challenging Smite. Smithy did go for extra wards, though. So you expect CLG to have better vision overall as a team. And if they can turn that into more advantages, then good for them. Contract's a better duelist, and double Ocean Drake with a pickup. Cloud9 should have basically infinite resources. Contract won't even take damage in the jungle. Smithy wants to stop this. Here comes a setup. Afremu around the wall.
They're looking for TP plays up top. They're both hiding. There you go.
Goes. Darshan wants in, not going to be mirrored by Impact, which means the clean secure, and that's the trade that C9 willing to give. Impact, don't burn it, just take turret damage.
They do have inside track on mid for CLG because Jensen went to the bottom side, so now they just stop him from getting back to mid, push the wave,
out then.
Get a little bit of turret damage here.
You see him try to cheat forward. Yeah, and Sneaky went to go clear the
for
bot
arrow.
lane.
Watch for TP
the arrow. And yeah, here's Impact in the back line. Darshan tanks the arrow, stunned up, takes a lot of damage, has a lantern, and the shockwave buys even more time. Out the team goes a flash. Stixay, but here comes the knockup. They've caught the marksman in the bot lane. A stun into Smithy, and Stixay is going to be dropped for this one. Contracts, second kill of the game here. CLG do lose the fight 1-0 Cloud9.
Yep, the siege was a bait there. They ended up having Impact go off to the side. Impact got to back and then just come right in. And Sneaky with the arrow to set it all up as well. He's been doing that a lot with these pick champions.
Definitely agree. Super insane accuracy out of Sneaky. The practice has definitely paid off. Cloud9, you can actually see almost every single night you see those players hop up on stream. They've been playing a lot of games this year, just putting in the reps, putting in the mechanical practice, and so far, again, so good. Cloud9, the work is paying off. And looks like first turret now, an easy pickup for them as well. Stretching the gold lead from 2K to 3K. 3.2, feels good.
Yeah. I know Cloud9 are just very invested, both players and organization, in winning again and being #1. Yeah. Because it has been a while since Cloud9 has actually won a split. TSM, Counterlogic Gaming, Counterlogic Gaming, TSM, all the way back almost 2-3 years at this point. And you can see just the determination, even bringing over somebody like Impact or Jensen to improve the roster. They have international results and domestic results now on their radar. That was just such a great team-coordinated play. They're flanking from multiple angles. The arrow came out and they had to stall a little bit instead of just ditch Darshan. And then Stixay ends up getting caught after having to blow his flash because of a flank from Impact.
Yep, and the TP play was right. You saw the play in the making too. C9 calm and controlled. Give away the Drake. Okay, hey, good by CLG to grab it. Of course, the TP play is not wrong by any means, but Cloud9 says, don't worry, we'll get him on the backside, and plays it right. 3,000 gold game right here. Back to the jungle they go. Smithy grabs a red buff level 11. Mirrors that of Contracts now. Mid lane pressure not putting into too terribly much. Smoothie just playing the defensive role. You can see him playing behind his teammates. He's the defensive tank, not the proactive one.
It looked like everybody was trying to collapse there for a second. Smithy off on the top side of mid, but there's actually a ward in that Raptor pit. I believe he just cleared it out. Yeah, he cleared it out with his sweeper. But he was spotted, and so Cloud9 were actually a little keen to what was going to happen.
Nice stuff there. Look at the damage I put on a Contract. Nearly takes him down, the Shiver, but it's not quite enough. There's a quick shockwave and a flash force out of Huhi. Look at the knockout come out from Impact, though, buying a lot of time as Afremu running out of health bars pretty fast. One more hit will do it. Sneaky getting the kill credit onto Afremu. Impact basically invincible. Darshan wants back in, though. Can they kill him off? Not just yet. Smoothie bringing Sneaky to safety. Running away once again, and a clean disengage. Maybe it's not actually a Smithy. Now on the front lines yet again. Ball is on. Jensen cannot catch Stixay. Well kited out, and that's a trade kill. One for the 80 carry of Counterlogic Gaming. One more sniper double here for the bot lane of Stixay playing it beautifully live, but he can't do so. This fight overall, I believe, 2 for 2. As the retreats come out, just kidding. It's Sneaky, can't quite get it now. Stixay in the trade, but he's been flanked by Smoothie. Still the trade comes in, but Contracts finds another. It's actually 4-3 in favor of Cloud9.
Oh, the Abyssal Voyage in the middle of combat just to cut off the right side retreat from Stixay. And Sneaky, man, that fight, that lasted so long. His arrow's almost back up from the previous time, so he almost had it if it kept going on. That is just insane how much of a skirmish that was. We'll start with where Impact just decided to walk straight into everybody after Contracts got chunked out. He gets down to about 5 HP here. The point where something like a Deathfire touch would have been enough as he gets away just barely. Huhi has to blow the flash, and that's the sneaky ultimate right there. Now Impact just basically kills Afremu with the assistance of Sneaky behind it. Sneaky does pick up the kill credit for it, and they have to kite backwards. So now they're just trying to keep Jensen out, who's Off on the right side, they do have vision of him here, and you can see 6A is kind of zoning, waiting for the arrow cooldown since he has the poke build, and trying to get damage onto Jensen. Well played there to actually dodge it. Misses the ultimate. It's a good dodge and turn away from the guys on CLG. And right here, just the tongue lash after the 3 stacks.
Yeah, CLG choosing to re-engage, but you saw both 6A and Smithy saying, ooh, can we go in? Can we go in? And that actually got them killed because they would have been all right with it otherwise.
Yeah, went after Huhi there on the side. That's something that we didn't get to see because Smoothie just went off the left. He actually had eaten Contracts, who returned to the fight.
After getting chunked incredibly low, got his way back in. 3-0-0 on Contracts, and the gold lead, a nice cool 4,000. As we know, 1 Drake apiece. Impact looking for a sapling. Gets exploded upon. Smithy working around as well. And CLG putting a lot of pressure down to this side of the map. Now Sneaky will be 1v1ing Darshan, but Darshan has teleport, so this top left side is ripe for a play from CLG.
Yeah, Sneaky doesn't have the arrow up just yet. He had used it during that replay, and it was long enough that now it just comes back up. So Sneaky backs off. Bottom side of the map, though, Cloud Drake coming up quite shortly. And so control of that is actually in C9's favor. And with this almost 5,000 gold lead that they have, 4,000 gold lead, you think that they would be able to contest it and just make the TP plays that you're talking about, where Impact will shove out top, and Darshan will shove out bottom, try to walk there and get a TP from Impact without having to waste his own on this Drake.
I think we can happen. CLG grouped back up near this Drake. Cloud gonna be on, and see if they can knock this one down. CLG definitely prioritizing this neutral objective. They've not found any turrets for themselves. The sieging has not worked out. C9 have always been there to defend those. They've been more willing to give away the Drakes than they are turrets. Pressure once again on the mid lane, and here we go with Smithy plus Darshan, 2v1 on Contracts, not isolated, so lower damage out of this, but the damage still coming through, an assist from Smoothie, and it's a 5v4. Snipe hits on a Smoothie, the root's gonna be there, but not find anything else to do, and Smithy destroyed by Contracts in a 2v1.
Contracts is still hanging around, doesn't think they'll be able to accomplish too much, even though he does have the ultimate. It just looks like a mid lane shove here in Jensen, right positioning to be off on the left. They don't need him to do the Drake. At that point, it becomes a little bit gratuitous to have that many members. Impact trying to go for a flank here. Gets a hook, but doesn't actually get the bulk of the team.
Yeah, you found the tank and there weren't any damage dealers left. Quick snipe on a Contracts lowers the health bar a bit more. Of course, Stixay going for this more sniper-oriented build. And his poke's good. He's got some kills, but yeah, not yet working out for Counterlogic Gaming. 5,000 the deficit.
Yeah, the more I see this build, the more I like it, because you can just ignore the tanks and actually just shoot through them with your arrows. And the Edge of Night, I think, is an underrated purchase, even on this patch before the buffs, for it being a 30-second instead of 45-second cooldown. If you're able to utilize that, that's an Ash arrow that doesn't hit you. That's, even like a gigantic ability like a Nautilus ultimate that you can just spell shield and you're fine.
Absolutely. And there's actually, depending on the situation, enough time to reactively Edge of Night a Nautilus ultimate. If you run for really, really fast and pop the Yomu's active right before, pretty sure you can reactively Edge of Night a Nautilus ulti, so even more reasons.
That's the press your one. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
The 1.5 second reactive channel. Like that's how you know that spell is slow.
But you can move while you're doing it too, so
right, exactly.
Great.
It's not a problem at all. See what they can get here. Aftermoon going towards Redemption with the Forbidden Idol.
Now also,
like the same.
Talking about items, just wanted to touch one more time on Edge of Night. It's got magic resistance on it. Everybody talks about like mobs, like, oh, I have to buy that against things like Cassiopeia. But if you're already going for like a lethality build, Edge of Night fits right in there, gives you a spell shield when you want it. Very low cooldown. Also, magic resistance up to boot. I mean, you could also stack that with a QSS and a Maw. We're getting crazy here. We could be like an 80 carry with like 130 magic resistance.
Sure. Get a Guardian Angel. Add it all together. 27 health left on that top lane turret. A Swift Breeze will knock that one down. We'll see if Cloud9 sends any resources there sometime in the next 2 minutes to kill that structure off, because right now mid lane has been the target of priority. It's been a slow game where it's just been slow looks towards neutral objectives and then a team fight ensues afterwards, but as far as direct, I was going to say direction, but as far as strategic, looking forwards, wow, my vocabulary sucks today.
That's all right. Mine always sucks, so not just today.
Well, you bring me down to your levels, Irene.
Whoa, whoa,
whoa!
I thought we were just going to be miserable together.
No. I'm going to make you miserable more and just pretend that I never wanted any of this.
First you compliment my skin, now you now you do this.
We're going through all the steps of a relationship in a short time. We've got 2 more games to show, by the way, at least one. I don't know what happens after the divorce, but here we go. The hook in towards Jensen, catches them. Goodbye to the Snake Lady. Quick pick up there, beautifully played by Counter Logic Gaming.
And you can see topside Smoothie and Sneaky trying to get some extra damage on this turret. It's like, maybe I can kill it, maybe not. But there's a quick push in the bottom side. Darshan actually TPs to the top, and there's no TP for impact, so there's no chance of like a TP flank, but there is a chance. There's an Abyssal Void that may help out here if they do want to continue and actually fight. Woo.
But with Shockwave up, do you want an Abyssal Void anywhere near Huhi?
Nah.
You are giving him a bullseye, saying, please hit R on this timer.
Which makes it even more critical of where the position is, and there it is.
Shockwave onto 1 and 2. Smoothie and Impact, though, are the tanks. They're hard to kill. No blast code to get Sneaky away, but Smoothie might help. And suddenly Smithy's running out of HP, and he's got to be careful. This one stunned up, chomped up, and still they got the kill on an Impact 1 for 0, and they're going to keep chasing with this axe.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not too much more to get there, but if they were able to actually pick up more on Counter Logic Gaming's side, that might have been a Baron. They fought without Jensen up, so Cloud9, honestly, really awkward position to be in where they had Sneaky pushing up mid a little bit far, and the rest of the team was trying to fight, I believe, Darshan on the top. So, honestly, a big misplay there from C9 to even lose a person.
Yeah, they certainly didn't have any control of the map right now, but we can watch the replay again and see the setup for it. Looks like Darshan flanking a bit on the left side.
Yeah, Hawkshot comes out there, but ooh.
Oh, that's pretty slick.
Gets him right in there, then they put the ball on top of him. So, big chunk on the contracts and also Smoothie.
Yeah, I didn't see it. It was a 3-man Shockwave.
Yeah, really well played there, that combination. Like, we were talking about the team fight right after Champion Select in around the level 1s, where both these teams want to have those team fights. They want to have those 5-on-5 ones.
Yeah.
Skirmishes are all right for both, depending on who's involved, but it's really those 5-on-5s where the Shockwave's really going to matter. The damage that comes out from Jensen's really going to matter there, too. And that's why I thought this was going to be so mid-lane focused in terms of ganks early.
Yeah.
Because these are the 2 guys that can really just win you the game from the get-go if you get them ahead of the other guys substantially.
Totally agree, and of course, Counter Logic Gaming, 5-on-5s are good. 5-on-4s even better, of course, and finding some of that after. Not going to go for the big play, and I think that's smart not to pull the trigger on that. But now sieging mid lane tier 2, and we got to start talking about CLG's success a little bit more. They're down in gold, but they're playing like that's not the case here. Darshan, to be honest, came out of his laning phase with equal ganks from both sides, and up CS on Impact, better KDA than Impact on a team that's losing in gold. Darshan actually having some good games when that wasn't happening before in this split. This is like Echo Fox the game, where suddenly they're turning things around and playing a lot better.
Echo Fox the game. Oh. But to echo your point, Darshan was rather invisible during his first week, and now he's actually one of the better performers on the team coming into week 2. Right. Even in their previous series, he was doing a lot of work, being multiple levels up on something like Maokai, and it was the bottom lane that was slacking a little bit for CLG.
Thumbs up to Smithy. But you talk about the bot lane slacking a little bit. We're seeing better performances here. 6th after move. We're down in minions in the landing phase, which is to be expected against players the caliber of Sneaky and Smoothie. But as far as mid-game team fights are concerned, you've got Stixay, 5 out of 6 kill participation. Most kills in the squad. Sniper Varus doing pretty well. Ooh, Snipe on an Afro, the best target it could have been.
Ooh,
3-man Shockwave and a Varus holding in a lot of damage on a Smoothie. Pops his shield and gets the redemption. Now the front lines are there. Smoothie can't quite lose his life, though. Counter Logic Gaming don't have the damage. Stun only hits Darshan. He tanks it up just fine. The rest of the team turned their backs on Jensen. CLG control over mid.
Yep, exactly. So they have the inner track. And this looks like C9 are saying, all right, let's do the Baron. Let's try to pull them off of our tier 2.
But they're on top of wards. They're going to lose mid tier 2 for sure. And even the Baron's not going to look clean.
Yeah. He's going to show up a little bit later here. His ultimate is already half off of cooldowns. It's coming back up quite quickly.
This seems desperate by C9.
Yeah, this just seems like a bait to try and get them off of the tier 2. I don't know how much they're really going to want to commit to this. And yeah, they pull off right now.
Darshan, no ulti, makes him less tanky. Another snipe onto the back line. Huhi losing a bit of HP. Impact lower and lower, but gets another shield once again. Has to flash away, and Counter Logic Gaming forcing him out. Smoothie at 50 health. One snipe would kill him. Impact Darshan once again trading blows. The hook saved by Smoothie, but the snipe gets him both. He pops out of his belly and he kills him anyway. Beautifully shot by Stixay, 2 for 0.
And now CLG will want to go towards that mid lane. The ultimate from Huhi is back up, so he has the Shockwave available. They have a minion wave that's already pushed up a decent amount. They could try to make a pick here if something like a hook lands.
Well, they've got to respect Jensen, whose Petrifying Gaze is available, but one more shot will do it, and Counter Logic Gaming finally ties up the turret score and brings the gold back within 2,000.
Yeah, that was an awkward call from Cloud9. That seemed
was.
like desperation, like you said, to try and get them off that tier 2 in mid, because they had made a macro mistake of actually being on the left side of the map when they had their tier 2 vulnerable. They're like, what do we do? Let's start at the Baron, try to pull them in towards us. They didn't really have the damage to do Baron, and they didn't really have the damage or HP to take this fight here. That was insane. That was a piercing arrow. That was a 2 birds, 1 stone.
Literally, well, two tanks, 1 arrow, and now Darshan walks into the fact that Baron's being taken, and it does go down to Contract, so on the backside. Cloud9 with a great Baron call, picked that one up. It's a forced retreat out of CLG. This really gets eaten, or eats up Impact and brings him back out. What a great Baron call, though. Missed the setup, but beautifully done. CLG looking to find a bit more. Shockwave is up. The flash hook. Impact walks into it. Smartly done here. Darshan now on the front line, but low on health. Redemption. This should be CLG's, and it heals them back up. Now the axe gonna land, but once again the tanks not quite getting caught out. Oh, he gets smoothie, and the shield, the stun back out from Jensen to the trade kill. Mid laner goes down. Impact gonna lose his life, but look at the damage, and Darshan burns him down to the summoner. Heal is late from Stixay. 2 for 2 overall, though. Tank on each side, and 1 mid, 1 support dead.
Whew. Crazy turnaround there. Jensen using the ultimate actually got a really good stun there, and a ton of damage came out afterwards. But Counter Legend Gaming end up with an even trade. If that's good for them, they're getting some of those, some of that gold back, pushing forward a little bit on that map, getting some board control of that left side. And this is just so dangerous for Cloud9 because CLG, Darshan has the ball on him now. The ultimate's up from Uhi. The shockwave, good flash from Aphromu. He actually flashed onto the Miasma. So if he had actually taken an extra step forward and tried to make that move happen, wouldn't have been able to because he would have been grounded. So it's the right time for it.
That hook though on Uhi.
Yeah. Uhi gets the combo, the shockwave off right then. And then Jensen managed to turn around there, and a lot of damage comes out. They almost lose contracts on top of it too.
A very close fight right here, but look at the big contributors here in this game. 5, 2, and 4 on Stixay. He's supposed to be one of the best bot laners in North America, finally looking like it here. 0-1 on 7 on Aphromu. Also, I gotta say, pretty good performance here on this Thresh as well. C9, mostly a team effort. Impact has been dying a lot, but it's usually been for the team. I can't really fault him for the deaths as much, as the fights have been close. But look at his Cloud9 barreling through the map now. Mid lane outer already gone. Looking for mid lane tier 2, and this time CLG here to defend. But they've brought the gold lead back to almost 5,000. C9 never letting up in this game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is also just their lanes. You can see the CS between Jensen and Hui about 50 up. Sneaky also about 50 up for himself in these lanes.
And that is relevant.
They've been doing quite well here, so.
That is incredibly relevant. Just
Jensen, I think like his CS per minute right now currently is like tied for #1 in the world. It's gotta be. At 10.1. I believe Teddy is the other person who's tied with him. So internationally, he's up there. He's either #1 or tied for first. So his CS per minute, and that's something that's very relevant because that's saying no matter what champion I'm on, counter pick matchup, Cassiopeia, Orianna, doesn't matter. He's even played things like Echo, Fizz, right?
Don't lane well.
How?
Typically.
Right? So just the consistency that we are seeing out of Jensen, it's not the champion that he's on, it's the player, and it's also the way the team is playing around him that allows him to have that type of scoreline so consistently.
Definitely got to agree. The Cloud9 formula has looked good. They've lost very few individual games so far, and you can go back and look at them to see what the issues may be, but every time you look back to the coaches and you fix them for next week, and suddenly any research you made doesn't work anymore.
That's true. And in closing out the CS point, really quickly, one of the weaknesses that Cloud9 had last split was everything was funneled into Jensen, and Sneaky got almost nothing. Right. He would have to be on side lanes kind of picking up the scraps, and then Impact was just low econ and great for the team there. Sneaky's actually really high in the CS per minute as well. He's in that top 10, top 5, I would actually say. Just right off the top of my head, I think that this is a good strength for them because they're actually picking up the farm. They're being really great at laning. Sneaky lane phase. Looks like Kane came over. It's like, I'm going to fix this.
Yeah.
Actually wasn't bad before, all memes aside.
Yeah. Pretty good. Let's see what else we can find for this one. As we're back in the sieging game, although Baron buff is timed out and it looks like it's going to slow things, but yeah, I mean, the thing is we've got at least one more game to cover as well. We've been spending most of it just talking about how Cloud9 have been a good team, and it's not like it's the wrong story because Cloud9 are they've just been in control. Like it's the thing is it's been a slightly lower action game, and We know C9 have looked very sharp right here. And
yeah, you're naturally going to talk about the winning team a little more, but CLG had
Here's
wards
the play.
all over, so they're
All
looking
right.
for Jensen.
He's going to find Jensen, but gets chomped out by Smoothie and nothing to be seen here. Doesn't want to take the lantern. He's going to bait it with a shockwave, but it's only on the tanks. Contracts on the wing. Redemption in for C9. Keeps him healthy. Nice big stun. Xpithy going to have to run around and run out of health. One more shot will do it. Guardian Angel's down, and Darshan is next up on the chopping block. He goes down, and Smithy is going to be next. A quick 2 for 0. Cloud9 able to kite it out so cleanly. Smoothie never lets any engage work.
Yeah, and that's the Tom Kench pick right there. That's the strength. If you're going up against something that's not that ranged support that's going to poke you out of lane and make you miserable, looking for a play on Stixxay!
Wakanda, Stixxay, down he goes. Contracts the kill credit, but it was all the work of Impact making it happen. That flash play was nice, and there's more to take here. Mid lane tier 2's down. Inhibitor next up on the field, and that's going to be reduced to rubble in 3 seconds flat. And here goes the inhibitor itself. Now, will they go for more? 20 seconds of the respawn. Cloud9 looking to close it out right now.
Impact will tank. This is what you do with those top lane tanks. Impact will tank. They'll try to get that minion up a little bit further because he barely takes any damage here, but they're taking so much from the other guys, too. There's his GA. They're going to try to end the game right here.
Shockwave on a Smoothie means nothing. Arrow going to miss a little bit wide, but they're going to run down this turret, and Afro is going to drop here. This time it's the Nexus, and C9 can't be stopped. Game 1, Cloud9 one step away from the perfect first 2 weeks.
That's an insane call as well. You talk about Cloud9, you go back to the days of when they lost high. Who's the shot caller? And now Meteos out of the lineup. Who's the shot caller? Smoothie, the whole team stepping up. Everybody is contributing. We've heard them, like you said, on mic checks where everybody is talking. Even Impact is calling like his shield cooldown in 2 seconds. Stuff like that. It's absolutely beautiful, and you're seeing that play off in team fights, but you're also seeing it in those macro plays where they are doing a great job of just cleanly making the game end at like 36 minutes. Like, we got 2 kills. Don't need to worry about the wave clear. We have enough beefiness, tankiness. 1 turret, 2 turret, 3 turret, inhibitor, they're done.
Yep, and Cloud9 look good overall. They're winning their lanes by and large. You're seeing Contracts still do good things repeatedly. His very first match against Sven Skaren played better than him, and match after match after match. I can't think of a player on the C9 roster who is a liability. Every single one of them seems to match up well against their individual opponents. Their shot calling looks crisp enough at the very least. We'll see as time goes on what other tests there may be for this squad. Right? They played week 1 TSM. TSM looks better than they did before. Echo Fox now actually starting to get some things together. Like there's these different tests out there that you've got to actually figure out. Who does stack up well against Cloud9. But so far, the jury has come back saying C9 unanimously looking very, very good. And so far, no one's tested them well enough.
Yeah, and that's the question is who's going to test them? Because they've already gone through like TSM at the beginning of the split. And so if you take the current state of Cloud9 and you pair them up against every single team, like maybe they'll drop a game. Maybe inconsistency will make them drop 2.
Sure.
But I think we're starting to get to the point where if they go 4-0, you're like, all right, how far is this team going?
Yeah,
we've seen 17-1 seasons.
Right. How many matches does it take until there's a 1 in that last column? And it might be the entire split. You never know. But we're going to take out some replays real quick. 35 minutes, 3 for 1 in favor of Cloud9. And you can see that the Maokai flank just means nothing against Tom Kench.
Yeah, this looked like it was going to be a smart play here from Darshan, but Smoothie's honestly just around his carries and is absolutely correct there. Eats Jensen, and then everybody is able to collapse. Smoothie is able to tank the Shockwave, and then Impact with the triple knock up there, going straight through everybody. And Smithy, ultimate's a little late there because he's up in the air after the Nautilus ulti. So it takes him a while before he gets back down on the ground. And this is just how they ended. They got 2 picks. They killed both tanks, and they just rush straight down. And then this is it right here. They make the play onto Stixxay. Stixxay has flash and heal available for himself. And they just try to peel him off with a hook. And now it's Huhi for wave clear, and it's Afro move for moral support, but it doesn't end up working out.
Yeah, and it was a good game by C9. And the thing is, if you start diving into the team compositions, you look at what CLG wants to do. They've got Shockwave, they've got Olaf, and they've got Varus for actual team fight damage. If you don't get anything done at the very beginning, you can DPS down the Olaf, right? You can run him down. Orianna drops off after the Shockwave, and then Varus is going for the sniper build. He's not doing Hurricane Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge, so the damage output is wildly different between these compositions. If no one gets one shot, Kha'Zix, Cassiopeia, and Ashe all outperform their opposite members in teamfight DPS. Unsurprisingly, no one got one shot. C9 played around the ball well, and then the rest of the teamfight is a formality when you pull out the one guy getting Varus ulted or the one guy getting Maokai flanked.
And I think that this is just Cloud9 setting themselves up for success and also just being, in some lanes, superior players. Because
if you're comfortable going like, we're going to blind pick Cassiopeia, we know you'll pick Orianna, and Jensen's going to be fine. He's going to have a CS lead, not even get a whole bunch of ganks. We'll give him some vision control. We'll fight back and forth for it. We know he'll come out on top with a gold lead, which is something that is just so valuable to have in a mid laner where you're like, regardless of matchup, he's going to do well, and he's going to be consistent with that 10 CS per minute pretty much no matter what. And then I think like Smoothie is kind of going under the radar here because his champion pool is just so flexible right now. He's playing the meta things. He's playing the Tahm Kench. He's playing the Taric. So they're able to just last pick. They're like, go ahead, waste your support bans. That's fine. We're going to play Tahm Kench into Thresh. That's fine.
He's just as effective on whatever champion you make him play. You can play reverse draft, and he will still be one of the best performing supports in North America. It's been a good game so far. Cloud9 up 1-0. We'll see if CLG can even up score when we come back with game 2. We'll be right back.
Jensen? My Thunderlaw was down.
You literally died first blood to Brand bot.
I mean,
Brand is broken, dude.
he did play pretty well.
This is not a good sign.
Jensen cannot catch Stixxay, well kited out, and that's a trade kill. One for the AD carry of Counterlogic Gaming. One more sniper double here for the bot laner. Stixxay playing it beautifully.
No. Kill not. Guys, I need help. I lantern Jake, lantern. We are not. I should go.
Smoothie at 50 health. One snipe would kill him. Impact Darshan once again trading blows the hook. Saved by Smoothie, but the snipe gets them both. He pops out of his belly and he kills him anyway.
We can fight.
Can we?
Yeah, no, whatever. I'm good. We can fight. Back first. Slow. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, back. I block your shield. Olaf. Being push. Nice, yeah.
I've never seen a player so excited to kill bots as Apollo Price.
I mean, that's the only one who can kill.
Jake, your mom's waving to you, dude. Wave back. Say hi, Damien, and see if he looks.
Hi, Damien!
He does not look.
Oh, Jake, come on, buddy.
She's got the Naruto thing on, dude.
He's like, my Jake's gonna be a Hokage someday.
I mean, he's literally right.
I think of the Gallo. I think of the Gal.
Damien.
Anyway, let's play well today, guys. I don't care if you die, you feed. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's play smart. Backping each other when people are missing.
Is the only way.
Buy wards, play smart, don't overgreed, turrets, objectives, and don't kill yourself unless you're me.
They're on blue. I'm just gonna heal.
Watch out, Verve.
Oh.
I stole it.
Occasional flash.
Nice.
I'm a Fiora.
Silenced.
I need help.
Good job. Back up. Good shit. Tower.
Calm down. Please calm down. Okay.
I killed Corky, by the way. Good job.
Just try steal. Nice. Back up. Careful.
No flash.
Slow fight.
Kha'Zix here.
Kha'Zix no flash. Rise. Balta, Sion.
I'm on Sion. Go Baron.
Wait, you should put that one, dude. TSM Jet.
Wait, who's Jet though?
Who's Jet? Hello?
I don't know who Jet is. I know Rivington.
We're tanks, dude.
Yeah, you
We're all
get some
tanks up there.
stuff.
Right.
Top lane. You do tank for our carries and make sure they can do as much damage as possible in team fights. Okay, guys.
Because otherwise your carries will whine.
How do you not know who Jet is?
Riving. What? I can know who. I have the right to not know.
I got it. Okay, get out. Good smite, Josh. It was risky. Okay. I'm the fucking smite king, baby. Just kill. Okay. Kill it. Everybody hit. Just hit. Go. Nice. Good job, dude. I get the tower here, baby. Where are they? Fuck! It's okay. My bad. That's okay. It's cool. No. That's cool.
Alex loves Urgot so much.
I love Urgot so much.
Why don't you play Urgot then? It's not that bad.
Why don't we play Urgot Alistar?
We will next week.
Wait, I'm coming. It's kite.
Yep. I have J now.
I can kill backline. No. Yo, Corky's dead. I'm kill front. Nice.
Go.
Nice. Go Baron. Holy shit, I'm clean.
Oh yeah, nice.
Holy shit, I'm clean.
I almost got into the fight.
Slowly, wait for Katarina.
This side, guys. This is good for us. They're all up now.
Kill these guys. Front line. Behind us. Any help? Exhauster. She's dead.
I'll do LeBlanc.
Soul Blanc. We got LeBlanc. Peel Piglet. Yeah, on Piglet. Yo, he has jump.
Down, left. You win. Again.
Flash.
Go. Flash. Go.
I can catch.
Flash at him.
Can we end?
Careful.
We can.
Flash.
I don't flash.
Yeah,
We can win. Nice.
We win.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. You got to listen on some of the team comms from Week 1, but right now it's Week 2, Day 3, Counterlogic Gaming versus Cloud9, Game 2. Saying numbers is fun. Player of the game was Smoothie, by the way. That guy was awesome on Tahm Kench.
Yep, don't know his numbers off the top of my head, but he did have a really good Tahm Kench performance.
1 is all I care about. That's the numbers in the win column in this series.
Oh,
he won. Oh, I could have said that. The number I care about is 1 because he won. Pretend I said that the first time and pretend I'm really smart.
But I think Smoothie deserves a lot of credit here because he not only saved Jensen in one of those plays that allowed them to turn around and end the game, it was also the fact that he actually protected both Jensen and Sneaky, which is something that they were doing last split near the playoffs when he was playing the Tahm Kench. Smoothie really knows how to play this Tahm Kench in that middle line. He's not a frontliner. He's not exactly in the back line. He's like that middle point where he's taking care of both, whoever gets
he's just
jumped
a defender, and it's right. And the nice thing is like W has some range, so we can kind of go back and forth and find those guys. But yeah, Tahm Kench is a particular skill most players tend to be bad at it. It doesn't win very many games on like your general solo queue servers, and it's not exactly a popular pro support. But you saw him bring it out here, and he played it like a master, and that's great to see.
And that's the thing. When you talk about playing it like a master, it's not just his Ws were good. His Q, when he stunned in the brush and protected Sneaky on his team during a mid-river fight, that's a really big indicator of like he knows when to go aggressive, when to not be. Then he just walks back, picks up contracts, Abyssal Voyages him in to then get 1
2 more kills after that. So that's where you're seeing, like, that's the mastery of that champion. He's not even just using Abyssal Voyage to go top and roam and get a counter kill and, like, make the score 1-1. He's using it mid-fight. He's using it to get people back in the fight, help rotate. So that's a champion that we had to add to that list. Tarek, now we're seeing Tahm Kench. Smoothly, just all around. This guy is impressing me every time I see him. Every split, I definitely think he's playing a lot better than previously.
I completely agree. Every single split, Smoothly gets more impressive. I think he's now got to be a contender for one of these top-tier North American supports. He's been getting better and better.
Calling more, too.
Absolutely, right? He's more of a complete pack as well. Lanes well, team fights well, big shot caller as well, primary, secondary, whatever it is. He's certainly very vocal, and it helps the team out. Cloud9, #1 right now. And you talked about Tahm Kench, another one of the champs out of the pile. It's one thing I'm really happy that we've seemingly discovered right now in the 2017 season with the new bans is everyone kind of realizes how really vast that pool 2 champ select variety really is, where there's all, okay, like, we know Zyra and Malzahar are insane. After that, though, there's a really, really wide variety of really great champions, and you kind of go on from the rest of there. So, champ select has begun. Counterlogic Gaming and Cloud9 switching sides. We'll see how different the draft looks. CLG still removing the Zyra on the blue side. LeBlanc gone from Cloud9.
Yep, and we talked a lot about Cloud9, but Counterlogic Gaming, Darshan actually did quite well in the top lane, tried to make a few plays for himself, who he was getting starved out a little bit, and then the Olaf wasn't completely cohesive to the composition, so now that they swap sides, you could see a Kha'Zix Fork Smithy, which might fit a little bit better with what they want.
Absolutely agree. Kha'Zix definitely a first pick worthy champion, and 15 seconds to go for Counterlogic Gaming's last ban of the first phase. You expect the Rengar to be the final one through Lee Sin to help pinch the pool if Rengar comes in. It means Contracts doesn't get Rengar, Kha'Zix, or Lee Sin in the pick, which informs why that Lee Sin was banned away.
Which, I don't know if it's like 100% bad for Contracts, and I had said it previously where like his Rengar and his Lee Sin are his 2 best champions, and then from there it's just a big drop-off, and they take the Kha'Zix away, so now they'll put him on something like we've seen him on Graves previously. We've seen him also play things like Rek'Sai.
Sure.
So
Elise can be fine.
Yep.
Elise breaks isolation, right? Like the Spiderlings count as not being isolated if he goes to 1v1 you? I assume so. I mean, it would be weird if it didn't, so I don't know if it's specifically a good matchup in a Kha'Zix. We don't see it very much. The pros don't seem to think so, but is an option on the table regardless. Varus, no surprise here, picked up there on the Cloud9 side, and again, seems to be the king of the bot role right now. Varus, the go-to bot lane marksman, and speaking of, you mentioned the Graves for Contracts, and 18 seconds till that's a reality.
Yeah, it's a strong champion that you would want to take some CC alongside. And if they last pick something like they pick their jungler AD carry, so if they pick support on the other side, you can just counter support, pick top laner, something like that. So
Rek'Sai it is.
Okay, yeah, it's like they have to get CC to really make a Graves work.
Yeah,
you would want to like guarantee a Maokai or guarantee having like a support Malzahar, which is still up, by the way.
It is. Something I've noticed that's fairly interesting now that we see this Rek'Sai picked up here is I feel like the most successful teams are actually running double tank compositions again. That we see so much Kha'Zix and Rengar and all these assassin jungles who are very, very squishy, but I've seen an increased focus on trying to get 2 tanks in, whether you're saying, yep, we're going to go for the Braum anyway in support, we're going to go for the Rek'Sai anyway in jungle. Rek'Sai, I believe, was like the 3rd most popular jungler this week in pro play. She's really risen in popularity because it's a Cinderhulk tank-build champion, and it seems like teams are going towards that style of composition. Rek'Sai fits it very easily and allows me to play something squishier in that backline role. Of course, CLG picking a squishy support. They've already picked a squishy jungler. Tanks are limited now.
Yep, now it's kind of, I think you would take either Misfortune for yourself, or you would go for the Lulu.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that I would consider here.
He can reprise his Tahm Kench role, right? Like there's interesting things to look for, and
that's true. Tahm Kench isn't terrible against Malzahar either.
It's often picked into it for the matchup to save people off of the Nether Grasp. The laning phase not super easy, but Tarek bridges the gap a little bit. You can turn invulnerable during some of the plays, but also you have the CC to bring out. And Tarek will be once again the tank support, so triple tank for Cloud9 unless they're waiting to see if Impact can play a squishy in the top lane. Kennen's up, Swain's up, Fiora's up.
That's right. They would need a ton of damage from Jensen. And Sneaky's would be mostly poke for these fights if he goes for the lethality build.
Right.
So having triple tank,
little bit risky. You'll typically see a Rek'Sai plus a tanky bottom lane support if you're going to run a carry top laner, like you said. And the Taric is interesting into the Malzahar. We'd actually done a segment on Malzahar where Taric, he can stun the Voidlings when they come out, make sure that they don't multiply. He's also invulnerable during a lot of the plays, like the duration of the Nethergrass will still come down once you started the channel. But also his passive, where he swings twice, helps you kill the Voidlings off as well.
Absolutely, and the bonus damage triggers into more damage as well, of course, the passive giving that proc damage. So you see a tank ban in the top lane from Cloud9, again showing they don't really want to play tanks themselves, they'd rather play something higher damage. The Jace ban, and I wonder if it's going to be Kennen or Fiora. Those are the popular top lane carry picks. We've got to see what it actually comes out to be. Fiora actually banned away by Cloud9. That I find interesting, because I don't think it would fit the CLG comp in any way. But still an interesting choice to be made. Final ban, Neta come through for Counter Logic Gaming. We know top and mid lane are the roles available unless CLG flexes the Malzahar to mid. We've seen it sometimes.
I think here you ban something like Syndra.
And look for a Corki?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Syndra ban, which actually opens up for Corki pretty well. And Azir can be a counter into it. Huhi's Azir wasn't that good when we last saw it, but can always be an option. Cloud9, what are you looking to do here with your picks?
Yeah, if they pick Corki, then they're definitely trying to counter pick their top laner.
Tank.
But they're just going to go triple tank and try to pull out a high DPS mid and get Jensen to counter pick here.
That's interesting. I'm surprised by that being the line of play here by Cloud9, but it's clearly one they wanted to go for. Triple tank, Varus plus Jensen playing something scary. Leave the counter pick here to the mid lane. CLG tried last game, and that didn't work out for him.
I just wanted to give a little bit of shout out here. Stixxay always hovers Warwick. This is one of his first champions, his favorite champions as well. It's the last time he can do it before it gets reworked.
That's true. Well, yeah, it might just be banned. Never gets to play it again. Who knows?
Well, I'm just saying, it's a different...
It'll be a different graphic at the very least.
Different champion for a bit as well, in terms of people playing it. But it's not the same. Just not the same.
It's just not the same. Splash art changes, no longer. Who knows? But Toronto going to be the counter pick here. Darshan going to play the anti-tank fighter. And even with Fiora banned, you've still got a good split pusher, a good fighter, a good lane matchup into that side of the map. CLG will blind pick Orianna, and they've got a bit more sustained damage than last time. You know, Jhin and Thera similar profiles, but Malzahar going to be more threatening. Trundle the same. And CLG may have fixed some of their team fight issues. And there's that Azir looking at Jensen. Scary mid laner.
You go Azir or you go Cassio. Cassio would be, okay, I want to play into the counter matchup, but the Azir counters the Orianna due to the distance and the range, puts pressure on Orianna to get multi-man shockwaves during team fights, where you have to hit both Jensen and Sneaky. Emperor's locked in again. Triple tank line for His Majesty.
For His Majesty, the tank line is here. Cloud9 putting a lot of faith in Jensen to work the team fights unless we see Contracts go for a more damage-focused build. Counter Logic Gaming, they've got Jhin for engage. They've got a Trundle split push, and it's supposed to win. This lane's supposed to be good for CLG's top lane. Darshan did well against Impact in Game 1. He wasn't looking good in Week 1. Has looked better here in Week 2. Darshan could be a linchpin. And back in the day when CLG was dominant, it was off the back of Darshan split pushing. That style could be a key to success here.
Yeah. I look at the draft, and we were talking about winning drafts and losing drafts. I actually think just Cloud9's draft, with the high damage that they have from Jensen, the peel that they have, and the lack of engage from CLG, how do you get to this Azir consistently? How do you get to him reliably? You have a Trundle top lane. You don't have a Maokai for the point and click. You have a Kha'Zix who's mostly just damage, no CC. Somebody has to deliver that ball into the back line if you want to get it there in a reliable fashion.
And it's risky if that's Kha'Zix. Squishy champion.
And
It's going to be fun to watch.
And there's like a Taric to boot.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah. There's plenty of tools to deal with it, so it's going to be interesting to watch how it plays out. CLG probably on the back foot in the 5-on-5, maybe the 1-3-1 looks a bit better. Game 2 about to be underway. Cloud9 with a reasonably solid Game 1 win, and now they're a single nexus away from being alone in first place. 4-0 to start. We'll see if they can do it here. And next up, it's going to be Counter Logic Gaming, hoping to turn it all around. They've got to win 2 straight to salvage a rough start to the split. Game 2 underway.
And Jensen with the protection, and Jensen also with the SKT skin for Azir.
Why not? The Emperor of North American mid lane, Jensen, may just be that. He's dethroned Bjergsen, maybe.
I mean,
we'll have to see when they rematch.
It could be the year of Jensen. 2017 could be that year where he actually takes the throne. It's A little early to say it for sure.
Nope.
It could be.
Here in North America,
Stop it,
we
freak.
jump to unfounded conclusions during Week 2 games. Jensen is the best mid laner the world has ever seen.
Wow.
That call would not go well in any other region. But here in North America, we pander to the audience.
I mean, it depends if you do it in
Denmark specifically.
Right?
Then they'd be like, wait, but Froggen and everyone else.
But still, Jensen has a lot of support from his team. You know, a lot of people are taking up that mantle of shot calling and spreading around the duties where he doesn't have to say much except man him clean after the fight.
Yep, that's true.
Focus on his play, focus on playing the lane.
Ooh, photogenic. Smoothie doing his best as Irene cosplay.
What?
Just being as attractive as he can.
Aww.
Yeah, look at that.
Wait, is this like
We're
the
back in
skin
the
thing? Are you trying to get me back?
Yeah, trying to butter you up.
Man, like if this goes to game 3, we're gonna have a little co-caster with us. Try-cast from then on.
Wow, that did not go where I was expecting.
We'll adopt an audience member. Oh, man. I love you too.
Aww, it's so happy over here. Meanwhile, in bot lane, there's action and excitement. And Smoothie running away. Excitement over.
Yep. And you can see already Contracts just puts a ward up forward, make sure that there's nothing happening, like a flank around from McSmithy, who started on the top side, because Kha'Zix can clear this top side, then try to make a little clever leap play by going up above. It actually doesn't go for a full clear on that top side, goes buff to the other isolated camp to the other buff. So it's one of the faster routes in terms of actually getting the experience as Kha'Zix. But it means eventually you have to loop back for those wolves, those pesky wolves.
Get him eventually. Right now, they're just lone wolves, sitting by themselves, hunting for no prey at all. Aphromoo, I love this from supports. You push in the first couple of waves, and then you go for the aggressive trinket ward afterwards. I even like the fact that he put it on that side of the wall, because he can expect that Contracts is actually doing Gromp right now. The expected jungle path puts Contracts right here at this time. And Afro could have put that trinket over the wall and let Contracts know that he sees him. Instead, he puts it in front of the blue buff, not visible. And now Contracts doesn't know for certain that he's seen. He can infer based on him leaving lane, but it's just a little bit of an information play, and I really like it. Rek'Sai, of course, taking her own blue buff. Apparently did not vote for the Emperor, as Jensen's not going to get that buff right now. Doesn't agree with his reign, apparently. Sneaky and Smoothie once again. You can see what the matchup is supposed to look like. It's CLG with the push lead. Again, the deep ward from Aphromoo gives them this sense of safety. And it's always going to be difficult for Smoothie to get in on this. If Aphromoo has this passive on right now, you can see that the semicircle floating around him. He's immune to CC while that's happening. He has to take damage, get hit by Sneaky or Smoothie somehow before that's going to turn off. Now the play for Hui, the knockup is there, and Orianna losing half her health bar. The trade back on a Contract. That's still advantage C9.
Yep. Darshan early teleport as well to get back into this lane, which just gets shoved in by the Nautilus early on. Eventually you turn the matchup around, but
This stun means nothing. Smoothie pushed out.
Yeah, made sure he didn't take more damage from the Voidlings because he ended up getting rooted there. That's the combination of the Malzahar and the Jhin, but this is a really far up Nautilus.
Well,
who already
early
flashed.
teleport gave him a lot of health. They're trying to knock down Impact. You're right. Impact is flashless, trying to make something else happen. He's got absolutely nowhere to go. Quick kill pickup. First blood to Darshan. The work pays off. Nicely played, CLG.
Looks like he flashed right as the cone was coming up, and it got stopped there by the pillar.
Oh, wow. Wanted to get away from the CC. Didn't happen at all.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, the most crucial lane to give first blood to. I think we can establish CLG's 5v5 does not look good. They need to split push, and Darshan has an advantage in his split push matchup.
Yep, and Darshan already TP'd, but Impact TP'd back in, got some big chunk damage onto Darshan that he might actually have to take a trip back.
Pretty good trade on Aphromoo, though. C9 actually finding a good side of it. Sneaky kited the Voidlings away, and Smoothie got a bit of hits off. Afro still has some potions, though. Hui having a miserable time in this lane, though. You can see down 8 minions and nearly dead as well. And this is a terrible recall. He'll miss his entire wave.
Yeah, you talk about Jensen in those matchups where he's countered, the ones where he has the advantage. It looks a little disgusting, to be honest. Like, how are you going to play Orianna against this early game, late game? It gets rough.
Is on the route. Good dodge there by Sneaky. Keep in mind, Voidlings gonna go in for that.
What
okay. 6A, I think if he wasn't exhausted, might have gotten the kill, because it was going to be the big 4th shot crit.
But that was bold because he still had heal.
Yeah, it was probably not worth it, to be honest, as you kind of think about it all the way through, but it is flash for heal plus exhaust, so in total value, maybe a positive trade, but it does mean Stixxay is now a gankable champion.
Exactly. That's the thing, is it means he's a gankable champion. And Afromu, he's been doing his damnedest to try and stop those ganks. He actually, when he went up and warded earlier, he actually killed the cone, and we'll see here.
No wards here. Impact has to get away with this one. Pillar to block the anchor. Can he do it? Yes! Yeah! Perfect by Darshan. Pillar to block the anchor. Smithy jumps over. Give the kill to Darshan. Smithy, don't be a scumbag. Well done. Darshan 2-0. Impact getting massacred now.
And that's exactly what they need. Like you said, the Trundle, he's the split push. He's kind of the win condition for the team. Hitting back Darshan all the way to Team Coast back in the day.
Woo! Spicy plays out of Jensen, who he takes the ride and yet wins the trade anyway. Jensen maybe bit up more than he could chew. The Heartseeker going for the play. Flash, heal. The damage not quite enough. Who he and he gets it. Who he in the 1v2 outplay. Loses his life, but it looks super flashy.
Yeah, and that's going to be actually a kill and assist going over. It's worth a little bit more gold to the side of C9, just because they had Contracts in on that one. But the top lane, this is the big thing. They pulled Contracts to mid. He can't help on the top side.
Look at this. CLG putting the eggs in the Darshan basket.
And we were talking about how he was performing the best out of everybody so far. Who he was also up there with Stixxay and Afromu. Now they're just saying, get a serviceable bot lane and go top.
Looking for the stun. Gonna land that shot. Smithy able to run away, though. Thankfully, kites away nicely enough. No cooldowns available. But look at this. Counter Logic Gaming, 1,700 gold up, and the crucial members are winning.
This is Jensen being incredibly bold here.
Because he lands no damage at all.
Yeah, it's actually the turret. HP. The turret, the minions are too far forward. He actually doesn't take any turret shots there. And Jensen's cooldown, as well as his mana, is a little bit scarce right now. Has to blow the heal, and then the Ghost and the flash from the Huhi is enough to pick up the counter kill.
And the thing is, Huhi going for the flash play is actually the wrong play there. He loses his flash and gives away a -150 gold trade by giving away an assisted kill. If Huhi just says, you're chunked out of lane, thanks very much, we'll take the lead, that is actually the better value play. It looks cooler, it's the highlight play. I love that he's willing to go for the hyphy move, but they could have maybe turned around on a Contracts instead. Huhi wouldn't have died. It's hard to critique someone who made a cool play, but I really do think that objectively you look back on that and say, take the advantage that you got, take the double summoner brain and walk away with your life.
It may have just been a lot of damage, though, that he was expecting to come through from Contracts. I believe Contracts is actually running Fervor of Battle at the moment on this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he's got the 7% armor pen, so unless you're doing Warlord's Bloodlust or Deathfire Touch, both of which would be wrong, it is a very damaging Rek'Sai build.
Yeah, we've seen it a bit. It was in the LCK, and then it made its way over here. Lyra was playing it as well yesterday. You go Tiamat first, you just try to accelerate your early game, because Rek'Sai falls off to tank status and is kind of relegated to that, and you buy Titanic Hydra. So instead of just being like, okay, we'll be tankier later or a little bit tankier early, let's just have more damage. So the time that I stay alive, I'm actually dealing a decent amount, which is good for this team that has only 2 threats of Jensen and Sneaky.
Sure. Adding on to the fire, never hurt anyone really. 1 kill right now for Contracts. Let's see what else they can get with this. CLG in the lead. We'll see if they can get more. 1,800, 1,900 the gold lead. Looking for Scuttle Crab control, killing away some of the wards also. Darshan aggressively into Impact, has a level lead, pops his ulti, looking for damage into the brush. And you can see the damage he can do when Impact is behind. Double Doran's Rings versus Tiamat, not exactly tank stats.
Oh, it feels awful as the Nautilus to just buy some Dorans for HP. Man, at this point, maybe could have had the Bomby Cinder. And now your build is delayed even further, where you know that Trundle's going to hit a first item spike, second item spike way earlier than you. He'll have that Ravenous Hydra before you really even have a completed armor item. I would even say like a Chain Vest. Be rather late.
Trade of flashes Darshan in a bad way. Now knocked up, Red Smite used, and that's going to be a kill picked up. Impact finally turning it around. There wasn't enough ward control to keep him safe, and Contracts makes the roam happen. CLG unable to capitalize on the jungler showing topside.
And that's what happens when you have the split push, but you start split pushing a little bit early and just try to go for the, force down that turret top, force down that tier 2. You go too far in, you're on the enemy's side of the map. There has to be a rotation that's a little bit better than that. Yeah. Even showing up bottom to try and get like a level 6 play where Afromu ends up hitting that could be better, or making something like a teleport play off of pushing Impact off of turret. Would be interesting.
Let's see what they can get. He walks over a ward. They know they're going for the play in the bot lane. You can see how far back Cloud9 is playing, but this is a much more proactive counter Logic Gaming. They are holding the gold lead, looking to get even more here.
At top lane, though, Darshan is hugging the turret. Knows that they're making a play on the bottom side of the map, or his team is.
Not anymore.
Not Impact, though. Now he's got to call contracts up
Darshan
before he dies.
Have lost love, and look at Impact running away. Gets the honey fruit. I like that, but look at the damage for Darshan. It's close to this one. Now has to respect Contracts' damage.
He almost
One
has
more
ulti.
honey fruit.
Darshan
Ulti's
has ulti.
needed,
Darshan has
and he
ulti.
pops it, but not in time. The kill comes through. Contracts doing too much damage. Darshan bit off more than they could chew.
Whew, he had like 2 seconds left. As soon as it comes up, he pops it, but still not enough to keep him healthy and alive. And they're trying to kill Jensen.
Flash
Or
hold on
Smoothie.
to Smoothie. He's dead for this one. Shockwave pulls Jensen back in. Look at this, the 2 for 0 in enemy territory. Counter Logic Gaming turning it on.
And they have all 3 of the outer turrets. They have to be proactive like this, though. They have to be able to take over that early game because, like you said, the 5-on-5, not really in their favor. C9's comp, a little bit better suited to that.
If only they had more people in range, he could have died for that as well, but this is just such a different CLG from game 1. They have so much more pressure. They're getting Darshan ahead, and yeah, okay, he squandered it a bit, but the proactive plays, the roams, it's almost 3 turrets to 0. It's 2 right now, but third was getting low.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be that last outer there. But Jensen has to shifting sands away. Smoothie gets caught by the flash play from Aphromoo.
But that's a silly flash as well.
Yeah, flash straight down. And I feel like he felt as though if he went to the left, he's too close to who he is, and might get picked up anyway.
Well, C9 trying to get the throttle back down. Really slick pillar. Still stunned himself a bit. But you can see the chase is coming. Darshan, there's the knock-up. There's the slow down, thanks to the red smite. Actually, just the burn, not the slow. But yeah, able to walk it through. Darshan, level 8. The advantage he got still kept him equal with Impact. And was able to walk away. And that's without even ulting as well. So pretty clean here.
Yeah, the fact that Impact started getting back into the matchup is really good for him. He'll have that Sunfire Cape before the Ravenous Hydra comes through, which is crucial. Otherwise, he's just sitting there having to clear with abilities all the time, and it doesn't feel great, and you just get shoved in all day.
Absolutely. Looking individual gold, Darshan is still about plus 400 over Impact, though current mini wave getting pushed in changes that a little bit. But the global gold from the turret kills of CLG helping Darshan to keep his matchup going well for him. And if we go into Infinity, I think Darshan will still outscale in the 1v1. Not as bad as Fiora, not ignore turrets 1v3 inside your Nexus Fiora levels, but should still be looking good in the 1v1 and you can try to keep him occupied.
I absolutely agree. And as he just tries to keep somebody occupied, he has to call out for his team. Where's the Stylus going?
Didn't look like much, but that is another summoner down. C9 actually on the back foot in almost all of these lanes here. Jensen, yeah, he was winning, but whoop. Okay, got it in time, Smithy. But every single lane, except for top and jungle, now losing in CS, losing in kills.
Yeah, you talk about Jensen. He was actually winning the lane, and then it got turned around. He went for the solo play with Contracts showing up. There's going to be Huhi taking this turret down. That's that last outer.
3 turrets to 0.
Yeah, CLG in the driver's seat. Like, this is the position you want to be in. They're about 120% of the gold of Cloud9. So they're doing a really good job right now in terms of pace, keeping it up, picking up the Cloud Drake, and now they have to start taking control of that jungle and making sure that Darshan is safe when he splits.
Yes, that's really important. And of course, Smithy had gone for Challenging Smite, not for the green one with the wards attached, so can't give him that same vision. The wards will be stretched a little bit thin from Counter Logic Gaming. If they can do it right, they'll be okay. As you mentioned, CLG in the driver's seat, and Aphromoo has the wheel, one of the best shot callers North America has seen, and Counter Logic Gaming have won many games off the back of his direction here. We'll see if they can get the rest of it. 2.5, actually more like 3,000 now, the advantage of Counter Logic Gaming. Yet to lose a turret here. We've got to keep this moving. Cloud Drake actually, I think, is pretty helpful in a split push game.
Yeah, and like you were saying, they have to keep it moving because
they do.
C9, the Azir will hit the Rylai's Crystal Scepter sooner than he used to because of the price reduction, and then his team fight is pretty much online at that point. He'll have the Zerker's Greaves, and then he'll also be able to pick up Void Staff later, and that's pretty much your main target. Is you don't have to worry too much about Sneaky, who's now going for team fight build as opposed to penetration, because it's a 2-threat team. Makes a lot more sense for the team fights. You got to keep Sneaky safe, you got to keep Jensen safe if you're on Cloud9, and make sure that they are actually scaling up. We're currently getting outscaled or outpaced.
Yeah. Yeah, even if compositionally your 5-on-5 looks better, a gold deficit can turn that around anyway, and CLG, I think, would be generally willing to take a fight based on the landscape of this game right now.
Yeah, especially right now.
Yeah. Big power spikes in, Ravenous Hydra already done, Hexdrinker gives the tank stats Xmithie needs against Jensen, and
yeah, in fact, right now,
for Sneaky.
I would say it's just the prime time for CLG to make things like flash plays from Aphromoo to catch people out, because that's what you need to do, is get more picks.
Speaking of flashy plays, Aphromoo is going to flash in, coordinate with Xmithie. There's the 2-for-1, 2v1 rather, kill on a Sneaky. And now, in the jungle they go.
But now that they see that Darshan getting killed top, immediately push bottom. 3 people heading down to bottom, and Orianna's going to continue to push mid here. Top wave too far away to actually get a turret there from Impact, I believe. So he'll try to shove in. Rek'Sai, possibly. I don't think he has any tunnels out here. They've all been cleared out because he's lost in the jungle. So Contracts can't find a way in here.
He's roaming to support the 3-man push, but he could have gotten several hundred damage on mid lane tier 2, and this roam actually turns into nothing. I think a very minor mistake from Muhi, but I think misread the scenario a little bit. That turret would be at half HP. Shockwave lands, not quite enough damage to kill. Summoner heal baited out, though, as a result. And even just that pressure means they've still got more time for this bot lane turret. Red buff on Xmithie means a little bit more of that burn, a little bit more damage. And trading 1-for-1 overall in kills a little while back, but it is CLG keeping up the pace and getting more done on the map, whittling down these structures.
That's what they need to do, is just make sure that this ends up being like a 30-minute game for them. They can't risk the scaling on Cloud9 and the team fight that they have with Darshan.
Greedy by Darshan, too.
Yeah. He's pulling pressure, to be fair. He's pulling the jungler, but the flash.
Yeah,
he's gotten away a few times off of like tricky cones and stuff like that. He was feeling himself there, but yeah, that's the one that cost him.
He's just so willing to go for these big plays with no vision at all when the team doesn't need the help right now. I think that was definitely an avoidable mistake by Darshan. Didn't need to go for that, but you know, can't give too much to blame when CLG are still winning in this one, and they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and
see what they can do.
I like the bottom lane. Stixxay and Aphromoo. Aphromoo has been roaming around and been successful with 2 Malzahar ulti leading to kills. Also, Stixxay has been doing well with the CS this game, 10 per minute for him. And these are guys that were starting to disappear, so it looks like, you know, you help out Darshan a little bit, bring pressure to the top lane. Remember Spring Split 2016, it's like, you guys just got to camp Darshan. Darshan Xmithie was the combo that was going on, and now, he disappeared with tanks for a bit, and it seems like if you can get him on a carry, it's that pressure again that frees up the bottom from the ganks. It allows Aphromoo to roam mid. It allows him to cause pressure on the rest of the map without having to sacrifice the bottom lane itself.
To temper my critique of Darshan a little bit, I do want to point out that just showing the opposing team you're willing to go for plays that aren't 100% always safe makes them respect you and makes Contracts have to sit top lane a bit more. Yeah, quick little dodge by Jensen. Maybe an over-eager ulti, but there we go. Darshan knocking on the turret, is level 11, pops the ulti now onto Impact, looking to chain him down, waiting to block everything. There's the pillar. He's going to walk forward. The flash to get a bit farther away. Stun to Xmithie, but there's still damage coming out of Darshan. Couple more hits, he'll do it. Quick shield out of Smoothie, and now the re-engaged Darshan going to lose some health, but first the Shockwave picks off the opposing top laner. 1-for-0 CLG, the play works out.
And now they're going to push bottom lane, and meanwhile, Stixxay is just shoving in the mid lane here. And Sneaky's up top, so Sneaky is just doing that thing where he gets the side wave farm and tries to pick up a turret here. The Sun Disc delayed a little bit. There's going to be some damage on this mid lane turret. Let's see if they can siege against the Azir without the Shockwave. And there they go. Yeah, exactly. Darshan on the bottom side, still split pushing, making sure that there's a threat here.
Yep.
So this becomes a tempo play of who can get ahead. Is Sneaky actually ahead in the top lane here on his shove? Like that's kind of the thing you have to evaluate. Like in the team comms, it's like, is he faster than us? I don't know. Has anybody backed for it yet? So now it pulls Darshan off the bottom side. That pressure is now gone. Whereas if Sneaky was with the team, they don't have to defend that tier 2 turret, and it works out well.
Yeah, overall turret damage, not great. 5% off the bot lane inhibitor turret, and about 15% off mid lane tier 2. And that was the trade basically made for their entire top outer. So wasn't the cleanest, wasn't the best, but see anything else that can happen. Sadly for CLG, no Rift Herald to be picked up. That actually would have been a great objective, and to be honest with the map control they had, they could have gone for it, and it wouldn't have been a big investment. But not the situation they have here. Darshan, once again, to find his way onto the map, and he's going bot side, which is... I guess he has no teleport, so he needs to be bot lane anyway to set up for this Cloud Drake, but gotta see if Counterlogic Gaming are able to reinforce their waves properly with this Drake available. Yeah. Because they've been going back and forth and trying to reinforce Darshan, the Cloud Drake actually really helps make sure they can get into those fights.
Yeah, so you go Cloud Drake, you push out the bottom side. Eventually what you're going to see from CLG, or what the ideal macro strategy would be, Darshan shoves up bottom, The team shoves up mid as one with like Huhi. The rest of them shove top as 3, and then they bounce between mid and top, but they always make Darshan move from bottom to mid when they start sieging top. So it's a back and forth where you're controlling and catching all of the waves.
Once again, the top laners split off on the right-hand side of the map. Roughly a 4-on-4 on the mid side. Both junglers still on their own side of the jungle, but they can reinforce quickly. 4,500 remains the lead for Counter Logic Gaming. They've held on for a while. They have lost games like this, though, where they had the lead and then let it all slip away. Liquid was one of those examples in the previous week. Darshan played Jace, and though we had the early lead on a carry top, it didn't stick the whole way through.
Yeah.
Trying now the Trundle version of this. The Impact does have to respect him, does have to give away some of the farm. CLG in control this side of the map.
Top lane's also a slow push for them. So this top wave will eventually be gigantic to the point that CLG would be able to push off of it if they stay mid and occupy bottom. And like I was saying, they'll rotate between bot and top. I said it was going to be 3 people pushing top. They actually just have the minion wave slow pushing for them, which is a great setup to bounce it back here.
And CLG making the decision. At any point in time, they could retreat and just take the Cloud Drake for free. I don't think anyone from Cloud9 could face check that, but they want to keep the pressure up on the lanes. Darshan battling Impact, light stealing through the shield, and the rest of the team going for that mid lane tier 2 turret. Shockwave's gonna catch one. Not quite enough damage to kill just yet. The flash get away and the snipe comes through, but the trade kills. Contracts picks up 1. Didn't get the invulnerability, but still a trade sneaky dead with Aftermu gone as well. Mid lane turret still not going down. That nearly could have been more, but the Shockwave couldn't quite pick them all off.
Yeah, but that was the Shockwave we were talking about, where you have to catch both Jensen and Sneaky in it and get their summoner spells there, and he ended up dying. Now, Jensen might be looking for a play, but he has to... See, Jensen's on this side of the map because he has to stop a hold on.
Hook on Huhi is huge. Flashed away, barely staying alive. Here comes Jensen. Can't quite find the play. Trades place with Smithy.
TP.
There's the root. There's the ball. The pillar as well. Setting it up. Can't quite get the kills through, but look at the damage onto the turret. Contracts. Sniped down 600 damage from Stixay, and Impact is next up. The slows are there. CLG under the turret actually find 3 as a long-range snipe. The bounce from Stixay.
And right now, that top lane wave is huge, but they're just going to ignore this. Baron is on the table. They have the Void Links from Malzahar. Doesn't matter if their HP is actually blinking. If they are fast enough, they'll be able to pick this up, and they know the Void Rush is down.
Yeah, they know Void Rush is down. It was used right in front of their faces. No jungle available. It's only the Cloud9 duo lane to stop Smithy. And how do you stop a level 13 Kha'Zix with Smite from really securing a Baron? This is a 1% chance for Cloud9 to take it away. It's in Fog of War as well. They've even got the damage on a Sneaky. It's even less likely, and there's the pickup. A late smite, but it's secured all the same. 4 kills in a row, plus the Baron now for Counter Logic Gaming.
And Counter Logic Gaming are playing this composition so well. They got off to that early lead off the mistake of top, and they're able to punch it. And that's exactly what we were talking about. It's so hard for the Orianna because you have to hit both of the carries in a triple tank comp to make it worthwhile. And right there, he just evaporates Sneaky, who was basically like,
with the next wave.
It almost looked like his toe was about to be in the invulnerability. He was so close to it, but it's sniped right before it goes off.
Yep. Unlucky there. You see the bot lane of Cloud9. Much worse than the previous one. Really down the line. Everyone but Contracts having a much worse performance.
True. But everybody on CLG is doing incredibly well right now. And you can even see, like, Darshan, the build he's gone for, making sure he has a Ravenous Hydra, and then it's not even like magic resistance to deal with Impact in a split push. It's a Randuin's Omen. He's looking for the attack speed slow here.
Rek'Sai and Varus, of course, pretty important targets. He needs to be able to tank the turrets up. Sneaky just deleted under his own turret. Curtain call into, well, exactly what it is for him now. He's dead. Contracts back in his own jungle. Mid lane tier 2 gone with Baron buff. CLG pushing even more.
Yep, and they'll get this top tier 2 after all those pushes in.
Oh, Jensen, wow, finds himself another side kill. Aftermu didn't see it coming. That's a quick pickup there. Sadly an off-screen one, but still 4v4 on the map. Baron buff still feels good. Counter Logic Gaming. A big minion wave in the top side. Darshan with an aggressive ward as well. Now looking for turret damage, and no one here yet to defend him. Finally now
he doesn't
get the tanks, but who cares because the rest of the squad back into the mid lane, and Darshan literally ignoring the other 2 players on the roster. The stuns don't seem to phase him much. At some point he'll pop the ulti, and now he can walk away.
Yeah, but
1v2, under turret stun. Okay, they'll kill him off. Darshan dies, but yes, you're right. Middle inhibitor goes down. Worth it on the play. Maybe could have left earlier, but even still, CLG farther ahead.
And I do think that this is something that
once you get to this level of play and you think about the type of composition they have, great. Actually, pick off Sneaky there. Jensen backed up, Naframu went for the flash play and locked him up. So Sneaky, no QSS, just has 2 items right now. Naframu, I think he just gets chunk. Thunderlords. Yeah, didn't think the Thunderlords would actually do it, but it did there. But I was talking about the high level of play that they're at. It's actually okay for Darshan to do quote-unquote stupid stuff like that because he's causing pressure. He's pulling 2 people to him. 2 people, your death for a turret. Even in just raw gold, it's worth more for the side of CLG.
This is like the old CLG style. This is hotshot GG top lane CLG style. I will overextend top lane. I dare you to gank me 3v1. By the way, we took Dragon.
Yep.
By the way, we took bot lane tier 2 turret. Go ahead and gank me. See what happens to the rest of your base.
It's the feed to win strategy.
The feed to win strategy. Darshan for the team 7 deaths. Some of them over-aggressive, to be fair, but a lot of them giving his team an objective somewhere else.
Well, when the enemy top laner can't 1v1 you by any means, you have to pull the jungler up there or he loses priority. Once he loses priority and you didn't pull your jungler up there, then he slowly gets the turret. If you did pull your jungler up there, you get something on the other side of the map. So as a jungler, it's just so hard to react to this, so Contracts has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and you've, of course, got to balance it right by CLG. A lot of them have been good. Sometimes Darshan kills himself, but by and large, Counterlogic Gaming in control of the map. Moby boots double Cloud Drake Aftermoo. Very easy to find ultis on people. Stixay's ultimate as well that Kurt Call makes it easy, and then the follow-up is there. Huhi and Smithy have tons of burst damage when you follow the lockdown, and this is a comp that's working as a 4-1 squad. The 4 actually all have their own synergies, as Darshan has done well to create pressure off the ganks they gave him early.
And this is really cool as well because they're keeping Impact occupied, who's been a big playmaker, big flanker for them. Even if you look at where the wards are placed, like the ward kind of behind CLG in the bush, even if they had flank wards to TP too, he doesn't have the opportunity to because he's held up. Darshan will keep pushing. Yep. Here comes the damage on the turret. It's like Impact's like, oh, I gotta go back down bottom. He can't make a play, and it's stifling when you're playing a tank top lane against a Trundle that got an early lead and the team got off the ground.
Counterlogic Gaming very close to cracking the rest of the base. We know mid lane was already cleared out. Top lane is 1 wave from dead.
And look at what Smithy's doing. Smithy is actually in the lane that has the inhibitor down because it gives him an earlier path to either side. So if 2 people show up bottom, he can do that. If one person's a little bit out of line, and it's constant backline threat. So the way that C9 have to pose is up and to the top of their base, or else they all have to push down, and then you open up the top side for inhib damage. It's just this push and pull, this yo-yo back and forth.
Yep. And C9 need to find some place to turn aggressive right now because they split their focuses to be 4 top 1 bot, lost both turrets anyway.
Impact, looking for a TP play. They pinged a ward out. Oh no, nope, they pinged it out, but still, he's gonna have to actually try to help. That's
but
all right.
C9 are matching resources down in gold, unsurprisingly losing more of their base. They're not getting any headway. I don't know if they really just think they can't win the 5-on-5 or if they just want to sit in their base and turtle and scale a little bit longer, but they're about to be triple inhib down with a Baron in 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, sick from CLG to notice, and Sneaky caught!
Heavily aggressive play, and Sneaky already gets 1 shot. Aftermoo gets the shield, he'll stay alive, but the trade kill comes through onto Huhi. Nicely done by Jensen to get some of the damage there. Ulti from Impact helping as well. The re-engage comes in, both missing one of their primary carries.
Gotta be a little careful. If Jensen is feeling himself, he could actually just E in, go for a Shurima Shuffle.
Got ulti. See what has to respect. Sick has flash, but so does Jensen. Bot lane still under fire. Of course, that inhibitor is dead, so double inhibitors down. CLG just setting up a camp inside the base. Problem is, in 10 seconds, Sneaky's back, and Huhi won't be. So a tight timing window left open. 3rd inhibitor down, out goes CLG.
Up, Stixay.
I think
finding nades is going to be hard because here comes Impact.
Okay, this is the big play for Cloud, then turn it around. They've found Stixay for some damage. Hook's not going to land, and he's running away. The front line's good enough. Ooh, narrowly navigating that situation. That could have been a catastrophe for CLG in the making. Stixay dodging enough of the skill shots.
Yep. Root still landed from Impact with the auto attack, but that's the flash for the flash there. And now the Azir's at the point where he can definitely shred people with the Void Staff. But now their base is just in shambles. All 3 inhibitors down. Baron about to be up in 20 seconds here. And CLG with a 14k gold lead.
Yep. Well, we're going to see about 800 gold per minute is roughly the value of minions that are spawning on the map right now that CLG is not going to farm, but Cloud9 are. And so Counterlogic Gaming have to invest against the 800 gold per minute that C9's getting from minions right now. Pick up a Baron, that pushes it back. Pick up an Eldragon, that pushes it back as well.
Yeah, and you can see that
Darshan,
Darshan,
sorry.
Yeah, Darshan, he's actually going to do the Cloud Drake right now to make sure that they have an Elder Dragon at about that 35-minute mark, 36.
Yeah, it'll spawn at 36, 30-something based on when it dies. 6-minute respawn for the first one. And then we'll see what comes up with this. Baron Nashor, of course, available, but a couple of decent defensive boards by Cloud9 actually will spot some of the ingests, the invades, there we go, by CLG to see what they're trying to go for. Jensen even has the time to get his own blue buff. And worth pointing out that the siege took so long, middle inhibitor is actually back up, so not quite the same influx of gold, but even still, CLG ward's good enough to knock this one down. Baron buff on, triple Cloud Drake. They can rotate across the lanes, and this should be what looks like the game-winning push for CLG. They should not need to wait any longer. You can see Darshan hoping to delay the wave as much as he can, wants it to stack up, wants to wait for his teammates.
Yep, a little bit slower on the push.
1-3-1.
Yeah, and they're hitting at about the same time, too. So Xmithie and Darshan both coordinated there. And then you can see everybody here. They actually stood still for a bit. Now they're going to Cloud Drake forward because it doesn't look like anybody was pushing. And now you have to clear out top, bot, and deal with this mid here.
Hard inhib to fight for, but C9, I don't think really want to wait for triple inhibs to be dead. Yep, sadly, not much they can do with giant minion waves flooding into the base. Xmithie hooked in. He's got to respect this. Ulted CC'd an overextension from the support. Sorry, from the jungle. But a trade kill. He solo kills off the bot laner. Here comes the battle. Big ulti in for Smoothie. Can't get impact in time. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Counterlogic Gaming, and now there's no front line left. They've got everything that they need right now. Minions in the base, and this will be the game-ending play. Counterlogic Gaming tying up the series 1-1. And who would have believed it? The undefeated Cloud9 dropped the game at the hands of CLG, who had such a weak start to the split, but pull in a pretty convincing Game 2 victory.
The camp for Darshan early to set him up, get him that turret. And the base and the rest of the map just started to fall. You can see Cloud9, they had the 5v5 comp, they had the composition that looked like if things go okay for the first 20 minutes, they should be golden. But it's that split push. That split push came online, hold contracts top. He can't do anything about what everybody else is doing on the map, and Huhi had a good game himself, too.
Yeah, Huhi did very well, mechanically pretty solid. Ends the game down in CS under Jensen, but okay, you lost a little bit of minion farm, but played the team fights very well. Several crucial shockwaves, had the 1v1 outplay as well in the mid lane when Jensen went for his big opening. And the thing was, the 4-man group of CLG just did so much work against the 3-man group of Cloud9. Impact and Contracts spent a lot of time fighting off Darshan, and to their credit, they did it well. But the plays were made elsewhere. The bot lane dives looked good. The mid lane dives looked good. You had Afro making some really, really nice flash and other grass to pick people off, the shockwave to follow. Very solid game by CLG. Played the comp right.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing is it is a high execution comp with coordination, pulling off a 1-3-1, having a split pusher that you need to set up or else win condition isn't even really that feasible.
Right.
And then the mid lane, Huhi, with the outplay and the fact that he was able to get those multi-man shockwaves, that's the kicker because how else are you going to start these fights off unless Afro's flash ultiing? That's only one person, but Huhi was getting like 2-3 people sometimes.
Yep. Worked really well. Congratulations, CLG, on the game win. And now let's get a deeper dive on that one. Hand it off to our analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. We're going to game 3 here, CLG over Cloud9. That's unexpected just based on how easily Cloud9's been kind of cruising through the competition up to this point. But CLG, hey, they stepped up in multiple places here in order to secure this victory.
Right, and I think CLG is the kind of team that really plays up to the level of their opponent and sometimes conversely down. So when they're losing the bad teams, it looks really bad. But when they're playing top teams tightly, it's really impressive. Game 1 was a pretty good game out of them as well.
Yep.
This game, they stepped up individually in laning phase to actually supplement the fact that they're playing well as a team today.
Yeah, I mean, let's start looking at those individuals who stepped up, particularly Huhi and the bottom lane in Stixxay and Aframo. Huhi on this Orianna was big in team fights. You heard Zyrene and Freak talking about it right there at the end.
Right, I mean, Huhi's been playing probably the best on CLG all season long, and then here he gets a counter matchup where, as you know, he's getting Azir picked into him, which is something we saw Bjergsen crush on just yesterday versus TL, so you know it's not a great matchup for Ori, but he's mostly going even throughout the early laning phase, and then he's able to turn kills back when Jensen tries to go aggressive. So you can say Jensen didn't play great today. Maybe Azir isn't his best.
Right, that's the flip side of the argument is that, Huhi stepped up to a degree, and Jensen, who had previously won the Cassio into Orianna matchup, opts for a different matchup in the Azir, and then performs maybe worse so than game 1.
Yeah,
so a bit of a step back for him.
That one initiate that he tried around the mid lane onto Huhi just looked like he didn't know his damage quite well enough. I mean, who knows how much Azir practice he's really getting right now. It's not the most meta champion, so there's that concern. And then, like we were saying about the bot lane stepping up, of course, Stixxay had a huge CS lead over Sneaky, and I mean, I know they had the Malzahar to help it, but we had seen Smoothie take Taric into that a number of times and be fine, whereas this time it looked like it actually gave them trouble.
Right, and his ultimates, in my opinion, for Smoothie weren't as on par as some of his other Taric games where they were primo ultimates. But let's go into some of the gameplay itself. Let's look 11 minutes into the game, mid lane. A lot of action around that, but CLG picking up the 2-0 here in the mid lane.
Right, this is really kind of what started breaking the game open for them. The fact that Huhi was winning this matchup had pressure on them, and then the fact that the bot lane was also winning could roam up to mid. You see the fact that you get that annoying Malzahar just locking someone down instantly. Easy pick off, especially for Kha'Zix to come in, and then they get the other follow-up kill.
And you know, a point about the bottom lane being ahead here also serves to suggest that Afromu is then unlocked to do so much more of what we used to know him for, the Bard roams, the Thresh roams, the Morgana roams to mid lane to actually catch people out. You can do the same thing with Malzahar. In fact, it's a lot easier because it's point and click.
Yeah, you just gotta get 6.
You've got to get him out of lane as well. And if you're constantly pushed in and losing the lane, then you're never going to have that opportunity. Here they've got priority, as has been mentioned before. So important to have. They move mid lane and they make things happen. That's what we want to see out of a CLG.
And it's not just this game too. Like I mentioned, game 1, the fact that Afro got up to the top side of the map early and made a play, and then here he's out of lane again, making plays. Afro's looking much better today. Stixxay looking better. Huhi looking better. Darshan, not great, but I actually really like the idea that CLG went for, putting him on a split pusher. We're seeing teams slowly start expanding outside this meta of tank tops mostly. And Darshan's never been like a great tank player. He's fine, he does his job, but when he's on like his Nasus, his Gnar, his Trundle,
the Jax of old,
like he can become a totally different player, and we're seeing that you don't need to play this tank-only top lane meta. You can counterpick. We see Swains. We see...
Right. Well, and especially into a team like C9 where you know that they love to have impact on tanks. That's not to say that impact wouldn't be able to play a carry, but this is one of the teams that's probably more likely than any to keep him on a tank because they have so many other players who can fill in those damage positions. I want to take a look at another fight here, 22 minutes in. Also in the mid lane, CLG 3-for-0, then the Baron.
Yeah, this was kind of the backbreaker for C9. They're trying to hold on, but then this massive Orianna ult out of Huhi really sets it up. Good follow-up by Stixxay and Afromu as well. And it's basically shooting fish in a barrel, as people like to call it, with the Jhin ult. He's able to get a couple kills, they get everyone low, and then they back off that and go right to the Baron. It just makes everything very, very easy for them, and it's basically, you see the gold graph shoots up right after that.
This is a gold graph that you would have attributed to a summer 2016 CLG, or really any past iteration of CLG, where they were a very consistent team, where they built small advantages in the early game, played smart in the macro game, and had their rotations on lock, and they're actually continuing that upward trend to a resulting victory. So that's great to see out of CLG. But here's the thing, you're still 1-1 in the series and have to beat C9 one more time to get the actual victory.
Right, and I don't know how much Darshan has been playing of non-tanks, but there are a fair amount of ones available, and you can basically set it up so that you're going against tanks most of the time. And as red side, you have that last pick. If they really want to force this kind of team comp again, they have the tools in the draft to do so.
Yeah, the question is kind of where do you want to throw that counterpick then? Because again, you're looking at Huhi against Jensen in the mid lane at such an important matchup, and yes, he got the better of it this time around. Would you also want to give him that red side counterpick in the 5th pick, or would you prefer to put it in the top lane? Who's to say? Huhi, though, will pick up player of the game this time around with an honorable mention to Xmithie, but really stepping up in that mid lane, controlling what I think a lot of people would say is the best performer, or rather top performer in the league right now in Jensen.
Right, Jensen's been a monster in most of these games, and then when you see him have an off game where he got the counter pick, it does look very kind of jarring in a sense where you're just not expecting that. And then especially when, coming into the season, people are like, oh, Huhi beat Jensen, like that's not going to happen. But there it is. I mean, he basically controlled him the entire game with the help of the rest of CLG.
All right, well, right as we get to the end of that and conclude our discussion on CLG's victory over C9 here, moving that to a Game 3, I've got to welcome the viewers from NALCS 1 where Immortals just took down Envy. So let's go ahead and swap gears, do your best to do that as quickly as possible here.
Cut it off me.
Talking about this one, Envy still now searching for their first victory of the split, but Immortals scraping by here against our last place team.
And it's all obviously just totally off the back of Dardoch. He was the clear performer. Pobelter helped out a lot today in general. Game 3, not quite as much. He had the counterpick against him with the Echo. But overall, I think you know, it was a not very clean series where both teams were making a lot of macro mistakes. People would get leads and then it would slip away just based off a bad decision, and the other team would claw back, but it was never like, we have control, this is going to be an easy game.
Right, you could go back to games 1 and 2 and probably even game 3 here, take a look at those gold graphs that are just fluctuating like crazy.
You got the heart rate.
Yeah, exactly, and very much contrasting the gold graph that we just saw here from a CLG victory. And so that is to say that there's still plenty of work to be done for both of these squads. For Immortals, I think so much of it is still that they don't look like they're on the same page in the team fighting and their decision-making itself. Envy feel like they're still a step behind that, and just individually, some of them aren't up to par and even getting to out of the lane phase in a position where they can be comfortable.
Right, and I think it's especially obvious that they don't have like a clear plan of what they want to do. Like, we're going to snowball this guy, he's going to carry us in the early game, this is going to happen. Sometimes Lyra's really aggressive and doing cheesy stuff, and they're really trying to control the blue, which is kind of the focus this game. Other times, he's just hard farming for the early game, whereas, you know, at least Immortals has that identity of Dardoch's going to make plays, good or bad. He's going to make stuff happen.
Yeah, all right, well, Immortals does pick up the victory here today. CLG and C9 are all tied up at that 1-1. Moving into game 3 here, though, what is your thinking? Is this C9 roster going to fold to a confident CLG after game 2, or do you think they have what it takes to keep their undefeated run going?
I'm going to go with C9 still winning. I think the fact that, you know, CLG was able to win both mid and bot lane so convincingly is something that won't happen again. I think that you can see C9, I'm sure Reap will be like, all right, let's not give them the Malzahar. We can pick a better, actually stronger lane matchup, not so team-oriented. And the concern for me, of course, CLG going back to that top lane counter pick on a tank. I think that's going to be the crux of how they win, because C9 matched them with playmaking. It was just, can they actually not just fall behind this annoying Trundle who keeps slowly taking turrets.
Right. All right. Well, Immortals get the victory over Envy, CLG, and C9 tied at 1-1. We'll see if CLG can snap Cloud9's streak with Game 3. You're watching the North American LCS.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. We're ready to go with Game 3 of Cloud9 versus Counter Logic Gaming. CLG came in with the split push strats, non-tank for Darshan, give you a Ravenous Hydra Trundle, and CLG played it right, and they won the game pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Xmithy, honorable mention for player of the game because he got Darshan rolling.
2 early ganks.
Those 2 ganks were actually completely crucial to how the pace of the game changed because Impact was actually winning that top lane matchup, shoving him in. If those ganks didn't come in at those times where the wards were down, then it's a completely different game because then it's on Darshan to completely outplay without an advantage to turn that composition online.
Yeah.
Because you need to split push to get threat in multiple lanes to split up the 5v5 comp.
Absolutely. And until that threat comes in, until you pull contracts away from the rest of his teammates, you don't get these free and clean-looking bot lane dives where if you know contracts must be top to stop Darshan, you can just keep running bot lane, keep getting the turrets down. The game started 3-for-0 in turrets because Darshan pulled all the attention, because Xmithy got Darshan there, and then when it came to late game, he just did a wonderful job of landing all the damage. He one-shot Sneaky in the last team fight, and now we're ready to go with Game 3 to see what kind of game we've got afoot. 3 times in a row, blue side, Zyraban rises well off the table. Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc, the expected red sides, but we'll have to see.
I was asking a question of, if there's a team you leave Camille up against, is it Cloud9? Because Impact doesn't play a whole lot of carry top laners. Just food for thought for a moment. It may still be banned away, sad life.
Yeah.
And the
picked up. Just really interesting to see that super early Fiora presence there, and it sets up for a second round Maokai pick for Cloud9. CLG preempts that, of course. And we've seen Impact happy to play Nautilus into the matchup. He could still play a different style, but tank versus tank removes the kind of gameplay that CLG was succeeding at before.
It's a high execution type composition as well, where you're splitting, having to coordinate everybody, but also make sure that your early game is good, that they don't avoid you, that you play around their wards, and then when you're closing the game out, take the necessary risks to actually just get those turrets, which I think Darshan did a really good job of doing. He died a few times that was rather silly, but I think every time, Counter Logic Gaming were able to capitalize, whether it was pressure, ward control, or a turret in response. But that's not this game.
It's not. We'll see what happens here. Tank in the top lane. Varus versus Ashe 3 times in a row. Varus, I think, every single time has been picked first round by the red side. Kha'Zix was first picked every single time. And the Kha'Zix has always won, and the Varus has always lost. Not just because of them. I take it back. I guess there was a Jhin earlier. My apologies. Ashe comes in. Yeah, you're right. There was Jhin versus Varus, and then Ashe versus Varus came the rest of the time. Zyraban is pointing his notes to me, and I finally understood what he meant by that. Malzahar coming through for a smoothie. A different look for him. No longer the tank. Wants to get some heavy damage down. Take the Malzahar away from Aphromoo. And once again, CLG really want to play Olaf. They consider it so valuable, and it surprises me a bit, but it's what they want to do.
I mean, he runs straight through the suppression and the Ashe arrow, so Xmithy can have that early game pressure. I would think he would focus this low mobility bottom lane. And Counter Logic Gaming saving both their mid lane and their support as their last few picks here. Well, ooh, are they going to pinch the top lane?
Yeah, desynced rolls. Desynced rolls. CLG going to double ban tops. Cloud9 should probably double ban support.
Ooh. This actually becomes quite awkward if you ban the Poppy out as well, because you force him onto possibly a Jace, possibly a Shen. And that's the thing, as I was saying, like, it may be the Shen, but it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it is a different look. We'll see what ends up happening here. And sometimes you get into a situation where you'd rather they play a certain champion and say, we know what your next pick is, please do it, it suits us well. Like, I'm not sure they want to give Impact Shen and set him up for that because he's been so good on the champion specifically.
Into Maokai as well, it's quite a good matchup. And you have different routes
from
too.
Almost anyone else, right? These very few players who actually go for that. Syndra going to be the ban. It leaves Corki as a viable option, of course. Syndra normally good into the matchup from my knowledge of mid lane. The last ban to come through for Cloud9. Will they get rid of another mage or enchanter away from Aphromoo, or will they send in a quick mid lane ban themselves?
Corki.
Orianna was good for him if they want to go for the Cassio.
Misfortune's also something that we're actually seeing a dry spell of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fortune often a good matchup into Malzahar, and we know Afro was often happy to play for the laning phase, to pick for the laning phase. Not going to happen here. First pick, priority to Counter Logic Gaming. They can match supports, or they can wait on that. or they can go priority in the mid lane and get the best left available. Every single game so far, they've let their mid laner get counterpicked. This time around, they're not going to do it. And the Orianna come through early on, this time giving Jensen the opportunity to counterpick the lane. C9 will, of course, also need their top laner to round out the draft.
Last time they had picked Azir into the Orianna from Cloud9 side, and then in game 1, it was Cassiopeia that was picked before, and the Orianna picked after, so...
Yeah. See, this is why the Syndra ban is weird to me. I forget if Ori's supposed to get on a Syndra. I feel like it would be okay since you naturally shield yourself some of the damage.
I don't think it's
not
enough.
great.
I just think she's too powerful.
Fair enough. But also then, are you more afraid of Nautilus or Shen in the matchups if we know Impact's so good at Shen? Again, CLG clearly thinks this is the right choice for them, so I'm not going to completely critique it. Just
yeah, the Shen
options were there.
The Shen doesn't have the same priority early like a Nautilus that shoved in.
Katarina mid for Jensen and Orianna. This is going to be fun. We've seen Jensen play a lot of different assassins in the mid lane. Here's another one in. Cat should be a fun one to watch.
Spicy, especially with the crowd control that's not on CounterLogic Gaming side. That's what I was looking for there.
Yep.
Point and click, get that something.
Good in lane against Malzahar. Pretty easy to kill the Voidlings off. With an ulti in a team fight, you can give him a shield, you can give him an ult. Katarina dives in. You can CC her as well. Lulu fits a lot of what CLG wants to do, and it's 2 shields and 2 hasting champions for the Olaf jungle. The comp lines up so very well. And this could look great for CounterLogic Gaming. They've got the synergy they need for Xmithie and Darshan to crush the front line. Just a question of do they have the damage to follow through. This comp is so similar to the one they played in the very first game of the series. I believe the only champion different is it's Lulu instead of Thresh. Unless I misremember.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So one champion different. Cloud9 very different for themselves. We'll see what it looks like as the end of picks and bans comes through.
And the CLG composition will play quite similarly, but they will have a movement speed for the Olaf from 2 members, like you said, to rush Xmithie into that backline, put pressure onto the Ashe and Malzahar, and not be something that they can actually peel away. But then you look at Cloud9 side, low wave clear. Usually you want to circumvent your wave clear problem by having the Varus as your AD carry, but it's kind of low here for Cloud9. So siege situations, they'll actually be looking more for dives or Katarina getting in there or Ashe arrows to actually pick people off. So they aren't completely defenseless, but if they're actually able to engage, it's the offense that they need to turn on when they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Cloud9, a lot of good individual offense tools. Kha'Zix shows up with a Shen on top. Ashe arrows, Mal's ultis, Katarina doing Katarina things. It's going to be volatile here for Cloud9. CLG, a pretty tried and true 5v5 comp. Double supports, 1 in the mid, 1 in the bot lane. And here we go into the Rift. Third and final game, the last of the week. Can Cloud9 hold on to their undefeated record? They are 3-0, but now this one neck and neck. Will they improve? Will they fall down?
Yep, they could have sole possession of first place in the NALCS at the end of week 2, or they could fall down and be where FlyQuest and I believe TSM are currently, and Phoenix 1.
Yeah,
there's a lot of teams that are right there jockeying for position as we would move into week 3, and you definitely want to be on top.
Absolutely. And you talk about jockeying for position. CounterLogic Gaming have had a very rough start to the split themselves, 1-2 to begin it. Not going to kill him, but hey, it's meaningful damage. Sneaky will be able to recall in time to not lose anything.
Get the information as well. So it's the counter. If you have people invade your bottom side jungle, you know you have numbers advantage. So invade in top. Puhi, trade back a little bit.
There's an interesting interaction with Malzahar Voidlings. I don't know if they specifically apply on-hit effects, but they do trigger the Bandit Mastery. And so you'll see Smoothie randomly get 3 gold for things from Voidlings attacking stuff. Like, at one point, he had literally 6 gold in inventory, which was Voidlings hitting things but not triggering Spell Thieves, and I was just... I don't know how exactly all that works. You can see, like, the awkward number there. That's 9 plus 8. That, like, almost shouldn't even happen. Like, that's... I don't know how he has exactly that, because you'd think that they would trigger Spell Thieves, but sometimes they're not, and I don't understand it. I'm sure someone knows. Just... it's weird. He triggered Bandit 3 times and Spell Thieves once. Hashtag just Malzahar things. Just wanted to bring that out.
Yeah, I was like, I was looking back at it, I'm like, did it attack 2 separate targets and the Bandit just went off?
So Bandit does have individual target cooldowns. You can actually trigger it twice or health 5 times by attacking everyone in the team fight. The cooldown is per target.
And that's what happened. You got 3 and 1 auto.
But I guess they don't trigger Spell Thief.
Nope.
Which today I learned, I guess.
Which is, because Spell Thief specifically says, I believe, basic attacks and spells and basic attacks.
Yeah, but like Zyra plants do it.
Oh, that's
right.
a
So
good
like
point.
pets have a reason to show it, but you can see the trade right here. Smoothie taking a lot of damage, and the thing is, as long as you're playing around the Voidlings, there just is more damage. You can see Stixxay runs away, and Afro one-shots the Voidling. All he did was take a rank 1 Malefic Visions, and the rest is good. And look at Afro playing it so well, getting 2-man Glitter Lances every time. Mechanically very good at this champ.
Yeah, and you'll be seeing more of this champion as the 7.2 buffs came through.
Yeah.
So next
That'll be
week,
next week.
hopefully.
All of you on live can already enjoy buff Lulu. Darshan battling with impact.
Yeah. Oh, I was talking about this earlier and didn't quite get to finish it, where the Nautilus will just shove the Maokai in the entire time. And although Shen does a lot of damage to the Maokai, he doesn't have wave clear. So you have to wait for Bomby Cinder. Some people will circumvent the issue by buying a Tiamat first item on the Shen. But the Maokai does get priority in the lane. So he can roam, he can push up, get to cover him with wards a little bit more during the early game. And the Shen just, eventually gets to the point where it's hard to move him from that lane.
Contract knows it's going to be secured. Smithy backs up knowing he had no smite, and Contract doesn't have to burn his either. Top scuttle control for for Cloud9. Got ahead of myself there.
Yeah, both start with C.
Yeah, exactly. I was like reading the logo too, and I was like, yeah, I know what team this is, and I just said the wrong name.
And the 9 is like a lowercase g, so.
True. The G was like right there. It's
You
an
can't
upside down
blame us
G.
anymore.
6 and G are basically the same character.
You're blowing my mind free.
I know, it's insane. And a C is like an open parentheses. Or an open square bracket. Either one, it's fine.
I don't know what's real anymore.
How often have you used leet in talking?
No.
Using ones for L's?
It's been like 6 years, man.
Oh, it's been like 6 days for me. I still do sometimes, just for fun. Gotta keep my linguistic skills sharp, you know. I'm fluent in more than one language, guys. I speak some French, fluent leet.
Put that on your resume.
Yep.
That would probably go over well. Like, not even joking.
Only at a gaming company.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, not even joking. I'm hip. I'm part of the culture.
Fellow kids, I use my E's as 3s.
Ah, I love that.
What's great is, like, I don't think elite really gets used anymore, so it just shows that I'm, like, in my late 20s.
Yeah, actually, I haven't heard that for a long time. See, Impact hasn't TP'd back this lane at all or anything like that. Neither has Darshan.
That's true.
Took it back, though.
Yeah, true. He didn't burn his teleport, and Darshan's still pretty close in CS, so that's kind of nice for him. Darshan looking for another trade, and ooh, Sapling. Nope, didn't get him. It was going to be important, trust me. All the emphasis was not made up by any means. Okay, just kidding. Well, Catalog Gaming early laning phase lead. Mostly at the back of Afro and Stixxay being insane.
And they're just going to keep shoving in, and Xmithie will have gank routes into the bottom lane if he wants it, if there's a counter gank. I would expect it to come from him. Mid lane back, though, for Jensen. And Jensen, it's interesting. He took the Ignite on Katarina. Sometimes we see teleport. Sometimes we see people go for even things like exhaust. But this is like the kill. I want to get an advantage in this lane summoner. And I think it's actually the optimal one to actually use here if you get a little bit more attention.
Find it. Over the wall goes Contract. Spotted, though, by this early ward out of Xmithie.
They know where he is.
Also by Scuttle, who he says, hello, let's be friends. Teleport coming in, Shockwave
Right
forces the
into
flash, right into Xmithie. Contracts is definitely dead, and they give the kill to Huhi. Perfectly played by Xmithie. Of course, teleport canceled by the top laner Darshan. Nicely done. Counter Logic Gaming. Trap Contracts.
Yeah, and Impact actually hits level 6 right afterwards, so he did not have the Stand United available. The teleport he had previously used to get back to the lane.
Sneaky could be killed for this. They know Impact 6, and you know Darshan's calling for it. Hey, be careful, Stand United's here. Look at that trade right there. No Shockwave means an easy trade. Jensen, though, sadly took turret shots. It made the trade worse than he wanted it. I believe he took 2 for the overall play. But you can see how low the C9 duo is, and they haven't gotten it back yet.
Yeah.
So anytime they do back, it's going to be a full wave lost.
Control of both the top and the mid right here for CLG, so they're going to be able to ward up the blue, which doesn't actually mean too much in this matchup. Jensen wouldn't really want it. It's just CDR and Mana now. No AP.
I got to give credit to Stixxay and Aftermoon, though. Counter pick, sure. Priority marksman pick. and counterpick on support, but Stixay is up 2,500 gold over Sneaky, and Afro himself actually plus 100 over Smoothie right now. So collectively, this lane about 300 gold up for Counterlogic Gaming. That is well-played bot lane mechanics by a group that was doing pretty poorly. Coming into this match, CLG's duo lane was, on average, negative in gold at 10 minutes. Right now, up 300 against the #1 NALCS team in duo lane gold at 10. Significant improvement here.
Yep. Aftermoo also holding the wave for his buddy.
It's going to hurt.
Get back. Doesn't matter, he's going to back anyway right afterwards.
And not going to miss any CS. It will mean desynced recalls. There is a 25-second window to hard dive Stixay and hope it works out for him.
I believe he'll hit 6 here as well off this wave, though, from solo experience.
Pretty likely.
So he'll have the Chain of Corruption. I don't think anything will really come through as he slowly tries to push this back out and you keep the caster minions alive, so that when the enemy gets back to the lane, you can possibly make a play on them with your newly purchased support items, as well as your Chain of Corruption and your advantage.
I want to point something out from Contracts here. I think he was actually the play. Maybe it was Inori. I may be forgetting. So there's a Kha'Zix jungle who gets 2 points in W really early on and learns that it's Inori, I think.
I had a conversation with Inori about it.
Yeah. So Inori puts 2 points in W early on because it means that 2 Void Spikes will clear the entire Raptor camp, and it makes that camp really easy to kill. Contracts just simply maxing Q, meaning Raptors are, I guess, a bit more of a chore. It's just a style choice, but it's just interesting that different junglers... Ooh, first it's Stixay dead. He's got almost no way out of this one. Exhaust is on. Yeah, it doesn't even burn flash. He knows he's dead. Knows he's gone. Good kill.
Mobbed by all the little voidlings. There's about 6 of them there just running around. After we went to go ward the river, and that actually stopped him from getting level 6, being nearby, and that got Smoothie to hit level 6. And they didn't have to use any of Sneaky's summoner spells to do it.
Right. Beautifully done right here, and the first kill of the game coming through for Cloud9. But just to finalize the point, it's just fun seeing junglers have their own optimizations that they bring into the game, where they're all very smart players, they're all very good at the game, and they say, you know what, I think this is more important. Quick clearing Raptor is worth it for me. I'll delay a little bit of point in my queue.
Yeah, and the fact that, like, when I talked with Inori about it, he puts 2 points into it, and then he hits it, and he actually runs backwards because the cooldown of it is so like 8
seconds or something.
So he actually just kites the little Raptors around for a bit. Then he throws them at him again, and that'll kill them. Especially if you have the jungle item that does a little bit more
CDR. Oh, upgraded smite.
No. The not the machete, but the talisman.
Right. The talisman combined so that it does a little burn on them, right?
It's just the talisman by itself.
Yeah, I know. Yep. But I guess you do start talisman normally. You're right. So you don't need to upgrade it to make that any better. It does get stronger if you upgrade.
True.
Okay, but you were right. I was misleading the audience. My apologies, Irene.
Don't argue with a jungler about jungle things.
You're absolutely right. I've started trying the jungle. I've been getting blasted really hard.
Ah, nice. It's a thinking man's game.
Yeah.
You're
not a good strength of mine.
You're the 80 carry with all the mechanics. Hold on.
Ooh, speaking of mechanics, Contracts wants in. Flash by Hui. There's a quick taunt out from Impact. And goodbye. Shockwave not going to come in time. Impact will survive the turret damage. But Darshan wants in. Quick snipe comes through, and Stixay turns 1 kill around. Now Contract is alone, and CLG getting the trade. A double coming in for Stixay. Turning around the gank. Not quite going to land that one. But we'll get a quick snipe at the end. Chuck Jensen out.
And all this poke as well. Very squishy team for Cloud9. They don't have anybody who's really going to absorb a lot of damage here.
Smithy wants in. Flash following a Jensen, nowhere to go. Quick pickup again. A 3-for-1 overall for CLG, staying for the mid turret.
Yep, they're going to get this mid turret as well. Arrow is up. TP from Impact. They're trying to make a counterplay and get something off this.
Aftermoo is the healthiest member on the team, though. They're going to go right back in for Smoothie. Look at this. CLG will not say die. Darshan.
Here comes Shen.
Gonna get away from aggro, and right back into the mix is Impact. Can he make one in this fight, though? Nick Smithy low on health. One more kill will do it. The kill with the taunt, and actually Sneaky as well. Throws up with volley. A slow and Aftermoo makes his life a bit harder. But the shield's back in. The Shockwave that never got cast last time around looks for Impact. And another kill comes through. CLG refusing to go negative in this fight.
Look at that one more time. It's such a long exchange. Hui, yeah. Doesn't get to use the Shockwave the first time around, and Impact goes off to the bottom side, which is right in terms of getting away from turret aggro faster, but he does get sniped down. This is the Chain of Corruption.
You predicted the juke, and Jensen didn't go that way.
Yeah, this right here, it's just taking Ashe such a long time to get there because he wanted to shove off the wave. Sneaky was looking for one more. Jensen didn't respect this, and I talked about the siege situation. You kind of need everybody when you're Cloud9 to actually counter the siege because your wave clear is not that great. Katarina's not going to do it for you. Your Ashe isn't really going to cut it.
and you're up against an Orianna and a Varus.
Yeah. Minions drop quickly against the CLG lineup. So far, this Katarina pick not working out. Down in CS and 0-1-0. Hasn't yet made an impact on the game. Counterlogic Gaming looking to ride this through, actually, and could get the comeback win over Cloud9. They lost the first game, and it didn't look close, and that's kind of the result people were expecting. C9 3-0, CLG, bad start to the year. Yeah, okay. Congratulations on the 4-0 C9 before the day even starts, and now CLG making them work for it. They might take the upset win.
Like, CLG always seems to get it together by the end of the split, and this is just a little bit earlier for them, right? They always talk about, oh man, we have that slump in the middle or slump at the end. Slump at the beginning has been slumping for them a little bit in the last few splits here, because Counterlogic Gaming, they've been together for such a long time that we kind of know the level of these players, right? They're known quantity to some extent, so you know what to expect. And it just takes a little bit of ramp up for them sometimes. Didn't start off too strong in spring, end up giving Immortals their only loss in the regular season, and then going to MSI in summer.
Yeah.
Same thing. Came back from MSI. What does this team look like? It looks kind of rough. Then they slowly start picking it up. Ends up going to 5 games against Immortals in the 3rd, 4th place match, and going to Worlds off their points.
Yep. Strung together enough wins.
Yep. They always get it together by the end. This might be them getting it a little bit sooner.
Unfortunate for them at Worlds, it ends after 2 weeks if you don't win enough games. So CLG never get the chance to pick it back up by the end there.
Oh, hit
nice
Smithy though.
Smithy, he pops Ghost and gets nothing out of it, of course. And there we go. First turn of the game goes to Counterlogic Gaming. Bit more of an advantage to go off that earlier Mountain Drake.
Impact with the early Tiamat to help Wave clear himself in split push. Trying to apply pressure when other things are going on the map. But the Gunblade now completed for Jensen. We'll see if Cloud9 are actually able to use the pressure, try to get back in this game, but CLG, they do have a decent lead on their wave clear, and now they can start rotating to other lanes, start getting to bottom lane, top lane, because they freed up their Orianna, and they put the cat on the back foot. So I talked about wave clear. Now she has a tier 2 turret to defend.
Well, you've got a Darshan to defend right now. He's 1v2, gets the shield, puts the ulti on. He's running away, but his health bar dropping too fast. Darshan knows he's dead. Finally pulling in for Smithy. Will get chopped off, and now the damage up. But is it going to be enough? Looks for contracts. Shenulti not going to keep him alive. Smithy now a 1v1 impact. He can lifesteal tank this. Here comes who? He ghosts into the mix. Not going to get the shockwave. Not going to go for the play. Just a 1-for-1, but it's a summoner down from CLG's mid laner on the roam.
Yeah, I have to worry though, because Jensen is here, so Counterlogic Gaming do have to back off the entire turret. So now you'll see Stixxay push up the mid. Afromoo will take control of the river, or at least attempt to. That's what they're expecting, and that gives it away that he's there. Afro playing really risky right now. But they do see where Jensen is.
Yeah, and he was pushed back in his lane already, so they were aware of the resources that could be spent. He felt okay. Yeah, supports continue to battle for wards.
Yeah, Jensen went back to mid instead of shoving top just to try and make sure Stixxay doesn't shove to tier 2. Because Infernal Drake is coming up, and if you are pushed in your mid lane, it's so hard to get control of this part of the map, and Infernal just means so much for both these teams.
Stats really nice to have, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time where you would be like, Infernal's not that important. I think it's kind of like,
if you're playing like a Mumu and like Maokai and
play that AP Mumu. I don't know.
Like Kalista, I think doesn't have the craziest ratios because he's more about like the Rune King stuff.
Are we making a composition where like
I'm trying to make like some of the worst Infernal Drake champions. That list is bad. I mean, it's hard to find a bot lane that doesn't want to scale off of ratios. Maybe Mordekaiser would be a bad one.
It would be like a tank support, right?
Right, and like Braum. Ooh, yeah, Braum with that AP. But first of all, Aftermoon with the AP, getting chunked out. Arrow's going to land as well. All the CC layered. Woo! Not a chance to get away. Sneaky getting the kill credit here. Stixxay runs away and chops down some of those little voidlings.
So many voidlings too. It's insane. It's like hard to navigate.
He's got like 70 gold for him though.
You're like getting the voidling surround at that point. Like we're going StarCraft there.
Wow, we're going for a little bit more in this one though. Ling surround maybe not going to matter here. Smithy wants in, can't get it. Picked up there by Contracts. Now has to run away. Shockwave catches them though, and that's a kill picked up. And they got to run away. Nope, gonna get rooted. It's gonna keep propagating as well. Jensen rooted as well. And just constantly Stixxay wreaking havoc with the ultimate. Tags 3 different people. Flash to the wall by Smoothie. Team fight victory for Counterlogic Gaming.
Ooh, actually had a arrow there hit Sneaky. Now Impact trying to clear the minion wave a little bit before he actually has to back off.
Volley to slow him down, and it's going to be no more chase. But the push to the bot lane is still going to be alive. Sneaky Has to play this right. Darshan can dive him.
Darshan does have the flash. Sneaky has the flash as well.
Impact no ult for 7 seconds. And he knows that.
Yep. Looks like they're calling it out, and they're going to have Buhi rotate to the bottom. Olaf will go towards the top side jungle. CLG Gaming with 2 turrets to the 0 of Cloud9. In that last fight, though, Cloud9 did pick up the Infernal Drake. So that's the silver lining here for Cloud9, whereas CLG have more control of the map at the moment.
Every cloud is a silver linings, Irene.
Bam. You talking about the elo, or? So this right here, Jensen barely gets a kill, but he's rooted up and can't reset and jump out. Overall, though, it did look like a fight that CLG were happy to take. I think they're going to be happy to take much more of those. With Buhi playing the way he did on Orianna previously and the way he's playing in this game as well, he seems to be on point for them.
Yeah. Got to agree. CLG's carries sharp right now. Support's doing nicely, and now we're back into the game. 18 minutes and change. 3,000 lead for Counter Logic Gaming against predictions here. Buhi clearing the way of Orianna every single time, and more than serviceable. Plus 20 in his matchup. Good kill participation, doing good things in this Orianna.
Talking about good kill participation, Smithy, 100% still on this Olaf. This is exactly what he needed to be doing, because Olaf, people talk about how he falls off in that mid-late game if he didn't get going. They gave like one of the early kills to him too when he ran up top lane. Oh, so now he's at the point where he's got the Ghost on such a low cooldown. He's about to have the Dead Man's play. He's a monster when he gets in that backline. Sneaky can't stop him, Smoothie can't stop him, but AD carries hate him.
Yeah.
This Olaf is just going to be crushing, and he's hard to remove from the map at the moment.
C-Sticks are giving a lot of respect to what could have been a dive by C9. They weren't actually near him. He could have last hit the minions, but he didn't know that, and chose the safer line of play of getting out of there, giving up the 43 gold he could have farmed, and not dying. We're back to the lane pressure game, back to pushing for waves. CLG should be the team with the lead, though. They've killed 2 of these outer turrets already. All that's left up is the top lane outer, and Jensen not exactly a wave clear machine. They slowly send their duo lane back up there to push it. No surprise. Best turret siegers in the game usually come into the bot lane. Varus no exception here. Baron the map in 15 seconds. Drake gone for about 4 minutes, and means the only objective you care about if you're CLG are this Baron and this outside turret on the top lane.
Looking for Jensen possibly making a play here. There's
Arrow.
the arrow.
Katarina's in. Good knock up there, and they get away with all of it. Yes, it's double summoner down for 6 save, but
clears the wave.
At least he lives, yeah.
And that's why you want that Varus when you have a low wave clear mid laner like a Kassadin or a Katarina.
Jensen flashes the axe, looks for another, lands it. Now he's got to run away. Does manage to get that. Flash for Ghost. Another slow, though. Jensen actually...
And you can see what CLG just did is they pulled 4 people top. Maokai was bottom, Darshan rotate to mid, so he's close. So he doesn't even have to blow his TP if they want to make a flank play and push them off the turret, whereas Impact is going to have to blow his. And that's what I was talking about in the previous game, where you want to have your top laner in the side lane rotate up a lane when your 4 rotate up a lane themselves.
Nicely played right there. Just the threat of Smithy jumping on you under the turret. Whimsy, a good replacement for Ghost when that one's on cooldown. And the new, if you got a melee range, Wild Growth was going to be a kill. Look at that, 3 turrets to 0. CLG playing the rotation correctly. It did give Impact some alone time in the bot lane. Darshan cleared mid, but Impact's going to get several hundred damage off that bot lane outer turret, depending on how fast CLG can get back there. Or they
kill
the rotation now.
It looks like he'll kill it.
Yeah, looks like he will.
So pick that one up.
End of the day, I mean, CLG went for the play, and it was the equal trade. They might have got a few more minion waves of farm overall, but it's outer turret for outer turret. And now there's less easy turrets for CLG to kill. But the map is more opened up, and that could still advantage CLG. If they are the advantaged team, why not find more open fights? 3,000, still the lead. Counter Logic Gaming, 21.5 minutes in. Contracts clears away the Raptors and looks to find his next opening here.
Yeah, at C9, they'll try to look for some picks here, because they have a team that can operate from being spread out, from having a 1-3-1 with the Katarina in a side lane.
Yeah.
Instead of all being grouped up and just allowing the team to match your numbers and siege you down. Impact will always have a way to get into the fight with both of his globals, but also you have an Ash Arrow, so even if Jensen gets 1v1, it's really a 2v1. You can have Impact come in and offer a shield. You can have an arrow, so
the way that they split and allocate their resources is going to be important to watch here for Cloud9. Because Cloud Drake's coming up, and they have control of it.
Ooh, in they go. He's running out of health rapidly, and he's going to drop right away. Well played. The flash ult for Smoothie makes it happen. Darshan taking up in front of his own turret. Arrow's going to land on Xmithie. He has ulti. Doesn't need to pop it yet. Pop Ghost. Yeah, losing a lot of HP, but will stay alive. But Counter Logic Gaming poked away. Cloud9 showing these signs of life, showing these aggressive plays can work out for him.
Yeah, and they want to siege down the turret and play a little bit for that Drake on the bottom right side. Clear the wave, move away, pick that one up. Baron, though, is what they're going to try to look at here. Counter Logic Gaming is get control of that side. They already have it. There's no vision here.
Their health bar is so low, I don't think they can get anything really done. They can get ward control and a blue buff steal, but that's kind of it.
They hawk-shotted it just to make sure to call the bluff to be like, there's no way they're doing this, right?
Contract's going to face check this, jump the wall. Too late. Okay. And he didn't want to risk the fact that CLG might have just all been there, so respectable restraint. Stixie looks for the play, can't get it. Yomu's slowed down by Sneaky's volley, but could have been an ult. Could have been a forced flash out of the C9 bot laner. So you reset on the game. C9 actually 2 unanswered Drakes in a row. One of them, CLG got a good team fight off of. You can't hurt him too much for it, but Counter Logic Gaming not playing a split pushing comp. They've got the same lead they had in the prior game, and yet they can't even get the team fights they want. You'd think we've got the Orianna, we've got the Varus, we've got everything we need, we've got the Maokai. How can CLG not get the 5-on-5s?
Yeah.
And then give away the objective to C9.
It's so interesting because you would expect CLG to just group up in the lane and just push it down and go for picks or say we have the superior wave clear and siege, but there's a pick onto Smoothie.
Stixie doesn't have the cooldowns enough to chunk him the rest of the way down. Impact's ulti is enough to destroy it all. Maokai teleport actually completed because they've got inside track on mid lane tier 2. It's going to be a long rotation for C9. They want mid.
And this is what CLG want, is they want to actually have the siege situation. Stixie pops the Edge of Night, make sure he can't get locked up for a little bit or engaged on, and now they're going to back off as the Jensen is flanking.
Yeah, Jensen's late to the party, but still CLG not able to pull the trigger. He's just going to die for this one. Pops several ults, the stun to Huhi.
Reset.
Goodbye to Orianna. The resets are there. Double kill so far in for Contracts. How many more can they get? Darshan's out of HP.
Slow.
The slow comes in. Jensen's back into the mix. There's his third kill of the game. 3 for 0, C9.
And now they might look at that Baron. The smite is down. They know the TP from Darshan is down, so even when he respawns, it's not going to matter. They have Voidlings. They have the Shen to actually dodge some of these attacks. And so they won't take as much damage as you would expect them to.
This is going to be a pretty secured Baron pickup. Contracts over the wall. Not even a problem. Contracts secured. He found his mark, and there we go. Picked up Baron Nashor in the first major lead of the game for Cloud9.
And it looked so good for CLG. They had him in a situation where, all right, they're all in front of us. Not really. Xmithie off on the left side, not grouped up with the team. Jensen comes in from the side, gets the wild growth, and then the ulties onto Huhi for the pick. Arrow into the nether grasp there. And then the chase down. That's what you want to do. Blow one person up, get some resets, and continue.
He had every opportunity to not get hit by that Ash Arrow. He walked into it and had Flash available. That's not even ulting. That is a mistake. You are not allowed to make this level of play, and costs Counter Logic Gaming dearly.
Well, I gotta say as well, like, where are the QSSs? We have not been seeing QSSs in this series versus Malzahar, so it's been really delayed. We have seen some mid laners be like, second item QSS, I gotta have it, you know, third item QSS. These just seem to be rather delayed. 80 carries are delaying them until fifth item, fourth item.
Yeah. And we've seen Cloud Drake, Moby with Malzahar, really good at catching people out. Really good at starting that ulti off, and you know the rest of that CC is going to land afterwards.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of counting on Xmithie to absorb the arrows with his ultimate. And since he was off on the left side of that previous fight, there's just no way that he's actually could take an arrow for somebody.
No, not going to be the case. So there we go, mid lane, outer turret killed. All 3 outers gone now. C9 have cracked in pretty successfully. Their lead about 4,000. Suddenly just turn it on its head. And they're taking control of the map. You can see how quickly they flip the switch and say, we're the team that's winning now. Let's take everything away. Contracts clears out some wards. Jumps the wall to stay safe. We already saw Impact pushing the lane in. Level 15 to 14 has the lead over Darshan.
50 CS up.
Yeah.
I was talking about the matchup where the Tiamat comes in and then you just get split push advantage, but then Shen can run you around the map with the teleport and the Stand United, using the Stand United more frequently because of the low cooldown. and getting the teleport out of Maokai, where he'll start to miss some CS, and it just adds up. You do it 5 times, he misses 10 every time, and you find us where we are at now.
Well, sieging continues. Cloud9. Almost a formality at this point. You can see how much better Cloud9 look at sieging. And yes, the Baron buff makes it a bit easier, but CLG never looked this good in their sieges.
It's a 1-3-1 though, and I think that this is something that we were seeing from CLG previously, where they're spreading out correctly, but there's 4 members in the mid. Jensen's alone up top. The Shen is winning the bottom lane matchup. Now he's up 2 levels. Despite a lack of wave clear, this was kind of a necessary Baron for Cloud9. If CLG get this Baron, you lose so much, but Sneaky!
Ooh, speaking of losing a lot, their AD carry's gone. Sneaky is dropped off the face of the map. 40 seconds on the respawn. Counterlogic Gaming finally a sign of life. It took them a while. Let's see what they can get off it.
I was like, this is just such a dangerous 3-man unit, because you usually see like a Karma support or something that helps you get away. The Lulu support can only help 1 person at a time, really. So if they engage with 4 people on your 3, they kind of flail around for a bit. It's an Ashe. You also have like a Malzahar. It's like, yeah, you can rush at them with Ghost and your Olaf.
Quick service Ashe done now for Hui. You can break out of these CCs, so call has been answered. We'll help him a little bit in dealing with some of these plays. Hui can now face tank arrows, pop QSS, and walk right back out. And of course, Smithy can never find a good flash ult onto him, so 1 target off the table. See how much longer this has to go. Stixxay could turn a longsword into a Mercurial Scimitar himself, but he's still got a ways to go. Otherwise, his core build basically is done, but I think he's going to build towards the Lord Dominic's regards for better tank killing. That's usually next up on this build. Could be the Executioner's Calling version as well with Mortal Reminder. We'll see. 4,000 the lead still for Cloud9, though, and they've got, once again, the deep wards in the jungle. They can spot the entrances. And that Drake is there when they want it. Smite goes to Smithy. Nicely played, but now Contract's right back over to where he needs to be. Double Cloud Drake going to be secured.
Yeah, we're talking about the QSS that came through for Hui, and he played it so well. It's actually an Ashe arrow from Sneaky. It hit Hui, and he did an amazing job of QSSing it so quickly as they dove in on it to try and get him.
Nicely played to make it happen.
Yeah, it was actually Captain Jack status. He didn't miss a beat.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, he did it again.
Good job on the Hui. We'll see if they can find more good plays. Hui was a huge factor in their win earlier. His Orianna was game-winning in the second. We'll see if you can find that again in the third. It is a reasonably squishy lineup from Cloud9. Impact the only tank. The rest can be killed. Some of them building a bit of durability. Abyssal Scepter, Maw of Malmortius, rather than Crystal Scepter, adding durability across several of these members. But Shockwave is a Shockwave. It can win you a game. We'll see if CLG can find those moments or if Cloud9 can navigate around them successfully. But it's still the squad in blue on the left side of your screen who have the control. They can dictate the pace if they do it right, play the ward game properly, and give CLG permission about where they're allowed to be.
Yeah, Jensen, though, level 17, highest level in the game, 2 up above Hui at the moment.
Yeah. Down the line, you've got level leads. +2 in the top lane, +1 in the jungle, +2 in the mid lane, +1 AD carry, +1 support.
Yeah, a lot of that happens from Baron, where they'll slingshot back up and pass people. Sometimes you're ahead, and then they take Baron. You're just like, how's this guy out-leveling me? A lot of experience in there, and then you just get to siege and absorb it all. They also split the entire time, 1-3-1 with Jensen in the side lane, as opposed to putting him in a 4-man unit, which CLG was doing. So they were splitting experience 4 ways, as opposed to C9 that were 1-3-1-ing.
Sure. That's a wave of execute is not gaining anymore, and the resources going in towards Cloud9. It's always fun to watch, actually, if you go back and watch VODs of games. How did this team grow their gold without any kills or any turrets? They just got more minions, but the same number spawned for both sides, and you can go back and watch and see, oh, here's where they missed some, here's where their team picked up another bit, and you can kind of see how those teams prioritize their resource allocation. Right now, the resource is in the favor of Cloud9. Contracts, you can see the poke. He's, you know, the second tankiest member on the team, and that's still about a quarter of his health, maybe a third of his health from a single Varus Q. That damage is no joke from Stixxay.
Yeah, it's quite meaningful with all of that lethality and no armor items being purchased on anybody except for the top laner, as well as Jensen has arm guard now.
Yeah. A minor gripe I have with the item order from Stixxay is he finished Last Whisper before he did Giant Slayer, because there's exactly 2 armor items on like all of C9. Last Whisper combined is basically nothing.
Yeah.
actually has 0 effect on contracts.
Whereas if you had a Giant Slayer, you just
10% bonus damage to almost everyone on the other team. It's actually better than, it's equivalent to 20 lethality, Giant Slayer.
That's true.
On anyone with more health than you. It's the exact same.
Yep. It's actually, it would actually be beneficial against everybody on that team.
Yeah. And even better against the tanks than lethality.
That's true. Everybody except Sneaky would be the only person who's about his HP.
Yep.
Rylai's for Smoothie putting him up a little bit above, so you're right, Freak. 80 carry stuff.
Alright, we'll see what else CLG can do for themselves. 4.8k the deficit's actually been getting worse. Cloud9 have continued to get more.
And now, Cloud9, Jensen in the top lane, looking a little bit weak here, but that's going to make CLG rotate to the top as a 5-man, 4-man squad here. And then Jensen Contracts will just continue to push.
Here's the Ghost. They're going for the play. Can they catch Sneaky? Dodges the first axe, but now he's gotten Shockwave range.
He predicted it.
The flash ult 6 and turns it back around. They've got to have the burst. They need to pick him off, and they get him. And they don't kill him fast enough or slow enough to pull Impact over, so now they got to turn back to the top side because Contracts and Jensen want to knock down this turret. Now to fight Darshan. He's losing health rapidly. He's isolated, and the damage output is far too much. Pops Guardian Angel. Here comes the retreat. Here comes the respawn. Darshan healed up, flashes a follow. He catches Contracts. Look at the health bar diminishing rapidly. But here comes the rest of CLG. They're going to make it a 2 for 0 on this side of the map. The shutdown on the one, the shutdown on the other. As C9 pushes more of the base. So 3 kills answered, but it's still several turrets picked up for Cloud9.
Yep, they got that top one that's guarding the inhibitor, and now they got that bottom tier 2. They're going to look at this turret here.
Baron's on the map. Can you
bottom.
risk just going for it? I feel like this has to be a CLG Baron, and you send just enough to stop your inhib from dying. C9 knows the play now. They're going to go for the inhibitor themselves. Darshan should survive the 1v2, and he even stops the turret from going down. That's the best it could have been for CLG.
Yeah, no TP will come through from Impact either. He can't do it when Darshan is right there, and that's going to be the Baron.
Back to neck and neck right now. 3,000 gold deficit will get diminished when they catch the minion waves and knock down a turret or two. This was a huge catastrophe for Cloud9.
I talked about how Xmithy just rushes the backline, rushes it sneaky. How do you get the Olaf off? Perfect axe there to predict the flash. He didn't throw it short, he threw it far so that it would slow as he walks all the way around. And now Jensen and Contracts are just trying to do their damnedest to take down Darshan, but everybody rotates up top. They'll lose 2 turrets here and a GA. But they end up getting the Baron, and they get that 1 kill on a Sneaky. 3 kills here total for CLG.
Really good CC right there. Whimsy used onto Jensen to keep him silenced. That was a clutch target selection there by Afro. If you Whimsied the Maokai instead, it would have done almost nothing. And they played it right. CLG now with the Baron buff can turn this back around. 3,000, the gold deficit to make up, and they can. Elder Dragon up in 15. It wouldn't be huge, but it would still be a source of income and a source of buffs.
And previously I had talked about how this wave clear from C9 just sucks. So now they get the siege, and where's the wave clear? Who's going to clear all of these out? You're just going to have to forfeit these turrets.
Battering ram into the base. 5 versus 4. Of course, Impact still splitting the top side. I don't know if he can win the game by himself, but if CLG ignores him, he certainly can. This will require a bit of proper shot calling. Counter Logic Gaming. It's not a Fjord. This isn't someday status, so it's not going to die right away. You can see how slow this process really is. And they've been given the time to take this all down. CLG actually trapping in the jungle. You can see them waiting around by the Raptors, but they get revealed by a hawk shot from Sneaky, I think it was.
Exactly. They try to hawk shot to make sure they aren't doing Elder Dragon, and Impact will continue to push the top wave. Darshan, and it's interrupted.
Who's going to be sent back? It's supposed to be the Maokai, but he's getting attacked, so he can't make it easy.
Now, this is like the slowest death you could possibly have of a base. It's almost half HP on that top turret.
He's the one sent back.
Below half.
But now without Huhi, they can't win the team fight. Impact could ulti back in. They've even sent back Xmithy as well, so CLG need to buy time until their team can reinforce.
Yeah, so what you do right now if you're Impact is you just kind of hang out near that top side. Be like, all right, are they actually going to shove this out far enough? Maybe even do the red buff? Is he gonna back? All right. Okay.
Somehow CLG lost control of mid on that.
Yeah, now Impact doing the red buff, I believe, and then he may go top just to shove it out again and cause that pressure because he has the globals available.
See what they can get. Hawkshot used again. The wards have been cleared out for the most part by Counter Logic Gaming. Will there be a chance for a steal contract? It's a risky
5,000
proposition. Ash Arrow used. They want to fight this. Can they get in? They cannot. Good smite in by Xmithy. Elder Dragon picked up, and not the biggest, but it is meaningful.
It's a single Drake stack on them, so it's that 90 true damage that'll be dealt
90 true damage and 1.5 in Mountain Drakes. 15% bonus true damage to turrets. And the thing is, Baron won't spawn during the time this happens, so it's just the turrets that they'd get bonus damage to.
Yep. Baron buff almost up as well.
Sure.
So
20 seconds left on that.
Yep.
And we'll see if Kinetic Gaming can get anything more with the fact that they've taken this Elder Dragon. Keep in mind, inhibitors were answered, so there's no obvious map advantage.
And Cloud9, coming into their 4th match, 3-0, were looking so strong. They were looking like the #1 team in North America, considering they had taken down TSM, Dignitas, that they had really just handily won a lot of their matches. And it was hard to find a weak spot for these guys, but it seems like Counterlogic Gaming, their macro seems to be on point. They're spreading them thin. They're trying to make Cloud9 actually stretch a bit here.
Yeah. And I mean, the season's not supposed to be easy for Cloud9. They're supposed to be these other really good teams. TSM beat them last time. Okay, they changed one player, but it's still TSM. They're supposed to be good. Counterlogic Gaming keeps the lineup together. They're supposed to remain strong as well. And this is the form we expected to see from some of these teams. And Counterlogic Gaming actually showing some strength, some signs of fight. And it's heartening for North American fans to see there's more than one good team in North America.
When rosters have new players on them, you expect one like CLG that's stuck together to just maintain that synergy, use the experience and team building that they have had over the last 3 splits and Worlds to have a good start in the split. That's not what we saw in week 1, but week 2 look to be fighting back.
Well, it's really worth pointing out that, yes, the roster can stay together, and you've got that inbuilt team synergy, but all these teams take a break after Worlds, right? Counterlogic Gaming kept the roster together. They only started scrimming 1 to 2 weeks before the season started. They were 2 weeks at most of scrims in when they played their first match, and you've added another week to that. 50% more practice than they had in week 1. Certainly does look quite a bit better. And all these teams are going to be in that or even more shortened scenarios, and the growth will continue throughout the split. Any team that looks shaky in week 1 will look less so later on. Impact cutting away pretty easily. And as we recap our overall story points, we get back into the game of the Elder Dragon timing out, or at least very, very soon. 10 seconds left on that. And it's a battle of middle inhibitor versus top inhibitor. Jensen splitting in the top lane without teleport. Trusting his team can wave clear as he recalls away.
And so CLG, like I said before, it's kind of on Xmithy to just be this beefy wall, run in and just burst sneaky. And they're going to send Darshan back to actually try and deal with Jensen here. Deal with those waves. This is where this one team fight actually decides the game with an open base, open inhibitor on both sides. Jensen says, all right, I'm going to go top. Thought about it there for a second. Thought about fighting Darshan. Is he going to get delayed? Nope. Oh, he went in. He's looking for Darshan. If he can kill him.
Damage output from Jensen. The shield buys a bit of time, but bot lane, tier 2 is gone. Counterlogic Gaming now within 600 gold here. This is a tied match.
If Jensen does enough damage to Darshan and pushes him off the turret, Impact can get there instantly if they stop these recalls.
They can just win the game in the 2v0.
Oh, man. Yeah, they don't know if they're recalling yet or not. Hawkshot may have come out there to actually give them some information.
Heal, I think. Thing is, that last Q by Jensen puts him in combat, and it delays the home guard buff for a couple more seconds. He just now got it back to full health, back to wave clear.
Yep, back to actually controlling the Baron pit now, which is where we'll probably see our next conflict occur.
You've got an interesting situation here. CLG with the Mountain Drake obviously kills it quite a bit faster. Cloud9 have more combat stats, I should say, thanks to the Infernal Drake, and of course can react to these plays thanks to the clouds.
Yep. Also, both inhibitors are now coming back up, one for either team.
Back to normal minions. And level-wise, a lead actually for CLG after move +2 levels means almost nothing, but there is a mechanic in the game for those who don't know it. If your team is higher level, your minions outfight enemy minions, and you will passively push waves in as a result of this. It is a very slim margin with Afro being +2 over Smoothie, but does technically exist. That's now been diminished with Sneaky gaining 1 level. But technically, if everyone AFKs, the waves will slightly push towards C9. They won't AFK, I mean, that's not what we're in, but that can sometimes matter when you have reset lanes.
Yeah. Caesar at portal down bottom. Impact is going to try to push in slowly. Hits Huhi.
QSS, okay, he needed to, but that means he's available as the target for Malzahar. The Baron down to 2,000 out. The Ghost of Steel, and it's getting picked up there by Counterlogic Gaming. The fight is on. Jensen pops the Zonia, Sneaky kites away from everything else. Smoothing out of the backline for Huhi, and a missed taunt flash by Impact. He gets nothing with it. Smithy gonna lose Guardian Angel. A kill comes through onto Smoothie. 5v4. CLG wants more. Good flash gets away, and Stixay's dead, but there comes the first hit for Huhi. Turns one around. Jensen needs to save it all, but he's getting exhausted and picked up and killed, and Contracts the last one alongside Impact. And here comes the minions inside the base. It's a 2v2, top plus jungle versus top plus support. Impact pushing CLG away.
Impact does have teleport. I don't think he's going to make that ballsy of a play, but if he can stop them.
Okay, Darshan can recall. Afro has to guess right against Impact. I think he could have finished that recall, I think.
He could have.
Because taunt was used. Either way, they're going to get back to base. It's not going to be too terrible, but there was a recent drop portal got placed down by Impact before that fight all happened, which made the inhibitor go down. And suddenly Darshan, in a bad way, tries to trade with Contracts. The shield's pretty big, wants to absorb as much as he can, and actually makes it a bit close, but the kill still comes through, and that's going to be a long time with map control here for Cloud9.
And CLG, the only member that makes it away with the Baron buff is Afro Moo. So they did get the Baron. They only have one member with it. The gold is becoming more and more meaningless as people are picking up those 6 items for themselves.
Afro goes Warmogs, by the way.
Oh my god.
Interesting choice. I don't know if more team-wide buffs would have been better, like Zeke's for the Varus, but wants to be tanky, wants to be able to survive anything he does.
Yep. Get a Knight's Vow in there. Zeke's, anything like that. Ardent Sensor, but yep, tries to go in. Jensen has to Zhonya's right off the bat. That was interesting from Impact because he already used Taunt to try and get somebody on the top half of Baron as soon as he had gotten in. And the flash was just strange because the person was already locked up. They got enough shielding immediately afterwards. The Contracts comes in, Jensen deals enough damage, gets an exhaust, and Afro has to flash away there, and the double taunt from Impact. So Impact's entrance into the fight wasn't that dramatic, but the way the fight ended with him was.
Absolutely. And Contracts grabs himself a red buff and takes it away at the very end here. Cloud9 have, looks like map control to play with. You can see all these minion waves are pushed in C9's favor inside towards CLG's base. And once again, it's Counterlogic Gaming licking their wounds. The Baron buff is just not going to be much for Afro Moo.
I want to talk about that Zerat portal that was picked up because we changed Zerat portal recently so that the minions don't go as far, but they deal way more damage. So you want to place them close to the structures, which means that it's not so much like a stall the wave, you know, it'll build up and
it's a kill the base structure.
Exactly, it's a kill the base, which is exactly what Shen needs if he's in a split push and he's in a good spot.
Nice.
Yeah, which means nothing because he's already got potions and 6 items.
They're max level and max gold. It's a stat. It looks cool. Meaningless though.
It's like Impact has 2,000 gold burning a hole in his pocket right now.
That's hot gold. Just melted gold, just straight from the smelter. Boo! It was funny. Shut up. You guys are wrong. You're all out of touch. That was funny.
It's not me who's wrong. It's the children.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the reference. Thank you.
But they only boo because they know you're better than that. They expect more.
Am I?
No, actually, you're right.
That joke was already so funny. It's my best work of all time. That actually might just be true.
Back to the game. Because right now, everybody's just manipulating waves, trying to push in. There's that inhibitor down bottom, so an advantage for Cloud9. They put Impact on the top side, and then they try to just siege down the mid here. So Impact will be by himself in that top lane.
Limited window.
But they have to go bottom at some point on CLG's side to clear this wave out. Like the way that C9 are actually navigating a lack of wave clear here is quite interesting because they're just splitting and causing pressure and slow pushes. And if they win off of that, then that's quite impressive.
Sure.
It's just like how the last victory for CLG was quite impressive because Huhi had to just get the right people in the shockwave.
And if he can do it again, Huhi's basically full build here. Deathcap Void Staff is the key one-shot combo. Jensen Deathcap himself is massive right now, and you've got to respect the damage output of that champion. That Katarina is scary. Full build done for Sneaky, full build done for Stixay. It's no crit. It's a lot of MR, though. Got Edge of Night and that Maw of Memortius. Total tally, 122. Here comes the TP play. Darshan wants in. Can he find it? Smoothie in the front line. They caught Sneaky. QSS flashes away. Front line's there. Shockwave onto a couple. Good damage on Contracts, and here comes Impact trying to save it around. Darshan ulted up in the front, but he's okay. He's tanky on that screen. And there's Jensen CC'd and picked up. They immediately stopped him. Jensen kills himself, and now CLG's got to respect their base again because there's a rot portal inside of their walls, and they're going to lose that inhibitor anyway.
Oh, isolated slow, 80%.
Smithy's gone. Smithy's gone 4v4 on the map, and CLG once again lost the inhibitor. And the fact that Impact is split pushing and dropping this rot, then showing up is keeping CLG inside their own base. And even though CLG Gaming got the kill in the mid laner, it's Cloud9 who take the Elder Dragon.
And this is a big one too. We saw CLG get the previous one only with 1 stack. This is 180.
This is
true
twice
damage
the size. Twice the power of this buff right now. And it's going to be difficult. It's getting harder and harder for Counterlogic Gaming. The builds are done, and we're seeing that C9 are playing the map better.
And from Impact, he just held off right here. The activatables from Smoothie, throws down the locket, throws down the redemption right on top. Then Impact comes through after putting down his drop portal top lane to finish the job they had started. Sneaky's arrow goes a little bit wide, but Jensen goes in, doesn't even get exhausted there. But they just blow him up, and that was so risky. Aphromoo.
I don't know how he lands the Whimsy when Katarina's like underneath the
I know, it's crazy.
I have no idea how he does it. That should like actually not be possible, and yet Aphromoo is able to Whimsy him in the middle of that fight. I'm pretty sure he tagged Whimsy. I'm pretty sure that guy was a squirrel at that fight. That's just actually insane.
Target enemy champions only.
Right, this is the like only skill shot, non-skill shot in the game.
Where your allies are on top of enemies and you'll click them instead.
Right, like 90% of players would miss that targeted ability. It boggles my mind. Aphromoo is trying to, I mean, he's winning the team fights. The problem is Impact is winning the map. This drop portal is just hamstringing Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, it's these item choices as well, where Darshan goes for a Banshee's Veil, and they're just trying to get tanky on the side of CLG. That's why the Warhawks came through. Wait,
play on a Sneaky. Can they catch him out? Shockwave on a Smoothie, but it's a tanky enough member. And oh, the one shot! He's gone! Jensen's finding more. Aphromoo's onto the mix. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. Stixay's got to kite this out, but Contract does too much damage, and it's a 4v3 advantage. Cloud9, Smithy next up on the table, and that's all she wrote. 4v2. Cloud9 is going to win this match.
They're going to push in. Here comes the TP from Impact to try and make the 4-0 an undefeated end to week 2.
I don't think they can stop it. Darshan's set up here. Stixay going to try to do some damage, but I don't see that they've got the tools they need. It's just a formality at this point. There's the final kill as Stixay is the target slowed. The ace comes in. Impact is on the base. The final cheers come out, and Cloud9 have done it. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America.
Cloud9. Little bit of a bump in that game too. Didn't have the greatest of early games, and that was one of the fastest of the series. Then the longest of the series comes out afterwards. Almost a 50-minute game there. Back and forth, playing without wave clear. And then Counterlogic Gaming, toe-to-toe when they had struggled a bit. Okay, CLG will be a 1-3 team at the end of week 2, but they didn't play like they were a 1-3 team.
Exactly. It's interesting to watch. We're still early on in the split. Strength of schedule certainly does matter a bit here. Cloud9 taking down the who's who of League of Legends, really, right? Took down TSM, took down Counterlogic Gaming, took down Team Dignitas, were hyped as well. I mean, CLG have, or sorry, C9 have gone against the best and beaten them all.
I will say they look really strong right now. Few stumbles, few mistakes, things to tighten up for the squad of Cloud9. And CLG, that was the last fight, that very last fight. One you probably don't want to pick against an Elder Dragon buffed team. They thought they could get the pick onto Sneaky. He just gets his way out of there.
I mean, I think they had to. Because if you don't take that fight, you're up against Baron. You've already seen throughout this game, Impact is winning the split push game. The Zerat portal is breaking your base down. You don't ever have winning proposition for CLG. If you just wait to play the Siege game, you will eventually lose your game outright. I think Counterlogic Gaming made the best play they could have. You could argue the mechanics maybe, he shouldn't have died. He could have probably Zhonya's. Maybe there are things that could have changed a little bit. Maybe Sombrero himself with the Zhonya's, and suddenly he gets a turnaround on Jensen. But it's a bunch of what-ifs in split-second decisions.
But I will say, what put them in that situation of the what-ifs is how well Cloud9 played around their side lanes.
Yeah.
Right? Even that middle inhibitor was the last one to really go down because they were just playing off side lanes. They were playing off Impact, splitting, swapping which side of the map he was on. Jensen doing a lot of the same as well. The way they got even back in that game, because it was in Counterlogic Gaming's favor at the beginning, was they made a very decisive play to dive in, to jump in, and to actually take a Baron afterwards to accelerate them and make sure that they
could get those turrets and the inhibitors to start cracking the base.
Right, and I think C9, once they got the lead, had played very well, very controlled, very smart. I really do think they played this game quite nicely. CLG, to keep in mind, this was a 50-minute game. They had a sizable lead early on. CLG had the tools, I think, that they needed to close the game out, and it felt like they were occasionally a little bit afraid of sieging. There were a couple of misplayed team fights as well, where the flank came in. Oops, they got one shot, 2 more died. Oh, I guess we gave you up, Baron. And I think there are still some things CLG must learn, but they've certainly looked a whole lot better than they did in their first 3 matches. And I think we can see the beginning of the return of Counterlogic Gaming. If they can play this well, they're a top 4 team.
Yep. It happens pretty much every time. They'll have a little bit of a slump. You just got to have faith.
Well, CLG won a game to give the fans some hope. Hopefully it's not false hope. Now let's get the lowdown of that hard-fought series and send it over the pastry and Cloud9's undefeated support.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Smoothie after a ridiculous game, ridiculous series, actually. You guys are now undefeated, 4-0 after week 2, coming in this match against CLG. Did you think it'd be that easy?
Definitely not. I was expecting a lot less of a good start because, of course, we got a new jungler. But honestly, he meshes with our team really, really well. And yeah, we've just been doing pretty good.
And it feels like in general, the infrastructure's really been beefed up for the team. I know in the bottom lane, you guys have a coach there as well. How's that experience been for you, and how's that helping your development and the bottom lane in general for Cloud9?
I think Kane is a new experience for me because that's the first time I've actually had like a individual, I guess, trainer. He helps out with my vision control and just like the small things I didn't really think about, and it really does help out.
And I think it shows in your play because you've been looking so good so far in the first few weeks. But I want to ask you about drafting now moving in, because again, coaching is a big thing on Cloud9. We know Reaper's a great coach. Do you have a say in picks and bans? Is it a team thing? Is it mostly Reaper? Kind of, how does the Cloud9 drafting system work?
Honestly, the drafting system goes like, we just give him all the information about how our lanes go and like what, like if we're stronger in this matchup or whatever. And he just decides like at the end, what we give a pick, and it's pretty good. He's a really good coach, and he gives us really good drafts.
It certainly shows because you guys have been on fire pretty much apart from your nail-biting series today. My last question for you, Smoothie. I've been hearing you guys comms a little more, and it's amazing to hear how vocal you are as a player, and you seem to have a much bigger voice and a lot of shot calling and team fighting is going on. Are you stepping up into more of a leadership role? How have you found like your new position on Cloud9 now that you've played with them for a year?
Yeah, definitely this year especially, I've been becoming more of a shot caller, I'd say, because when Meteos left, he brought with him like a lot of shot calling experience too. Like it was me and him that mostly did a lot of the talking. But now it's a new dynamic on the team, and we're all just like feeding information. But like the shot calling comes from like just compiling that information and then just going with the play that makes sense there. And that's where I could come in.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job so far. 4-0 still after 2 weeks of play. Cloud9 looking undefeated. Smoothie and team looking good. We're going to go back to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. C9 keeping themselves in the undefeated first place position here. Didn't come easy for them, but what a way to end the weekend. A very exciting 3-game series between these two squads.
I mean, every series with C9 seems to be pretty good generally. They're a very interesting series. The one versus Dignitas last week was another good one. And I mean, here overall, it was a great showing from CLG. I think they showed a lot better performance than they had shown in any of their previous series, up against a great opponent in C9, obviously. And I think they were just slightly outclassed over the course of the series, but great showing overall.
Let's talk about the draft a little bit, because coming into the day, we had high praise for C9's drafting, saying, hey, it's hard to find a weakness in this team, from the players as individuals to the drafting and the coaching staff around them. Let's talk about this Katarina pick, because although it was successful in that the victory came through, maybe not the best pick, given what CLG had drafted.
Right. I like the fact that when C9 goes for these kind of assassin-heavy counter picks, they often have other things set up in the comp to help it, so like a Shen, something like that. And the Shen was honestly the star of this. The Cat, not so much. I think the fact that the other team that they already showed the Malzahar and Lulu's a common counter pick. Lulu is good into assassins as well, on top of the lockdown that comes in from things like a Varus, a Maokai. You also have an Orianna good for keeping people alive. It's just hard to play an assassin to that comp, and the Katarina, while it did stuff this game, you look and say, could a control mage have done just as much in holding out while you let Shen split push? I mean, the 1-3-1 did help at times, but it never felt super impactful.
I was about to say, it was a while until we saw Cat really start to do much of anything. Eventually, that 1-3-1 came through, and we saw Jensen able to pressure Darsan on the Maokai. And then in the very late game, Yeah, sure, there's a lot of damage coming out of Katarina, but that's to be expected when everyone's hitting 6 items. You mentioned the Shen. Before we get to the, sheer effectiveness of the Shen in the split push late game, let's take a look at this earlier fight. 24.5 minutes into the game, 3-0 for C9 in the mid lane.
Right, I mean, up until this point, CLG have been controlling the game, and the fact of the matter is that CLG's comp is way better at team fighting when they're in formation, but they are not here. Smithy's off on the flank. He gets caught off by Jensen. They have to blow so many defensive things, keeping alive a frontliner who should not be in that position. That also ruins their formation where everyone's stepping out of position to try and keep him alive. That he gets sniped by the arrow, and from there it's an easy chase down from C9, which basically lets them back into the game. And that's really the important thing to note, is that if CLG had never messed up their formation, all the initiation tools that come out of C9 hit the front line mostly, and it's very hard to start a fight where Cat feels free to go in. Yep. But as soon as you mess that up, as soon as you give up a flank, as soon as your frontliner's not there in time, it's very possible for the C9 comp to go off.
And CLG was in pretty solid control of the game up till that point. The 3-0 goes over to C9. They go over to the Baron from there. Boom, we're right back into the game. Now let's set up our game plan from C9 in terms of how we win the game. And it's going to be through that 4-1 to the eventual kind of 1-3-1 split push in Shen. Let's look at this fight. 41.5 minutes into the game. C9 3 for 3 near Baron. So even trade. But look at the setup. Shen in the bot lane here on the split.
Right, he's got this Zizurot left doing work, so if he has to TP in, he still has that pressure. Good steal attempt here. And ultimately, this is a very crazy team fight where there's some Shen taunts missing, and then Sneaky goes really big here and keeping his DPS up really, really high. Yeah. Able to focus down the frontliners, and then switches on to
right
6-8 really
Sneaky.
well.
Just watch Sneaky through this.
Yeah, and then a great flash away as that comes in. Ultimately, they still get the follow-up and chase down on him, but he did so much work, it gives Jensen time to start going off as well, who also played the team fight extremely well. And then you're just left with the meat shields at the end of the fight bumping into each other.
Yeah, cooldowns come back up. The GAs popped all over the place. Contracts and Impact will now from here chase down essentially Darshan in that bot lane. Look at that gold graph.
I mean, that's a game that has some stuff happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes for a very exciting game, but, from there we saw where the split push, the kind of pressure that Shen was able to, provide for C9, that even in those 3 for 3 or maybe 2 for 3 trades, C9 was still getting things on the map.
Right, and I think that's where you really see the Shen come through. I mean, that fight was at 41 minutes. There's basically another 10 minutes. I think there was another Elder Dragon fight and another Baron fight that was almost the exact same game situation where someone on C9's side is generating pressure in a side lane, which forces CLG to take suboptimal engages, and then they are not able to win the fights as hard as they need to. So then, there's these chase downs happening where you have Zizarots finishing the game.
Right, absolutely. Player of the game this time going around to Impact for that Shen. Once again, with the split push pressure, kind of allowing C9, giving them the breathing room, if anything, to extend the game to that 49-minute mark where they'll eventually win off of one good team fight. And at that point in the game, I mean, the casters were saying, you heard both Freak talking about it, CLG or C9 at this point with inhibs down, whoever wins the next fight wins the game. It went in C9's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that Elder Dragon fight and a couple other close ones, whereas if CLG just managed to just barely win that fight a little harder, they can maybe snowball the entire game. And ultimately, they came up short. Their early game was good. I like the comp that they came up with here. They didn't think, oh, we have to put Darshan on another split pusher. They take the Maokai when they can get it. It works out fine. And the ultimate problem was just that they were a little off in their coordination.
And to be honest, it's a bit of a bummer to have to say, all right, CLG's now 1-3 on the split after a series like that, up against the best team in the league here, undefeated 4-0. They take them to 3 games, and all 3 of them are close, even the 2 losses.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad in a little way because you're expecting to feel better about, oh, we played a really close series, but when you look at your rank, your standing, you can't be too happy. You're in the bottom half of the league. But it is still early on in the season, and CLG improving is nice. But like we said, tend to play up to their competition or down to it. So this might have just been a good day. We need to see a repeat performance next week.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that the bot lane did step up today as compared to prior performances, as well as Huhi. So if those 3 can kind of become a more consistent pocket, then all that's left to work on is really that top side of the map. How does Darshan become effective in this tank meta where he seems to be a little lackluster still? Is it by completely diverting from it? I mean, you mentioned we've now seen the Swain, we've seen even the Singe. I know that's not a carry top laner, but it's something different than the normal, the normal set. We've seen the Jaces, the Kleds, the Kennons. Can Darshan reach to any of these champions?
I mean, I don't want to tell CLG, how to run everything. Because
you should tell them how to play the game from start to finish.
Here's what you would do. No, I think getting Darshan on a couple more matchups in LCS where he is on these kind of counter picks to tanks would even potentially free up some draft for the rest of the team if people are getting scared of things, you know, like his Trundle, like his if he started playing a Swain or Fiora, Jace, these kind of things. We've seen him play Jace once already, but if he had a couple effective performances on these kind of more split push focused champions, then you start taking pressure off who he's champ pool, which is pretty specialized in a way. So I think you could start freeing each other up a lot.
Yeah, well, even with the loss, CLG can look at this as improvement, move into week 3 with a little bit more confidence. Maybe they've righted the ship and they're on their way to some victories for Cloud9. Yes, they're still undefeated, but they might be feeling a little bit iffy after having gone as far as they did in this 3-game series. Impact picked up player of the game this time around. Let's see who else stood out as players this week. 2 mid laners and 3 junglers walk away with 2 player of the game honors each. And over on our leaderboard, no one player stands out just yet. But yeah, you can see here this week's leaders: Bjergsen, Ignori, Froggen, Moon, and Dardoch. I mean, those 3 junglers definitely went off. Bjergsen, you'll have to remember, played on Friday and Saturday, so we didn't get a glimpse of him today.
I mean, Acadian's not on that leaderboard, but Acadian had great performances too. So, I mean, the young junglers in the league right now are looking really, really good.
Right, here we are after week 2. The likes of Jensen, High, and Someday all share 3 player of the game accolades. And for anyone who was doubting High coming into this split, 3 player of the games here in week 2 in a squad that's 3-1 right now, I don't think anyone was going to guess that would happen.
Yeah, I definitely didn't underrate High coming into this split at all. No, not me.
Well, and actually, funnily enough, there's Moon right at the end of that, right? So you got 2 FlyQuest players sitting at the top of the table there when it comes to player of the game honors. Time now, though, to pull up the team standings to see how the teams rank at the end of the week. Cloud9 is our only first-place team. They're followed by FlyQuest, who joins Phoenix 1 and TSM in second. And the rest of the teams fall into the middle of the pack ahead of Envy, who are still searching for their first win. Next week, we return with more North American LCS starting on Friday with Flame and Immortals looking to take down Phoenix 1. After that, Team Envy will go up against Team Liquid. And if that's not enough League Esports, be sure to tune in to the Challenger stream this Wednesday. What about these 2 matchups, though? Which one's the big ticket for you?
Surprisingly, actually, Team Liquid versus Envy. I mean, I think Immortals versus Phoenix 1 will probably have a little bit higher quality gameplay, but I think
there's a battle at the bottom of the table.
The battle at the bottom of the table is extremely important for a team in Team Liquid who's looking like they're a step behind the rest of the league right now in terms of their synergy. And I mean, by week 3, if you're still losing to a team that is expected to struggle, then you might find yourself outside the playoff picture pretty quickly.
Right, and that's the thing. Again, you already mentioned it at the end of the Envy series. We have to remember, Lyra's only been here for a couple days, right? So with a full week of practice under their belt, this might be up against a Team Liquid roster their best opportunity to get a win here in the early weeks of the split and make, or rather create some space for themselves when they get to the second half. Because right now, at 0-4, you got to already start thinking about, we got to get ourselves out of that 7th place spot. We got to get up there.
Yeah, and I mean, TL still has like a lot of difficult matchups coming up. They haven't had, the hardest strength of schedule overall. It's been, they have FlyQuest and TSM, 2 good teams, but then they also have played CLG and a couple other teams. So they need to start putting together wins because they were expected to be a playoff team and they don't look like it.
Well, those 2 games come to you on Friday. If you missed any of the action this week, make sure to tune in after the show as Kobe, Azael, and myself are going to be doing NALCS tonight. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
We've got a great match on the way with Echo Fox facing off against FlyQuest. You heard it on the analyst desk. The big story here is that Fox. Gates actually got the leap. He's maybe ready to go. Oh my god, he flipped the eye! You are kidding me! That's first blood. There's a triple kill for Moon. That's FlyQuest just going nuts. That's the quadra there as well.
Good job. I have 2 seconds E. Got it. Good job. Go mid.
They've actually caught him. They've gone to the back of the carry. Straight on the shockwave from Froggen. Echo Fox.
Echo Fox knocks down FlyQuest, giving them their first loss of the season.
What do you mean? How do I not know Adele?
You live under a rock is what I'm trying to get at.
Bro, I don't listen to the radio. Hello from the
I'm off the grid, I don't have a cell phone.
Channel T. Oh. Nice!
Look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising.
Seraph's gonna be soaking the turret for too long. You gotta be kidding. Flame's got 2. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals Jungler. They're taking down the whole team. Looking for Olay. A double kill for Pobelter. 4 dead for Envy. A double kill for Cody's son. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be it.
Dance party early on from Sneaky.
Watch the tower. Work
Back up. Hey guys here. Nice job.
Ooh, in they go. He's running out of health rapidly, and he's gonna drop right away.
Ori. I'm tossing her. Nice.
Okay. Nice. Baron.
The fight is on. Jensen pops the Zonia, sneaky kites away from everything else. Smoothing onto the backline for Huhi, and a missed taunt flash by Impact. Cloud9 have done it. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America. Brews onto the mix. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. Stixay's got to kite this out, but Contract does too much damage, and it's a 4v3 advantage. Cloud9, Smithy next up on the table, and that's all she wrote. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America.
I think we should talk a little bit about.
Oh, hello, and welcome to week 2 of NALCS tonight.
What should we talk about, huh?
No one told me we were going on.
Hey, look, we're just having fun here. We're going to have some fun with you guys. Joining me on the desk is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kenzar, and Isaac, Zale, Cummings, Bentley. The two men with the longest names on the NALCS broadcast team.
Well done, then, Dash. You're earning your money
I'm
today.
proud of myself. I screw up my own name half the time, so the fact that I got through that, that's a plus. Let's take a look at the standings after 2 weeks of play before we get into anything else. Up here at the top of the table, Cloud9 still undefeated, but they did have a tough series today. See, I'm already screwing up words. Against CLG, whereas Phoenix won FlyQuest TSM. They're in that second place position. Envy all the way down to the bottom, still looking for their first victory of the split.
I definitely wasn't expecting to see CLG all the way down to the bottom coming into the season, and some teams on the up and up, Echo Fox deserves a lot of credit for their performance this week.
Absolutely, the 2-0 week for them. But let's kick things off with another team that had a 2-0 week in TSM. They played Friday and Saturday. What are our thoughts on this squad rebounding from a 1-1 in week 1?
I think they looked a lot better, a lot more decisive, and we did see the success of Bjergsen kind of coming back. He was able to play very well and got a lot of help from the top lane, too.
Definitely. I mean, everyone's going to point to the Ryze ultimates. Very creative usage from Bjergsen. The shot calling was definitely a key issue that people were looking for the team to improve on. So many people were harping on, double lift's not on there. He was helping so much with it. And that was one area that they improved on as well. Right here on your screen, though, that Manhunter.
Sick Nautilus mechanics.
Definitely a big play as far as the roam pressure towards that mid lane.
And one thing that was really good to see for TSM fans this week is that they didn't just play through Bjergsen. Through multiple games, they were actually, camping top lane, going to the different lanes, trying to get people ahead, and then kind of being able to transition that lead to Bjergsen. So it wasn't just the Bjergsen kind of like 1v9 type.
Right. Of course, in interviews, they were still discussing, though, that is a hurdle for them and probably their biggest obstacle, to success is that with the loss of double lift, they're still struggling for some direction sometimes within the game.
And one of the big things that Bjergsen always talks about with double lift and how he helped him with shot calling was the creative shot calling. We would open his eyes to other opportunities. Looks like they
embraced the game. Pretty creative.
We like to see that. Another team, and now let's talk about this one that went 2-0, is Echo Fox here.
And Echo Fox, they looked dismal coming into this weekend. And not only did they show us cool picks, like the Camille support, that, by the way, blew my mind when that was happening. I didn't know what was going on with that draft. But,
you should have seen Mark and I were writing down all the picks and stuff for pick ban, and he gets through it all, and he's like, okay, wait a second.
I'm like, is this Swain
Camille support,
Camille?
I could see your brain exploding on the cast. It was absolutely hilarious. And then, he gets that comical first blood. It's working out into the game, and you go back and you look at it with a, more calm mind,
makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. Makes a ton of sense. They were able to outthink the bait there from Lemonation, where Lemonation always loves giving over, power picks, thinking that he's, forcing your hand into this position, and they switched the table on him, flipped it right around with us switching it to support.
The biggest thing for me, though, to talk about Echo Fox as a serious point is that we talked so much last year about how these guys don't do anything. They just sit around, they wait to win or wait to lose, right? They're not willing to make risky plays, decisive calls. And Echo Fox today and the last 2 games against Dignitas yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, they were actually making stuff happen. They were decisive, they were able to snowball leads. Even when behind, they were still willing to make plays, risky or otherwise. And I think that showed that they are actually finally maturing as a team and realizing, hey, this is where we've gone wrong.
And it's another case of multiple players stepping up in that position, right? Yeah, Froggen, the rapid-fire cannon on that TF game, he was making pick after pick to, help the team along in the late game, but also Acadian, a new guy on the block for them. I know he's super nervous, but he's doing great, and he's improving each day as well.
I was going to say, week 1 to week 2, you looked at the top performers on Echo Fox. Week 1, you say Acadian, and then maybe Froggen right behind him. The rest of them still not up to par. Week 2, though, here we had Looper performing in the top lane, putting a lot of pressure down with the things like Swain pick in the top. That's unlocking them to put the Camille into the bot lane, where Gate, who's been practicing this since his days in Korea in solo queue, and he brings that in. It's a great counter to the Malzahar, right? We had that Jhin Camille pickup, which allowed them to get onto the Malzahar and break that shield very early. So I love to see that innovation out of the squad. We'll see if the evolution of Echo Fox continues and they continue to push the pace. Now let's get to this series that just ended, C9 versus CLG. This was a big one. Went to the third game here. CLG almost took it from C9, but they will remain undefeated.
They really did, and it came down to the wire, in the final game. I think there has to be a couple questions about the Katarina pick into Maokai and Lulu, both two champions who perform exceptionally well at locking down that champion. You can't zone Yas when you're whimsied, right? So Afromu played very well into that, but at the end, I think we just saw that C9 was a superior macro team. Like the ZZ Rod moving around the map with Impact, they just seemed to kind of have them a little bit outclassed.
That, as well as the team fighting, there were a lot of very exciting team fights in this game where, working around the fact that you may not have such a reliable tank, or everybody going all in when the cooldowns, you're tracking just not even ultimate cooldowns, but like these basic ability cooldowns, finding your window, sneaky for sure on the AD carry, finding those small opportunities to get out a little bit more DPS so that you can set up your assassins for reset. Like, there are so many really interesting team fights there.
The last couple team fights played by the damage dealers of Cloud9 were exceptional. Sneaky in particular, just in terms of maximizing his damage output while and then staying alive as long as possible was ultra impressive.
One thing, though, as a bright spot for CLG, we did see kind of the return of Afromu as a playmaker, having some good roams, having a much better performance, I think, this week than last. So CLG, they lost to C9 today. They're 1-3, but they could have very easily been 2-2, and C9 is the best team in the league.
Right, and that comes from CLG's bot lane actually succeeding a little bit more in the 2v2 itself to unlock Afromu to get to that mid lane. I think that's a big thing. Huhi as well had some positives, some negatives still. We're waiting to find some consistency with him. But if that trio, Stixxay, Afromu, and Huhi, can really level up, then CLG might get back into the top 5.
And finding consistency, I think, is a theme for almost every team in the NALCS right now.
Except Envy, they're real consistent.
Pretty much every. Big burn!
Envy is C9, boom.
But honestly, we're seeing a lot of jumbling around because there were so many off-season moves, right? And there's a lot of improvement to be had for most of the teams. Actually, all of the teams.
Yes, absolutely. Well, after an exciting week 2 of the North American LCS, we've had some standout individual performances. Who are your guys' OP5 of the week?
Spoiler, there it is on the screen.
Beat me to it.
Exactly. So up in the top lane, a lot of these we did have a lot of debates on. This is just going to be this week we're definitely looking at. So Haunter from the top side, like we said in that replay that we had, he had a lot of the roams towards mid. People helping out Bjergsen. Maybe it is a big burden to have the solo shot calling on your shoulders, but people are doing that, lending him a hand to alleviate that as well.
I'd also say he showed up well against Someday in lane, going even or winning lanes, was able to transition his leads elsewhere on the map, so a lot of credit to him. And in Nori, this guy was 26-4-17 this week. Like, what is that? That is ridiculous.
He went insane this week, had multiple games where he's legendary, really hard carrying. That being said, they did have, on paper, they did play Envy, so you say that one's a bit of a weak one, but they've made Team Liquid look like a super easy team just today, and that was a sincere blast.
I think one of my favorite moments of the week was Jad asking him, what did you think about the Rengar pickup? I appreciated them letting me have that 9-0-7, like just running amok.
That's the thing, because right now the state of Rengar, everyone agrees, okay, super strong. If you're trading that, you better get something good back. But there are players that have been playing Rengar since he came out, and Anori is one of them. He's one of those guys that was almost considered a one-trick in solo queue at one point. And he definitely showed he still has it.
One guy I got to give a little bit of a shout out to that almost made the OP5, I think, is Moon. Moon gets a lot of flack, and this week his scoreline, even with a loss, and with your team losing, it is very hard to put up incredible scoring.
Azale was very adamant that he wanted to give extra credit for looking good in losing games. If your team
I think that's hard, man. It's easy to play with all your lanes winning.
But look at that scoreline.
He was 40-12-34. The guy was going nuts. Even in both his Eve games, his team lost, and he was like 7-1, 8-3. You know, his team was not giving him the help he needed, Kobe. And when they did, he was 9-0-8 on Kazakh.
And I love that when they come outside of the Rengar and the Kazakhs, you know, S tier for junglers, he's finding a little niche pick for himself that's gonna make other teams think in Champion Select.
Yeah, and I just want to say, you know, the other side of that is like it's something that I used to do when I knew that I was gonna have a rough team in solo queue or something. I'd pick Shaco because I knew that at least I look good because I can go invisible. I just go assassinate people and then I'm out of there. So you know my score looks good at the end and all that stuff.
Oh, you gotta get a little shot. It can
go both ways.
That's Kobe. All right, well let's talk about. I know we already talked about the fact that Nori is the OP5 Jungler of the Week. Let's talk about him a little bit more, just as an individual outside of his sheer performances. I mean, this guy has really grown an extraordinary amount, split to split. It seems just in the way that he leads the team. This team is filing in behind him on Phoenix 1, and they're finding a lot of success.
And I mean, even in the way he conducts himself in the interviews and stuff, he's trying to bring a new, mature side of himself. You know, he's saying, "Hey, I'm not a toxic jungler. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna lead the team."
Yep.
And he's showing it inside the game and outside the game.
Yeah, I really can't say. There's a tremendous amount of improvement from him. People can point to, yeah, his team is better, so it's a lot easier to look, better this split as well.
Yeah.
But it's about working with that team. That team environment is due to him as well.
Yeah, another rookie jungler that's been performing quite well, Acadian over there on Echo Fox. Again, we said he was a top performer in week 1. Well, now in week 2, off of the back of his early game aggression, they managed to pull off a 2-0 week.
Yeah, and I think the first series against P1, he looked really, really good. Against FlyQuest, you know, he was held down by Moon a little bit more, but Acadian has been performing so well, and he is a big part of the whole kind of attitude shift for Echo Fox because he is bringing the aggression, he is bringing the playmaking to these games, and people are kind of playing off that, feeding off that, and you're seeing the rest of the team get involved.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going to have every game be a perfect game or get first blood every single game, even though he's getting pretty close.
Yep.
But yeah, he's definitely super impressive, especially if you consider the fact that he is a rookie and he is new coming onto this team. So definitely some props to him as well.
And just there in that clip right there, you saw 4 different champions being played. Rek'Sai, Kazakhs, Lee Sin, and Graves. So, I mean, this guy is comfortable on many champions, which a lot of times when you see a rookie come in, you know, like, say, Inori, when he first came in, like, well, this guy's a Rengar one-trick. How's he going to do on the rest? Acadian's doing great on the 6th pick, you know, jungle champion.
Especially important now that we do have the 10-ban system, and we have seen teams, specifically against Team Liquid, targeting Reignover, you know, trying to shrink that champion pool. So if you don't come into the league with that versatility, then it can be punished.
And pocket picks are much more important too now. You know, Eve, we've seen that shining. We've seen Jensen playing different stuff. Shem for impact. I really think it makes a big difference.
Last player we got to talk about is Bjergsen, and specifically the Rise ults that came through. Again, you talk about what this team needs is more creativity in their shot calling, and this time Bjergsen finds it with the Rise.
I think that one is just such a great example. Immediately into the Baron, take it, no response. Yes, this one is a little bit more common where we have seen teams do this already, you know, rushing towards the Nexus. But really, he took that one step further with the one to get the Baron, right?
Now let me ask you this. I know Rise is already fairly high priority for a lot of teams, but does seeing utilization of the ultimate like this increases priority for other teams now that they have a better understanding after watching this series how to use the champion?
Well, it's pretty interesting because especially after the Europe, EU LCS, they also had quite a few of those types of plays on display. The more people see those, I feel like they saw that one and it kind of got him to think about other ways to use it, and that's where the Baron one came from.
Gotcha.
So people, the more you do them, the more people expect them. It's just like the Kindred ultimate Smithy did at MSI.
Oh, on the global objective.
On the Dragon, right? They're like, oh, wow, yeah, you can do that to deny, bait out the smite and stuff like that. So then people started expecting those plays more. So there is this race between playing against those plays, you know, or more people doing them.
And I definitely think just over time, people have gotten better and better and using the Rise ult. You know, when we first came into the league with the new Rise update, people weren't even skilling the ultimate. Now people like Ryu as well, using it for constant roams to bot lane. It is really powerful if you can use it well.
Now, throughout the day, we've been taking your questions on Twitter. First up, Taven Smith asks, who is the team that truly looks like they can compete with Cloud9 right now? That's not CLG, because they were close. Didn't quite get there.
Hey, they competed.
They did compete, right? So I guess if that's the context of the question, then there's your answer. But
I mean, technically, every team is going to compete with them at some point.
I think honestly, like if we're looking at it and we're being serious about it, TSM to me is starting to look a lot better.
Yeah.
If they're on form, they certainly can compete. I think Phoenix 1 has looked quite solid, and they can compete. CLG, there's a number of teams. The field is pretty wide open, and C9 did not look invincible against CLG.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are some front runners right now, and you can mention the teams that are looking better. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like there is a team that's on the same level that you would put on the same tier, right? I think we all have them in their own tier.
Right,
currently.
they're clearly the number one. You're looking at maybe TSM, P1 as the ones that can closely contest them. Next up is Jay Mango, who asks, what do you think are some of the patterns in drafting that top teams do and the bottom teams don't? This is a pretty big question.
To me, one of the biggest things, if you look at C9 compared to the other teams, it's the willingness to adapt, right? We're seeing way too many teams, in my opinion, with just the same 3 red side bans, no matter what, no flexibility, no creativity in the draft, and you're seeing teams that really have a lot of success. Yes, you can kind of criticize and say, hey, the Katarina pick didn't work that well for C9 today, but they're the only people playing Shen, first people playing Taric, mid Echo, mid Fizz. They have all kinds of different picks that work in different situations, and I think we need to see more teams adapting these sort of strategies. Even FlyQuest, I think, is doing that very well too.
Yeah.
The teams that are at the top are understanding the draft, and the teams that aren't, not so much.
And understanding the draft, the tools that you have at your disposal, the flexibility of your players is just so important. You know, we keep talking about Reaper. He's just such a great coach, you know, and he's really hard to draft against. He also has players in all positions that can play pretty much every single champion that is powerful right now. And then you really put so much importance on flex picks. You know, we went over the obvious ones like Malzahar and stuff like that early on, but flex picks, especially early on, have been playing a very big role.
I was going to say, you can look at C9, I think, as being one of the best drafting teams in North American LCS, and when you consider the fact that Smoothie can play things from Taric to Tom Kench to all of the more poke and mage-oriented supports, whereas Jensen can play almost anything in the mid lane, you've got a lot of options if you're Reapered, and you're happy to have the Shen in the top lane when all the tanks are banned out.
Also, update your list of flex picks. Camille,
support
pick can go to support.
I already know Zyrene plays in the jungle, so we got 3.
The best drafting team is the one that has a support player that plays Camille. Next up, it's Narwhal, who asks, who is the most underrated player in North America? So we're only 2 weeks in here. 2 weeks in. Who do you think's not getting enough credit?
The hipster vote. I love these. Yeah, like, who can get more hipster?
I got one. Go. All right. Let's go. Okay, I think that it's hard to say for sure, but I have 2 that I want to talk about. I think Moon and Gate both actually not getting a lot of credit, and Gate is going to get more of attention now because of this weird pick. But even while Echo Fox was getting blasted, and you know, not to pile on Keith, but he is considered, you know, really at the bottom of the tier of 80 carries. I still think that Gate has looked good. If you watch his individual play, I still think he's been solid in all the games. I have been impressed by him, and Moon 2 really has like improved massively from last year to this year.
And Gate's just so damn lovable. Kobe, who's your underrated player?
I was spoiled on his hipster underrated picks because he was talking about them all day long. And I do think that there are some people that will definitely agree with you.
Ooh, some people, but not Kobe.
Not everyone.
I would. One I feel like I haven't seen a lot of people talking about is Arrow, which is surprising because especially considering the 80 carry pool in North America right now, you know, there isn't a whole bunch of depth there. And for me, every time I watch him play, he's landing almost 95% of his skill shots, just super accurate. He's putting out really high damage per minute in his team fights.
Too.
It's not like he's this huge flashy player or he's double lift on the front lines with Lucian trying to get in there. It's not the meta right now, right? And he fits into this Ashe and this Varus, and he's been very accurate. So I feel like that's a good one.
Files in there behind Ryu and Inori to be a really solid third carry for the team in the current meta, but I have confidence that he'd be able to make the adjustments if need be. That's going to be it for week 2 of North American LCS tonight. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.